everyone and welcome to this video on the Angular full course by Edureka. Angular is a powerful platform and framework for building single-page client applications using HTML, CSS and TypeScript. Developed by Google, it provides a robust set of tools and features, including a component-based architecture, two-way data binding, dependency injection, and an extensive ecosystem. Angular enables developers to create dynamic, efficient and maintainable web applications. Its strong community support, extensive documentation, and regular updates make it a popular choice for both beginners and experienced developers aiming to build modern web applications. With that said, now let's outline today's agenda for this Angular full course. We will begin with an introduction to Angular, where we'll cover its key features and why it's a preferred choice for modern web development. Next, we will dive into the Angular CLI, which streamlines the development process with powerful command line tools. Moving forward, we'll explore Angular components, the fundamental building blocks of Angular applications, followed by Angular templates, where you will learn to create dynamic user interfaces. We'll then cover Angular data binding, showcasing how to bind data between the model and viewing seamlessly, followed by Angular directives, which allow you to manipulate the DOM in creative way. We'll then continue with Angular dependency injection, a core concept for managing dependencies and enhancing modularity. We'll then go through Angular routing and navigation, teaching you to build single-page application with multiple views. As we progress, we'll dive into Angular forms, focusing on handling user input efficiently, and implement Angular Crud operation to manage data within your applications. We'll then integrate styling with Bootstrap to ensure your applications are visually appealing and responsive. Additionally, we'll learn to develop an Angular application from scratch, combining all the concepts learned. Finally, we will discuss some frequently asked Angular interview questions and answers to help you prepare for interview. But before we begin, please consider subscribing to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to stay updated on the latest tech content from Edureka. Also visit the Edureka website for the Angular certification training course, the link to which is given in the description box below. Now, without further ado, let's get started with our first topic, Introduction to Angular.
Now let's go ahead and start with learning about building blocks of web development. Now to develop any particular website, there are certain common and basic things that we have to keep in our mind. So the most important thing for developing any website is the look of the website. Now how do we do that? We use something called as HTML. Most of us are already familiar with it. Now since you have come here to learn about a particular framework, it's important that you know the basics of JavaScript. Now, JavaScript is something that will help you verify, validate all your forms and web applications that you create. Now, this is being done by certain frameworks these days. One such framework is Angular. Now, next is CSS, and this is used for styling our websites. So, HTML basically provides basic structure for your sites. Now, CSS in JavaScript is used for enhancing and modifying these websites with usage of other technologies. So basically, CSS is used to control the presentation and formatting of the layout, as I've mentioned already. And next, JavaScript controls the behavior and different elements in our web application. Now, since Angular is a JavaScript framework, let's learn more about JavaScript. So basically, it is a text-based programming language which will allow you to construct interactive web pages on both client and server side. Now, before frameworks existed, JavaScript was creating interactive web pages only through client side. Now, after the eruption of frameworks and Node.js, we can create both on client side and server side. Now, speaking of HTML and CSS, they basically provide structure and aesthetic web pages. Now, JavaScript adds interactive components that keep users engaged. Now, since we've spoken so much about JavaScript, it's high time that we get introduced into frameworks. So as I mentioned, frameworks make our work easy. They basically cover all the concepts that otherwise you need code redundancy while just creating using JavaScript. Now on course, we have numerous frameworks that has been developed. So the majorly used framework is React, Angular, and many more. So JavaScript frameworks basically are pre-written JavaScript programming libraries that may be used to perform common programming operations and activities. Now it's a framework for building web pages, web applications, etc. Now, as I mentioned, React.js, Angular, jQuery, Node.js are commonly known frameworks which are widely in use. With that, let's go ahead and have a quick introduction to Angular. Now, Angular is basically an application design framework and development platform for creating efficient and sophisticated single pages application. Now, here I might also add that now with enhancement of software, including single page applications, there are multi-page applications being created on course. Now, Angular is basically a development platform built on TypeScript. TypeScript is a programming language or a JavaScript built language. Now, this also includes component-based framework, well-integrated libraries, a suite of developer tools which will help you build, test, develop, and update all of your code. Going back to the history of Angular versions, the first ever version of Angular was called AngularJS. Now, again, it was developed by Google in the year 2010. I may also add here, Google is the official developer of Angular, developing all upcoming versions. Soon, Angular got its popularity as the static HTML pages could be turned into interactive using AngularJS. This again obviously came with a lot of drawbacks, and here Angular 2 succeeded the AngularJS version. Again, since JavaScript version had a lot of pitfalls, a TypeScript-based version was introduced. This was the latest version of Angular version. With this, the versions just kept upgrading. The latest version being Angular 12, Angular 4 is the most popular one. Now looking at some of the statistics, according to a survey held in 2018, Angular is the second most frequently used technology in the frameworks, libraries, and other technologies. When I mean Angular, it includes both AngularJS and Angular. Another survey told that about 36.9% of the engineers accepted using AngularJS or Angular 2 version to create impressive user interfaces. Now, talking about the future releases of Angular, since the version 9 of Angular, the team has moved all new applications to use the Ivy compiler and runtime. Each version is said to be backward compatible. Now, it's also said that official developing company has owed to release 2 upgrades per year. Now, since AngularJS is the first version, let's get to know more about it. AngularJS is a toolset for building the framework which is most suited to your application development. It is basically a JavaScript-based open source front-end web framework that will help you to develop single-page application. So this will help you create an environment with features like extraordinary expressive, readable, and quick to develop for applications that you want to build. So initially, HTML is great for declaring static documents, but it falters when you try to use it for declaring dynamic views in web application. Now this is where AngularJS lets you extend HTML vocabulary for your applications. Now here you can see JavaScript-based files to develop an application using AngularJS. As you may already know, that JavaScript is basically a text-based programming language used both on client-side and server-side, which will allow you to make web applications interactive. Now moving on, we have some of the features of AngularJS. Now along with the features mentioned here, they also have features like dependency injection, increased productivity, along with some negative features like not browser specific. Now speaking of more upgraded version of Angular, as you already know by now, Angular is an application design framework and development platform for creating efficient and sophisticated single page applications. Now Angular is basically a TypeScript based open source web application framework. Here I may also add that it is a completely rewritten framework that is taken from the same team that built AngularJS. Now, Angular is a platform that includes many features like component-based framework, which helps you in building scalable web applications. And then we have collection of well-integrated libraries. Now also suite of developer tools to help you develop, build, test, and even upgrade your code. Now here you can see TypeScript-based files that's been used to develop an application using Angular. So TypeScript is a programming language developed for large application that transcompiles to JavaScript. Now speaking of features of Angular, apart from the ones you see here on the screen, there are many others such as it lets maximum number of users, it's very simple and expressive, data binding, and it has fastest loading capacity. Now let's look at the factors that differentiate AngularJS from Angular. Firstly, you have architecture. Now AngularJS supports model view control architecture. The business logic goes in the model, the desired output goes into the controller, and the Angular handles rest of the processing. AngularJS generates the model pipelines automatically. On the contrary, Angular's building blocks are components and derivatives that follow a preset template. They give applications a modern framework, making it easier to design and maintain large applications. Now here in Angular, they use view model kind of architecture. You may call it as MVVM. Secondly, we have language differentiating the both. As we've already come across by now, the AngularJS uses JavaScript and Angular uses TypeScript. Next, we have dependency injection. In JavaScript-based Angular dependency injection, it occurs via various link functions, controller functions, and derivative definitions. Angular, on the other hand, uses declaration, constructor functions, and provides a hierarchical dependency injection architecture. Now we have Angular CLI, or your command line interface, which is used for generating components, services, etc., and even complete projects quickly and efficiently. I may mention here that AngularJS does not use command line interface while Angular uses command line interface. Now, speaking of expression syntax wise, syntax is the set of rules by which the words and symbols and expressions are correctly combined. Angular is more intuitive in that regard, while AngularJS is not. Now, speaking of performance wise, Angular is much faster than AngularJS. Two-way binding is something which was made originally for AngularJS, and it keeps checking each scoped variable with its previous value using digest cycle. In contrast, Angular has a flux architecture where change detection is done through unidirectional data flow, making the application much faster. Now, speaking on compatibility wise, AngularJS does not provide mobile development, but Angular does, and hence it is mobile compatible. Now, let's dive into the advantages and disadvantages of AngularJS. JavaScript is much easier and faster to learn, and hence AngularJS became easier. But on the contrary, if the application has JavaScript disabled, the application will not run on it. Next, speaking of MVC architecture, the MVC architecture of AngularJS separates data from design, but the con is that the developers must be familiar with MVC architecture to use AngularJS. Some more advantages are added to AngularJS, like it supports faster coding and prototyping, decreasing development times immensely. Clean and organized coding makes AngularJS codes highly reusable. Two-way data binding facilitates faster and easier data binding. Now, taking a look at perks and cons of Angular, the components of an Angular application are quite independent and self-sufficient, which makes them reusable and test-friendly. But TypeScript is hard for everyone to learn, and many developers are not compatible with statistically typed languages. Speaking of perks, the independent components are easier to replace, maintain, and scale up. Again, with that, command line interface of Angular is an incomplete document. Angular is at least 5 times faster than AngularJS due to a much better algorithm for data binding and a component-based architecture. Now, these features may make highly syncable client side and server side of content, while the con is that components are managed in very complex way. Now, again, as mentioned earlier, it is highly browser and mobile compatible, but CLI documentation is not complete, which will make it harder for developer to use Angular. Now, finally, let's understand the latest and better version and why is it so. If you have a fairly simple and straightforward application to develop, AngularJS can make development faster, easier. It surely helps in speeding up your applications, responsive web applications with highly responsive designs. Angular, on the other hand, provides the best alternative for building large and complex applications. TypeScript improves the maintainability of code as well as overall performance of Angular. Applications using Angular are more scalable. As you can see here in the picture, AngularJS will help you in increasing the speed, while Angular will help you in increasing the scalability. Now, finally, to conclude, it's pretty evident that Google chose to shift TypeScript, which helped in increase overall performance of application, and hence TypeScript-based Angular framework is better in the enterprise level, making it more demandable.
In our previous module, we covered the basics of Angular. Next, we'll explore Angular CLI, where you learn how to use command line tools to set up and manage Angular projects efficiently.
GUI, or the graphical user interface, is a visual way that allows users and developers to interact with the electronic devices such as computers and mobiles. This is done using components such as windows, graphical icons, text fields, etc. GUI is comparatively more user-friendly than a text-based command line interface such as MS-DOS and shell operating systems. A beginner can easily handle GUI due to its flexibility. The appearance of a GUI can be altered or modified whenever the user wants to do so. Also, the performance is quite impressive, but GUIs come with functional issues. So talking about the issues of a GUI consumes a huge computer memory as it is user-friendly but not resource optimized. This in turn makes the GUI slower on older devices. There is also an increase in complexity of designs, and therefore it is more difficult to develop and becomes very expensive for hardware support. Loads of time is consumed to design and develop a good-looking interface. For this reason, there might be chances that a bad interface could be designed, which makes it difficult for the user to understand. A GUI also requires more system resources because of the elements that require loading, such as icons and fonts. As a result of this, the developers who preferred the performance and efficiency shifted to the command line interface, or the CLI. The command line interface, or the CLI, is a user interface that is used in a text format, that is commands, to perform various tasks like viewing and managing files. It allows the user to type single-line commands into the interface, which is used in operating systems. In CLI, the information is shown or presented to the user in plain text and files. A simple example of CLI is your command prompt. So moving on towards the benefits of CLI consumes very low memory, or the RAM. This is because it makes use of single-line commands. CLI is much faster and more efficient compared to GUI. The reason behind this is the use of keyboard. CLI makes use of the keyboard, whereas GUI makes use of both mouse and the keyboard. The CPU processing time for CLI is very less when compared to GUI, and the data is transferred quite fast. CLI also comes in very cheap as it requires lower screen resolution. So coming towards the Angular CLI. Earlier, using AngularJS, it was quite hefty task for a large project to organize the code, loading of the JavaScript files, debugging code, etc. This made the developers very difficult to handle the web applications using AngularJS. Therefore, to solve this issue, AngularJS was completely rewritten and it was named as Angular. With this new conversion from AngularJS to Angular, the Angular CLI was introduced and TypeScript was used instead of JavaScript. Talking in precise about the Angular CLI is a command line interface tool that can be used to develop and generate Angular projects, produce components, services, and modules with just single line commands. It also helps in the reduction of application size of Angular, which offers enhanced development experience. Not just that, it also offers a clean coding feature of TypeScript. This eventually has led to the ease in developers' life, and therefore, more and more developers are getting attracted towards the Angular CLI. So now let's move on and see how you can actually install the Angular CLI. The Angular CLI can be installed using the Node Packet Manager or the NPM. Now for this, you'll have to make sure that Node.js is installed on your systems. In case you're not familiar with this, you can check out the Angular 8 tutorial video. Once you've installed Node, all you have to do is open your command prompt, and over here, just type in the command npm install -g, which stands for global, @Angular CLI. This command is going to install the latest version of Angular CLI globally. In case you do not specify the -g extension, the Angular CLI will not be visible globally. This is going to take a while, guys. So now the Angular CLI has been installed. You can ignore the message that you see on the screen. It just says that a new minor version of Node has been released and it asks for its update. For now, I'm just going to ignore this and I'll just clear the screen. So after you've installed the Angular CLI, you can check for its version. To do that, simply type in ng:\version. This command is going to check the version of Angular CLI that is installed on your systems. So as you can see on the screen, the Angular CLI that I'm using is 9.0.1. In case you want to know what this versioning tells in detail, check out the Angular 9 video from Edureka. Now, in case you faced any issues while installing Angular, you can simply type in the command ng:\help-serve. This command will give you an online support by the Angular team. So let me just type in the command, which is ng:\help-serve. Now, if you're wondering what ng is, ng actually stands for Angular. All the commands of the Angular CLI begin with ng. So here it is. As you can see, all the commands that you can use along with the Angular CLI have been described over here. So I'll just clear the screen. And now we shall see how you can create a project using the Angular CLI. To create a new project using the Angular CLI, simply type in the command ng:\new, followed by the name of your application or your project. In this case, I'll just call it as my first project. The moment you hit enter, you'll encounter two questions. The first question would be if you'd like to add routing to your Angular project. Now, personally, I'd recommend you guys to add routing to your project as it helps in navigating through your application. So I'm going to type in yes, and I'll hit enter. The second question that you encounter is regarding the style sheet. Since I'm comfortable with CSS, I'll just hit enter for CSS. So now it's going to take a while for it to create a new project. So as you can see, our project has been successfully created. Now what I'm going to do is get into my project. So for that, I'll just type in cd and the name of my project, which was my first project. And I'll just open this using the Visual Studio Code. In case you do not know how to install Visual Studio Code, you can refer to the Angular 8 tutorial video from Edureka. So as you can see over here, my first project has been created with a number of files and folders. The details of each of these files and folders has also been explained in the Angular 8 tutorial video, and I strongly recommend you guys to check out that video. So whenever you create a new project using the Angular CLI, you will get a pre-made project to start off. In order to view this project, you can simply type in the ng:\serve command, which is going to serve your application on the browser's localhost port number 4200. So I'll just get back to my command prompt. And over here, I'll just type in ng:\serve-o. Now the -o, or the open extension, is going to run this project by default on the localhost port number 4200. This is going to take a while again, so forward it. So this is an additional question that you see in Angular 9. So all Angular wants to do is collect some anonymous information, and that is to check the compatibility of your commands and the time taken for the development of project. So since this project is not going to be a very confidential one, I'll just hit Y and hit enter. However, if you wish to change your mind, Angular also gives you an option of undoing this by simply changing the ng Analytics project configuration to off. The -o extension that I've given over here is optional. You can also run the ngserve command without specifying the -o or the ~open extension. So as you can see over here, this is the default or the welcome page from Angular. So as you can see on the screen, it says that my first project app is running. Now all you have to do to create your own application is modify this project as per your requirements. Since the main focus of this session is to understand the Angular CLI, I'm not going to go into the depth of creating and modifying your projects. For that, you can check out the other Angular 8 videos from Edureka. So now let's get back to the command prompt. So the next thing that I'll show you guys over here is the installation of Angular materials. Angular materials or the user interface components help you design your application in a structured manner that attracts users and makes it easier to access the elements or the components present in your application. Angular materials also help in designing your applications beautifully with unique styles and shapes. To add on Angular materials using the Angular CLI, type in the command ng add @angular /materials/material. I just missed an @ symbol over here. So when you do this, it will ask you to choose a pre-built theme. Now in my case, I'll just choose Indigo Pink and I'll hit enter. In case you choose the custom theme, you can customize your theme files, which include all common styles that are used by multiple components. Next up, the Angular CLI asks you if you want to set up global Angular material topography. In this case, I'll just say yes. Next up, it's going to ask you if you would like to set up the browser animations for Angular material. You can choose any option of your choice, but in my case, I'll just hit yes. These Angular animations are going to make your application more fun and easy to use. It will also improve your application and the user experience, which attracts user attention.
Here is a quiz question. What command is used to create a new Angular project using Angular CLI? And the options are A. ng-create, B. ng-new, C. ng-generate project, D. ng-start. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. After mastering Angular CLI, which helps in project setup and management, we'll move on to Angular components. Here you'll discover how to create and use components, the core building blocks of Angular applications.
Going through the Angular overview, we all know that our primary goal is to build client-side application with HTML and TypeScript. Well, for that, the most basic building blocks of Angular are ng modules. We'll learn more about it in the upcoming slides. For now, going through the architecture, we see that there are several parts to Angular, such as templates, components, derivatives, metadata, and router services. Templates basically combines HTML with Angular derivatives. And then we have components, which define many views arranged in hierarchical order. And then we have router services, which can be used to find navigational paths among various of your applications, because routers basically provide sophisticated in-browser navigational capabilities. Now, finally, we have metadata here, which is for the component class, and it associates itself with the templates that define a particular view. Now, getting back to ng modules, there is a modular system in Angular application, as it uses its own modules called Angular modules or ng modules. So basically, these modules will collect all your code into functional sets, and therefore the Angular applications are defined by a set of ng modules. Now let's understand why we need components indeed. Here we consider an email application. Now, as we have come across already, that the components actually define views. It is also used to divide UI into smaller parts and which will help in getting the data, which means it'll give you clear view and visibility of applications. Now, this can also increase your accessibility of the applications. Now, as you can see, the one component is something that is marked in the red section, and this will help you have a clear view of UI in Angular. Now we'll understand the advantages of using components over modules. Although modules and components are two different terms in Angular, we need to understand that the components give a clearer view using already existing modules. The module is basically a big container containing small containers such as components, service, and pipes. While speaking of components, it controls a patch of screen called view. Here we can understand that each component can use other components which are declared in the same module. Although it might not be clear as to why components are better, moving ahead we'll get a better vision. Now in terms of HTML, we can explain that module do not control any HTML while components can control them. Also, the decorator used for module is at ngModule and the decorator used for component is at component. Again, in case of modules in Angular, they contain many of them where each is dedicated to a single purpose. While components, they can use components which are declared in the same module. And to use components in other modules, they need to be exported from this module and the module needs to be imported. Now let's understand what components are. The approach of using component keeps the code clean and separates the view from other parts, which means basically each component has actually tree of elements, which means they have HTML template, which actually renders what should be on the page. And then we have TypeScript, which is the set of code that defines the behavior. And then we have metadata, which is CSS selector for styling purposes. Now, seeing the relationship between component and template, we understand that there is an interlinkage. Because actually speaking, a template is something that helps in creation of components. Now there is a hierarchical view defined by a particular component that is hosted by other components. A companion template will always define a components view. Basically, a template is nothing but a form of HTML which will tell Angular how to render a component. Now that we know what components are, let's look into the benefits of using them. So firstly, it gives us a very good in-browser navigational capacities. Meaning, as I mentioned earlier, components actually ranges from router services, which will eventually help you define navigational paths among views, and hence it can be used to provide in-browser navigational capabilities. Also, web component ecosystem can be maintained, which is basically it can be used to provide coordination between frameworks, and which in turn will help us maintain the web component ecosystem. And this will also make it reusable. Now, we've already established that there is a link between template and component. Here, the component will have a template that can be used for entire markup separately. Now, this will make it more feasible. Also, since components are built using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, it is platform independent because it can run on different browsers. Now again, there are many more benefits which you can find it online if you looked up. But for now, let's look at the real-time use case scenario. Now, video streaming is one of the main applications using components due to their excellent streaming capacity. Now, they help you in streaming applications like YouTube, PlayStations, etc. Now we have real-time data applications like weather forecast. So you can basically forecast your weather using components. Now again, you have many more e-commerce applications such as Amazon, which can be developed using components. Now also we have numerous user-generated content portal that can be created, and users can also put forward news and things like this using components. Now let's understand the creation of components with a demonstration. Now here I've considered Visual Studio Code. Again, if you need to understand installation and setup, I would insist you to watch our full course video on Angular. Now we've already come across that template HTML, class CSS, and TypeScript code forms a component. Now here, as you can see, there is an app component that has been created with creation of this particular application. So basically we need to make a note that app component is a root component. Now when app component is created, there is a set of files along with the component that is created, which is a CSS file for the component, an HTML file for the component, TypeScript file for the component. Along with it, there is a small file called spec file, which has been created for testing purposes. Now let's consider the app component TypeScript file. Now here you can see there is a component metadata and associated class to this particular component. Also, if you notice, the class name is app component because this class is associated with our component. Now this class can also have properties, but here I've not considered any properties and hence it is empty. Now coming back to the component, the set of metadata here is selector, which has app root. Now this app root is actually used as a custom tag in index.html, that is a main HTML file here, because as soon as you encounter this particular custom tag in the index.html file, the component is being rendered into the Angular CLI. Now, going back to the app component.ts, we have template URL, which basically contains HTML file for our component. Now, going into the HTML file, we see that we have a message that we need to be displaying. Now, again, in the TypeScript file, we also have style URLs, which contains basically a styling file or a CSS file for this component. Now, since we have not given any particular styling for this message that has been displayed, it is empty. Again, if you want to style, you can give some stylings. Now, this is about the component, which has the decorator at component. Now, let's understand more about component by creation of the component. Now, for creating the component, you're supposed to use a command called ng space g space c and your component name. Now, say for example, I say my component name is demo. Here, G meaning generate, C meaning component. So we are generating a component here. Now, ng space G space C space the component name. I say enter. Now here, it might take some time to create the component. Now, as you can see, the component is being created. Along with it, there are a set of files that has been created here. There is a HTML file, a TypeScript spec file, and then a component TypeScript file, and then a CSS file. Now, let's get into the demo. That is the component that we just now created. Now, opening the TypeScript file, we again see by default, thanks to Angular CLI, we have component metadata that has been created and then associated class. Demo component is the name of the class. Also, there are some properties that has been created. We should also note, along with creation of the components, there is some updates made to the app component. Now here, they say there is an update made in app.module.typescript. Now let's look into it. Now going to the app.module.ts, we see that demo component is being added as the declaration in the ng module. Now, along with that, they have also imported the demo as the component. Now, hence we have encountered the updates already made in the app component. Let's get back to our demo TypeScript file. Now, as I mentioned earlier, selector uses this attribute called app demo. This should be mentioned in our main index.html file for it to render the component. So I'm going to be mentioning the app demo as a custom tag because I want my custom tag to be identified so that my component is being rendered. Now I save this. Now going back to demo.component, I also should make sure this component is being run in my app.html, which is the component file for HTML. Here, again, I'm using my app demo as the custom tag to make sure that my message in the just created component will be displayed. Now going back to the TS file, here I also see there is a HTML file as I mentioned earlier. Let's look into it. Now because of our Angular CLI's property, there is a default message that is being typed when you create the Angular component, that is demo works. Now also CSS is empty here as well. Now if you will, you can give a property to CSS for styling, but here let me leave it alone for time being. Now CSS, now as I mentioned, styling URL contains CSS file. Now let's look into the output indeed. Now I say ng serve, enter. Now the compilation is done, and this is what we have. We have demo works, which is being displayed, the message that we have actually given in our components HTML file, and then we have this in our app HTML file. Now let's see the changes that we can actually do to this particular component. Considering the selector first, we can actually define this particular component as a div as well. For that, you need to give this as a class instead of an attribute. So here I just say dot app demo, which will define this as class. Again, since I have defined this as class, it will show error as I have to change in my app component. Now this is no more a custom tag. I am going to specify this as a class. Now you can see it works the same. Now again, going back to our TypeScript file, you can also define this in a square bracket, which will take it as an attribute instead of custom tag. Now again, I'll be changing this in our app component HTML as an attribute. Now if I save and see, works the same. Now again, going back to the TypeScript, let's see how we can change our template. Now we can actually specify this HTML as our inline template. Let's look at how this happens. Now when you're specifying inline template, I am going to change this as template in the back quotes. Instead of file, I'm going to give a div tag over here. Say sample message. Close the div tag. And here, this is displayed as inline message. Now let's see if this will work. Works the same. As I said, sample message is displayed here. Now I've used backtext here because in inline, there are chances that you will bring the div one line after another. And when you do that, there are chances the message is not being displayed. And hence, keeping the div tag and the whole inline text in backtext, it will always help you give a better view. Now, in case of styling also, you can change this and make a different type of defining. Again, I'm going to define this within a backtext, a pair of backtext indeed. Here, I'm going to define a particular color. Now, as I said, since you have used backtext, you can always jump to next line. This attribute should be style. Works. So these are the different ways of defining the particular component that you have declared. Now again, using these features of component, we can create many applications to make it visibly delight.
It's time for another question. How do you handle events in an Angular component? And the options are A. Using double curly braces, B. Using parentheses, C. Using square brackets, D. Using both square brackets and parentheses. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. In the previous module, we learnt about creating and using components. Now we'll dive into Angular templates. where you'll see how to structure and design the user interface within your components.
Firstly, understanding what template is. So you know in your application that there is a section of HTML that you can include as part of the page that the browser displays. Now this part is Angular template. So in other words, a template is a snippet of HTML which tells Angular how to render a particular component in your application. So you'll see a lot of component here while we learn about templates, as templates and components are interlinked. Speaking of, you can actually define a components view with its companion template. Meaning a template is a form of HTML that tells Angular how to render the component. Which brings us to the relationship between a component and a template. Now this hierarchical diagram here, we will understand that for a particular application in Angular, there will always be a root component and hence a root template, as template is an entity in a component. Now there's one component, say A, another component called B, where both emerge from the root component and they are called child components. Now this has an associate template respectively. Now again, these child components may produce another component which will be grandchild component to the root component, making the associated template as grandchild template. Moving on, looking at this diagram, it's pretty evident that there is an association between templates and components with help of metadata which actually defines a particular view. Also, it should be noted that component defines a view hierarchy which contains embedded views hosted by other components. Now we've already come across the metadata and its association to templates with components. Along with that, we should note that metadata associates via inline code or by reference. Also, a component and its template describes a view. Speaking of views, let's discuss the association of templates and views. Now, views are often organized in hierarchical structure, which will allow you to edit or show and hide entire UI parts or pages as a group. Now, the host view of component is defined by template that is immediately associated with it. Now, since we have discussed about view hierarchy, let's get deeper into it. A view hierarchy can include views from components in the same ng modules. Ng module is an annotation used for modules. Also, it can include views from components that are defined in different ng modules. There are some key pointers we should consider about view hierarchy. That is, it is a tree of related views that can act as one independent unit. And the second thing is that the root view is often called component's host view. And finally, it plays an important role in Angular change detection. Now, although everything here is associated directly to component, again, it should be noted that template is a part of component and hence all the features will be associated to template as well. Now let's look into the types of templates. First type is the inline template, which is defined by placing the HTML code in backticks and is linked to the component metadata using property template. So here the template is associated with component's host view. The second type is the template file. Here the template is defined in separate HTML file and it is linked to the component's metadata using property called template URL. Now moving on, let's understand about template variables. So basically there are perks of using template variables here in templates. They actually help you to reuse data from one portion of template in another. Also with them, you can actually perform tasks such as respond to user input or finely tune your forms of your application. Now you will have a question as to what template variables are. So they can actually range from your DOM element within a template to your directive. Now directive is something that will manipulate your HTML, head and body. Also it can be an element or template reference or even a web component. Now naturally we need syntax for creating a template. Within a template, you can actually use special syntax to leverage many of the Angular features. So firstly, when you generate an Angular application with Angular CLI, the app.component.html file is the default template which contains the placeholder as HTML. Now the template syntax guides to show you how you can control the UI by coordinating data between the class and the template. Now again, there are many of such guides for template syntax depending on the task that you want to perform. Now one such example is DOM, your document object model. So here Angular helps you get and set DOM values dynamically with features such as built-in template functions, variables, event listening, or even data binding. Also, it should be noted that almost all HTML syntax is basically a valid template syntax. Now finally, let's look at some of the templates that are freely available. Material Dashboard is a template that is established on Bootstrap 4 and Angular 9. Now Paper here is the Angular template with a minimal and creative experience. Now whenever you need to kickstart a project, you need an admin dashboard template. Here, you could use a light Bootstrap dashboard Angular. Now UI dashboard Angular here is something that is a right combination of elements, page layout, components, and even styling for that matter. Now let's understand the creation of components with a demonstration. Again, if you need to understand the installation and setup, I would insist you to watch the full course video. Now let's understand the creation of templates. So firstly, when an application is created, there is a component file that has been loaded along with this application. Now this component file is a bunch of files like TypeScript, CSS, and HTML. When there is a component decorator, as in TypeScript file, a template is being loaded and this is a part of this component. Now based on Angular CLI, that is your command line interface, the template uses template URL as HTML file. Now this is a property of the component which helps you store the HTML related information. Now as we've already discussed, instead of template URL, you can also use another form that is called inline function where the property changes to template instead of template URL. Now we'll learn more about it. Firstly, let's understand the creation of template. Now here, as I mentioned, HTML file is being loaded. Let's look into the HTML file. Now you can see whatever message you want to be typing is being present in the HTML file. Now going back to TypeScript file, as I said, you can also have inline way of printing HTML related information. Now for that, you have to do is I give the property as template, and instead of the file location, I'm going to say the message that I want to be typing. Say H1, I say demo message, and I close the tag. Now I save it. Let's look into the output. As you can see, demo message has been typed here. Now coming back here, as we have theoretically already discussed that if we need to give messages in multiple lines, we need to be using backtext and single quotes won't help. Let's see what will happen if we give it in single quotes. Say I give this way, it's not even considering as inline template. Now hence, I'm going to display this as something in between backtext and remove the single. Now I save this, works the same. Next, we're going to learn something called as interpolation, that is defining dynamic data. Now how this works is, there is a class associated with a component. Now in this class, you can actually define different properties. Now here what I'm going to do is, I'm going to define a property called title. Let's say I am saying this as app works. It's just a demo message. You can actually give anything that you want. And when you give this, to call this particular property, you're supposed to mention either here in your inline template or in your HTML file. Now, since I'm not going to HTML file and I'm displaying all my messages through inline template, let me just give it here. What I'm supposed to be doing is, within a curly braces, I'm going to define this property. Now, if I say save, this works. So this is used for dynamically displaying your data. Now you don't necessarily have to type your given message here. Instead, you just define the property and call that property. Now you can actually display this title property in HTML file as well. How we do that is, as before, you need to define this as a template URL as the property. Now just call the file. Now I go to HTML file. Instead of this, I just say title in curly braces. Now I save this. Now to define this in the HTML file, all we have to do is change the property here. I give it as URL, and instead of backtext inline message, I define the file location. I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, and then change this as HTML. Now go to HTML. Here what you're supposed to do is, as you have defined it as dynamic title property, I am going to define title property here as well. I say title, save this file as well. Now this works. Say you want to define an object. Now, if you have to define an object, the property here that you have to mention is my object. I say my object, and I can give any particular property for here. Let's say, do not specify any kind of colon. Now, if I want to specify any particular object, I say my property is going to be object, and the specifications could be anything. I'm going to remove this. And for my object, I'm going to specify, say, color. It's just the attributes that you have to give. You can give anything that you want. I say red. Material. Again, it's just some sample example that I'm taking here. I say soft. Now, I'm going to finish this off by closing this particular bracket. Here, I'm going to have to again come back to the template property and not the URL, because I'm going to be using inline template here. So I'm going to say template and use backtext. Just say paragraph. I'm defining this in a paragraph. Again, for any particular property that you want to specify from your class, you'll always have to use double curly braces. My property is going to be object, and I'm going to close my paragraph. Now, I just save this. Let's see what's going to happen. As you can see, the output that you have is object. Now, this is happening this way because when you specify object and do not specify what object you really want, as in color or material, it's going to display as object. Now, say I mention an object property like color. I save this. Here you go. It displays red. Now, this is the property that's been shown here. Now, this way, you can actually display a property called myObject. Now, next we have array. Let's see how we can actually display array property here. For that, I'm going to have to use the property called myArray. Here, as we know, array is supposed to be mentioned within square bracket. Now, I say a. Again, you can give any particular example. I'm just taking vowels here. I just say this, for example. Now here again in template, for displaying array, we should always note that array is being displayed within UL tag. Now, as I've used backtext, I can always jump into next line. Now I say li, which is for array displaying. Now I give ng for let sample array. Now this is again an indicator that I've used for displaying my property array. You can use any particular name you want. I am just saying sample array. I close this and even close the li tag. Now what I'm doing is I'm going to have to call the property myArray. But as you see, I have used sample array for my property. Now, hence, I can use this particular ID to refer to my property. Now, I'd say this. I close my li, close my ul tag, save this. As you can see, A, E, I is being displayed here. Now that's because I specified it as array and I've used all particular necessities for calling this array. Now you may ask, what is ng for? Ng for is a condition for calling array or specifying or assigning a particular array. Now let's move on and see something else that is known as ng template. Now this is again one of the important topic while speaking of templates. Now here what I'm going to be doing is, instead of for, I'm just going to say ng if. Now this is like taking your if condition. Now instead of setting this as let, I'm just going to say if my array, then you also have this condition else. Now why I'm using else is, we'll get to that later. I say I have an ID template and I'm going to specify this as ID template itself. It is just a name that I'm giving to my template. You can give any particular name you want. And I close this condition. So this is if condition, like if my array is this, then type this statement that I'm giving over here. Now here, type the array is present, or just say array is present. Anything is cool. Now, when you specify this, I may have to specify something called as ng template. Now, this is a tag that has been used for us to have else statement. Now, as I've already mentioned, I'm taking ID as ID template. Now, again, this is any name that you can give to your particular template. Close the tag. I say array is empty. And this ng template should be closed. Now I save this. Now it's saying array is present because we know that array is not empty and we have contents in array. Now what if I say array equal to false, specifying that there is nothing in array? Now if I say this and save, it should take me to else. As you can see, it says array is empty. Now this means that ng template works. Now these are some of the basic properties of templates.
Here is another question. Which syntax is used to bind a component property to an element's attribute in Angular templates? And the options are given on the screen. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. Now that you have learned about templates, it's time to explore Angular data binding. In this section, you will learn how to connect your data model to your templates, making your applications interactive.
So what exactly is data binding? Data binding is the mechanism that binds the application's UI or the user interface to the models. Using data binding, the user will be able to manipulate the elements present on the website using the browser. Therefore, whenever some variable has been changed, that particular change must be reflected in the document object model or the DOM. In Angular, data binding defines the interaction between components and the DOM. Data binding has been a part of all Angular versions, starting from AngularJS right through to the latest version, which is Angular 9. So coming towards the types of data binding in Angular. Angular allows both one-way as well as two-way data binding. One-way data binding is a simple type of data binding where you're allowed to manipulate the views through the models. This implies that making changes to the TypeScript code will be reflected in the corresponding HTML. In Angular, one-way data binding can be achieved through interpolation or string interpolation, property binding, and event binding. Two-way data binding, on the other hand, allows synchronization of data in such a way that views can be updated using the models and the models can be updated using the views. This means that your application will be able to share information between a component class and its template. So moving on towards one-way data binding. In one-way data binding, data flows only in one direction, that is, from the models to the views. As mentioned earlier, one-way data binding in Angular can be of three types, that is, interpolation, property binding, and event binding. So talking about interpolation binding. Interpolation binding is used to return HTML output from TypeScript code, that is, from the components to the views. Here, the template expression is specified within double curly braces. Through interpolation, strings can be added into text that is present between HTML element tags and within attribute assignments. These strings are calculated using template expressions. So to show you an example of this, let me just open up my command prompt, and over here, I'll create a new Angular project. To create a new Angular project, all you have to do is type in ng new followed by the name of the project. Okay, so as you can see, you're going to encounter two questions. The first question will be regarding Angular routing. And for that, I've chosen yes. The second question is regarding the style sheet that you would like to prefer. Since I prefer CSS, I'll hit enter for CSS. Okay, so this is going to take a while. In case you guys are very new to Angular, I suggest you should watch the Angular 8 tutorial video from Edureka. Okay, so a project has been created. Now I'll get inside the project directory. And I'll open the same in Visual Studio Code. Okay, so a default project has been created for us from Angular. Now, in case you want to see how this project runs, what I'm going to do is get back to my command prompt. And over here, I'll type in ngserve -o. The ngserve command is going to serve my project on the local host. When you type in an extension -o or --open, it is going to open this project directly on localhost port number 4200. So as you can see on the screen, I've encountered a question. Now, those who are not familiar with Angular 9 might be wondering what this question is all about. Now, this question is regarding collection of anonymous data from the Angular team. Now, they want to do this to serve us better. Since my project does not have anything confidential, I'll just type in Y and I'll hit enter. So as you can see over here, this is the default page that appears when you run your project that you've created. Now, all you have to do is modify this to build your application. So now I'll get back to my project, and over here, I'll open up the app folder present in the source folder. And within this, I'll open the app component.html file, and then I'll delete everything except the last line. Okay, I'll just save this and I'll get back to my development server. Okay, so as you can see over here, nothing is actually present. This is because I just cleared off all the HTML that was present in order to display that default page. Now, what I'm going to do over here is just type in two curly braces, and within this, I'll just specify the title. Now, since I've already told you all before, to make use of interpolation, you'll have to specify the template expression within two curly braces. Now, if you guys are wondering what this title is, I'll open the app component.ts file and show that to you guys. So as you can see on the screen, within the app component class, I have something called as the title. Now, Angular has done this by default. I have the title of my project as ADB. Now, when I save this and get back to my development server, you'll be able to see the title of the project. So as you can see over here, ADB or the title of my project has been returned. So basically, the app component.html file has taken data from the app component.ts file. Now, to show you guys another example of this, I'll just open the app component.ts file. And over here, I'll create two new properties, which is course, and I'll name it as Angular. And another property will be image. Now, within this image, I'll just paste in some random URL. The reason why I'm adding these two properties is to show you guys some more examples using interpolation. I'll just paste in some URL over here. I'll save this, and I'll get back to my app component.html file. Over here, I'll open some paragraph tag, and over here, I'll just type in something. I'll say learn the course name with Edureka. I'll save this, and I'll open my development server. Okay, so as you can see over here, in place of course, I have Angular, which is the name of the course. Similarly, I can also return the image using interpolation. So what I'm going to do is just open up a div tag, and within this, I'll open the image tag, and the source will be the image. I'll save this, I'll get back to my development server. So as you can see over here, the image has been added. Not just this, you can also add in arithmetic expressions using interpolation. So just to show you an example of this, I'll type in 2 * 2. I'll save and I'll get back to my development server. So as you can see over here, I have the result of 2 stars 2, which is 4. So basically, the component property that is specified within the two curly braces will be replaced by Angular with the string value that is associated with that component property. Now, like I've already shown you all, interpolation can be used for different purposes and different requirements. Not just this, Angular also allows you to configure the interpolation delimiter and use something of your choice instead of using the two curly braces. So now talking about property binding. In property binding, the value flows from a component's property into the target element's property. Therefore, property binding can be used to read or pull data from the target elements or to call a method that belongs to that target element. The events that are raised by the element can be acknowledged through event binding, which will be covered later on in this session. So in general, you can say that the component property value will be set to the element property using property binding. Now to show you guys how to make use of property binding, what I'm going to do is just clear off this part. So property binding in Angular is specified using square brackets. So in case I want to display the image using property binding, all I have to do is just make use of square brackets for the source. So I'll just open the image tag and I'll type in source within square brackets. And then I'll specify the name of the property, which is image. Okay, so as you can see over here, I've specified source within square brackets. And over here, there are no two curly braces like the previous example. I'll just save this. I'll get back to my development server. Okay, so as you can see over here, the image has been returned using property binding. I know many of you have noticed that you can use interpolation and property binding interchangeably. In the previous example, I retrieved the same image without using the square brackets, but using the interpolation braces. So one thing I want you all to note over here is that when you need to set element properties to non-string data values, you must use property binding and not interpolation. Okay, so now moving on towards event binding. The event binding feature lets you listen to certain events such as mouse movements, keystrokes, etc. In Angular, event binding can be achieved by specifying the target event with regular brackets on the left-hand side of an equal to sign and the template statement on the right-hand side within quotes. Now to show you guys an example of this, I'll open up my project and over here, I'll just create a button. So I'll just create a div and within this, I'll create a button. So over here, the target event is going to be click and the template statement will be go back. I've not created this function yet. I'll get back to the app component.ts file and over here, I'll just create a go back function. So it's going to be a simple function, which is not really going to return anything. So I'll just type in go back. I'll save this and I'll get back to my development server. Okay, so as you can see over here, a button has been created. Now this button can be clicked, but since I've not specified anything within the function, this button is not doing anything as of now. To know more about this, you can check out the Angular 8 tutorial video from Edureka. Okay, so now moving on towards two-way data binding in Angular. So basically, whenever event binding occurs, an event handler will be set by Angular for the target event. When that particular event gets raised, the template statement is executed by the handler. Generally, receivers are involved with template statements that perform actions in response to the event. Event binding is used to convey information about the event. These data values of information include anything such as string, object, etc. Now let's move on and take a look at two-way data binding. Angular allows two-way data binding that will allow your application to share data in two directions, that is, from the components to the templates and vice versa. This makes sure that the models and the views present in your application are always synchronized. Two-way data binding will perform two things, that is, setting the element property and listening to the element change events. The syntax of two-way data binding is a combination of property binding syntax, that is, the square brackets, and the event binding syntax, which is the regular bracket. So basically, regular brackets will be present within square brackets. According to Angular, this syntax resembles banana in a box. Now to show this to you guys in detail, what I'm going to do is open one of my projects where I've made use of two-way data binding. ng model that you see over here is an example of two-way data binding. Now in this project, you will be able to see that when I make changes in the views, it will be reflected in the models. Now this is because I've made use of two-way data binding over here. So what I'm going to do is just open up my project and over here, I'll try to change the name of the course. So in case I don't make use of two-way data binding, when I make changes to the name over here, it should not be reflected to the name that is present over here. This name is reflected from the models. What I'm going to do is to try to make changes to this. So as you can see, when I make changes to the views, the corresponding change is reflected in the models as well. So this was an example of two-way data binding.
Here is another question. What is data binding in Angular? And the options are A. The process of defining the application's main module. B. The technique of synchronizing data between the component and the view. C. The method of managing lifecycle hooks. D. The use of decorators in the application. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. Having covered data binding, we'll now move on to Angular directives. You will learn how to manipulate the DOM and extend HTML capabilities within your applications.
So what exactly are Angular directives? Angular directives are basically functions that are executed whenever they are discovered on the DOM by the Angular compiler. These directives impart the application's HTML through an advanced syntax. They have distinct names that can either be predefined by Angular or custom names defined by the user itself. A directive class in Angular is defined using the @directive decorator. Directives provide instructions through which the templates transform the DOM dynamically. So now let's move on towards the types of directives. There are basically 4 types of directives in Angular, that is, the component directives, the structural directives, attribute directives, and the custom directives. Components are nothing but a type of directives. The reason why they are defined specially under the @component decorator is that components are very much distinctive and central to Angular. Factually, the @component decorator actually extends the @directive decorator with features that are template-oriented. Whenever you add the selector of the component in the templates, you basically instruct Angular to add all the contents of your component at that particular position. As you all know, whenever a new Angular application is created, the root component or the app component will be created by Angular. When you open the app component.ts file, you will be able to see the selector of the app component or the root component. I have already created a project over here. In case you have any doubts on how to create an Angular project, check out the Angular 8 tutorial from Edureka. So as you can see on the screen, the selector for the root component is present within the @component decorator. This selector will be present in the index.html template by default. Okay, so now let me just open index.html file for you all to see this. So whenever you create a new component, Angular creates the required TypeScript file, the test file, the HTML file, and the CSS file. The selector of the component will be present within the TypeScript file. So now, let me just create a component in order to show this to you all. To create components in Angular, you need to make use of the ng-component command. So I'll just open up the command prompt and I'll type ng generate component, and you can give any name to this, so I'll just name it as new comp. So I will just copy the selector and I will add it to the app-component.html file. Okay, so now moving on towards the structural directives. In Angular, structural directives are used to alter or manipulate the DOM. This is done by either adding, changing, or removing the elements. A single element can have only one structural directives. Some of the most common examples of structural directives are ng-for, ng-if, and ng-switch. Before getting into the details of each of these, let me first tell you guys about the ng-template element of Angular. The ng-template element is used to render HTML in Angular, but this element is never visible directly. Therefore, before the views get rendered, Angular will replace this ng-template element along with its content with a comment. If the view does not have any structural directive and you simply encase some elements in the ng-template element, those elements will disappear. So let me just show you guys how this works. So what I'm going to do over here is just write welcome to Edureka and encase 2 within the ng-template tag. Okay, so just within the h2 tag, I'll write welcome. And within ng-template tag, I'll write 2. And within an h2 tag again, I'll write Edureka. So now I'm going to save this and type ngserve-o in the command prompt. As you can see on the screen, the 2 from welcome to Edureka is missing. So now let's move on and understand the working of ngIf, ngFor, and ngSwitch directives. One of the simplest structural directives is ngIf. This directive basically acts according to the given condition. In case the condition is evaluated to true, a copy of the element will be added to the DOM. Otherwise, the HTML element will be removed. Structural directives are preceded by an asterisk symbol. You can write the ngIf directive by setting it to a string. For example, if you want to print the name of some fruit, what I'm going to do is just open up a div tag, and then I'll make use of star ngIf. And I'll set this to a string, that is fruit. Class over here will be name. And since I want to print the name of the fruit, I'll just write fruit.name within the interpolation brackets. So as you can see, the star ngIf directive is set to a string, and this string is called as a microsyntax. Microsyntax allows you to configure the directive in a friendly manner. Angular internally converts this directive as follows. As you can see on the screen, star ngIf gets moved by the ngTemplate element, and the rest of the content, including the class, is moved within the ngTemplate element itself. I will create a small demo project and explain both ngIf and ngFor after we understand the working of ngFor. Okay, so ngFor. The ngFor directive is called as a repeater directive. This directive will repeat for every element present in the given list. Just like we saw for ngIf, ngFor also gets transformed by Angular from the asterisk syntax to the ngTemplate element. Star ngFor is much complicated compared to star ngIf because it has many more dependencies which can be both mandatory and optional dependencies. So in this example, the ngFor class requires a looping variable, that is the fruit, and the list, that is the fruits list. To show you guys an example of both star ngIf and star ngFor, I will create a small Angular application. Okay, within this application, I will create a new file called as the fruit.ts file. So what I'm going to do is just right-click on the app folder and type in the name of the file, that is fruit.ts. Now within this file, I will create an interface. Okay, so export, interface, and the name of the interface, which is fruit. Now within this, I'll have two properties, that is the ID and the name. So ID will be number, and name will be of type string. So once this is done, I will create another fruitlist.ts file that will hold the list of fruits. The first thing that I will have to do over here is import the fruit interface from the fruits.ts file. So just import fruit from fruits. Then I will create the list of fruits . So the first fruit will have ID number 1, and the name will be apple. The second fruit will have ID 2, and the name will be anything. Say, for example, mango. Next, I will open the app module.ts file, and then I'll add the forms module to it. So import forms module from Angular forms. I should also include it within imports. So I'll just import forms module. Okay. Next, I'll open the new comp.ts file, add two new properties, that is fruits and the selected fruit. Next, I'll create a new function, that is the onSelect function, which will return the details of the selected fruit. So onSelect fruit, which is of type fruit, and return type will be void. This dot selected fruit equals fruit. Okay, so now I'll open the new comp.component.html file. Over here, I'm going to paste the code that I have already written for ngIf and ngFor. Okay, so I'll save this and I'll get back to my development server. Okay, so as you can see on the screen, I have the list of fruits that are available. When I click on any of these fruits, you'll be able to see the details of them. So I hope you guys have understood till here. The next structural directive that we'll learn is the star ngSwitch directive. The *ng switch directive is used to add or remove templates from the DOM. This is done by specifying an expression that is to be matched. The *ng if directive is actually a set of collaborating directives. The expression that is required to be matched will be specified using the ng switch case directive within the same container element. So what I'm going to do is just paste the code that I have already written. This code will produce the list of fruits within the drop-down list, and I will be able to select any of them. Okay, so I'll just save this and I'll get back to my development server. Okay, so as you can see on the screen, I have a drop-down list and a message saying no fruit selected. When I click on any of these, I will get the corresponding message instead of no fruit selected, which is the default case message. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood till here. Now moving on towards attribute directives. Attribute directives are used to modify the behavior or appearance of some existing element, component, or some other directives. As the name suggests, these directives are utilized as attributes of elements within templates, and they resemble the HTML attributes. One of the most common examples is the ng model directive. This directive is used for two-way data binding. It is commonly used to modify the behavior of an existing element that is usually the input element. ng model sets the input element's display value property, and it will also respond to change events that take place. For instance, consider the ng model directive used in the previous example. Okay, so as you can see on the screen, I've made use of the ng model directive. And this directive is used within the input tag. So what basically happens over here is, in case I make changes to the name of the fruit on the views, it will get reflected in the models as well. So let me just get back to my development server. Okay, so what I'm going to do over here is try to change the name of Apple. Okay, so as you can see, when I make changes to the name of Apple, the corresponding change is reflected in the name of the fruit present in the models as well. This is an example of two-way data binding. Here, the models are modified using the views. The ng model directive is a part of form control module. The form control module is used to keep a track of validation status, the value, and the user interaction in order to keep the models in sync with the views. So now moving on towards the custom attribute directives. The minimum requirement for an attribute directive is a class with the @directive decorator. This class contains the selector that will identify the attribute. To create this directive class, using the Angular CLI, you just have to type in the command ng generate directive followed by the name of the directive. So what I'm going to do is just open up the command prompt, and over here I'll type ng generate directive my directive. So this will create two files, that is the directive.ts file and the directive.spec.ts file. These are the TypeScript and the test files respectively. The directives that you create should be declared within the modules, just like how it is done for components. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just open up the app-module.ts file to show this to you guys. Okay, so as you can see, the directive that I've just created has been auto-imported. This is due to the auto-import extension that I've added. In case you do not have this extension, you will have to manually declare it. I'll just open the mydirective.ts file. The @directive decorator consists of a single configuration property that specifies this directive's CSS attribute selector. In this case, it's app mydirective. The square brackets are used to make it an attribute selector. Whenever some element is found to have app mydirective attribute in the templates, Angular will apply the logic of this directive to that element. The first letter of the attribute directive is capitalized to avoid conflict with standard HTML attributes. Not just this, it also avoids conflict with the names of third-party attributes. The app prefix is added by the Angular CLI. Below the @directive metadata is the collector class called as myDirective directive. This class will hold the logic for this directive. You can also export myDirective directive to make it accessible. So in order to modify this file, I'll make use of the element ref, which is a wrapper around some native elements inside the views present in Angular core library. Here, the element ref wrapper is specified within the constructor in order to inject a reference to the host DOM element, that is, the element to which the app myDirective has been applied. Okay, so I already have a code over here. I'll just paste it and I'll save this. To demonstrate how this works, I'll just open up the app component.html file. And over here, I'll open a div tag. Within that, I'll open an h1 tag, write app myDirective, and within this, I'll just write hello world. Okay, I'll just save this. So basically, in this code, the app myDirective attribute is detected by Angular on the host h1 tag. Then, Angular creates an instance of myDirective directive class. It then injects a reference of h1 element into the directives constructor, which sets the h1 element's background style to red. Okay, so I'll just save this. So now I'll just type in ngserve and I'll open the development server. Okay, so as you can see on the screen, Hello World has been highlighted with a red color. Since I've specified the element's background color to be red, you can further configure the CSS according to your preferences.
After exploring directives, we'll next explore Angular dependency injection. This module will show you how to manage dependencies in your applications, making your code more modular and testable.
So what exactly is dependency injection? In Angular, dependency injection is a vital application design pattern. In this coding pattern, classes are injected with the required dependencies rather than hard coding them within the class itself. These dependencies are usually objects or services that are required by the component class. So when exactly should you use DI or dependency injection? As mentioned earlier, dependency injection is a robust technique that can be incorporated into the logic of an Angular application in multiple situations. Some of such scenarios can be when you have to inject some data related to the configuration information such as URLs, drivers, usernames, passwords, etc., when multiple components have the same dependency, or when you need to inject distinct implementations of the same dependency into one or more components, or when you have to make use of different instances of the same component with distinct configurations. So now that you have a basic idea of when to use DI, let me also tell you guys that it is not always necessary to use it. In case you know that your application will never require different implementations or configurations, you can simply skip dependency injection. So now let's move on and see what are the drawbacks of not using DI. I've already mentioned a number of cases where dependency injection is very useful. So what happens when you do not use it in these scenarios? To explain this, let me give you an example. Let's say we have a mobile class that depends on other classes, that is the processor class, the display class, and the camera class. All the three classes, that is the processor class, the display class, and the camera class, are being initialized within the constructor of the mobile class itself. So in this case, if you make changes to any of the classes, that is the processor, display, or the camera class, you will have to make the corresponding changes within the constructor of the mobile class as well. So this clearly shows that our code is not flexible. Each time you make change to the dependency, you will have to modify the mobile class as well. Also, this code cannot be used for testing purposes. The reason is that when you are testing, you give various different parameters and check whether your application is functioning correctly or not. So in this case, testing cannot be used. So using dependency injection as a design pattern to solve this problem. So like I've already told you all, when you make use of dependency injection, the class will not define its dependencies, but it will acquire them from external sources. So we can rewrite the code for the mobile class we saw previously. In this case, the dependencies are no more created by the mobile class, but it takes them from elsewhere. So as you can see, processor, display, and camera are passed as a parameter to the constructor rather than instantiating it within the constructor itself. This way, we will be able to solve both the issues we saw earlier. The reason is, you will have the space to make changes to all the dependencies easily. All you have to do is define the parameter and then pass it as a dependency. Therefore, we can conclude that using dependency injection makes the code very efficient and usable, binds loosely coupled components effectively, increases modularity, applications become flexible and robust, and also it's easy to test and maintain your applications. Dependency injection as a framework. So until this stage, you have understood that by creating dependencies outside the mobile class, you can make changes to the dependencies without having to change the mobile class itself. As you all know, the parameters you are using over here need to be defined before you actually use them. In the previous example, we just had 3 dependencies for the mobile class, but in real, you will have a lot more. You will have many other dependencies such as RAM, memory, hard disk, speaker, microphone, etc. Therefore, it is very clear that it gets really difficult to manage the code as the number of dependencies increase. This is where the DI framework or the dependency injection framework intervenes. This framework includes an injector, which is the container that is used to register all your dependencies. This way, the DI framework will manage all the dependencies of your application. Okay, so before moving on further in this session, let us understand what is a service in Angular. Services in Angular can be anything such as values, functions, or features that are required by the Angular application. Service classes have a narrow and well-defined purpose. Components can delegate tasks to services. These services can perform any task like returning output, fetching data from the given URL,
checking the validity of the user's input, etc. An injectable service class can be configured to do any of these tasks for any component in your application. Not just this, your application can also be made more versatile by injecting distinct providers of similar kind of services. So what is the need to have services? A component class is meant to follow the single responsibility principle, which is to control the views. This is the reason why services are kept separate from the component. Another advantage is that when you create a service, you'll be able to make use of them anywhere they are required. Therefore, you do not have to rewrite the code, keeping it free from redundancy. So when do you think you must use services? Services can be used in different scenarios to serve different purposes, such as to perform application-specific logic, distributing data between multiple components, or to communicate with external servers. In Angular, these services are implemented using dependency injection. Okay, so now let's move on and create a small application that will help you understand dependency injection and services in Angular. So what I'm going to do is open up my command prompt. So I've already created a project over here. So what I'm going to do is just type in ng generate service followed by the name of the service. I'll just name it as ns. You can give any name of your choice, guys. So when the process is completed, you will see that your application will have two new files, that is the ns.service.ts file and the ns.spec.service.ts file. These are the TypeScript file and the test files respectively. I'll open this project in Visual Studio Code, and within the app folder, you'll be able to see that the new service has been added. In case you're very new to Angular and you do not know how to create an Angular application, you can check out the Angular 8 tutorial video from Edureka. So as you can see over here, the @injectable decorator is present. This decorator specifies that the class that follows is an injectable service class. So within this ns service class, what I'm going to do is create a small function. You can give any name of your choice. So I'll just type in get message. And then I'll just type in a single return statement in this function, which will be welcome to Edureka. Once this is done, I'll just save it. So now the service class is ready, but you cannot make use of this as of yet. The reason is the service injector needs to be registered within the provider. To register it, you can specify within the providers of the components or the modules. The availability of the service depends on where it has been registered. So consider the application tree as the one that you see on the screen. Over here, at the topmost level is the app module, then is the app component, and the app component has two subcomponents, that is subcomponent 1 and subcomponent 2. Subcomponent 1 has another component X as its child. So you can register the service at any level, that is the subcomponent level, the app component, or the app module level. This depends on the requirements of your application. If you register it at the subcomponent level, only those classes that inherit the class of this subcomponent can make use of the service. Similarly, if you register the service in app component level, you can make use of the service within all its children. If you register the service within the app module, the service can be used throughout the components that come under this module. So the best place to register the service is within the app module itself for maximum usability. Therefore, what I'm going to do is open the appmodule.ts file, and over here, within the providers, I'm going to type in the name of the class, that is ns service. Also, don't forget to import the ns service class. The reason why it's auto-imported over here is because I've added the auto-import extension. In case you do not have this, you'll have to manually import this class. In case you want to add this extension, all you have to do is click on the extensions icon and then search for the extension that you want and then install it. So now let's get back towards our application. So up till here, what we've done is created a service and then we've registered it within a provider. The next thing to do is declare the service as a dependency. Once the service has been registered, you can make use of the service by declaring it as a dependency. So what I'm going to do is open the appcomponent.ts file, and over here, I'll import the service that I've just created. So I'll just type in import.
So I've imported the NS service class. Within this app component class, I'll define a new parameter called as the message parameter. This parameter will be of the type string. This is because the value that I've specified within the function I created in the service class is a string. So I'll just type in string equal to. Next, within the constructor class, I'll create a private parameter, and that will be an S service. This parameter will be of the type NS service. Next, I'll make use of the ng-on-init lifecycle hook. It will be of the return type void. And within this, I'll just type in this dot message equals this dot ns service dot get message. Okay, so I'll just save this. I'll save this as well. Now I'll open the app component.html file. I'll select everything except the last line, and I'll delete it. Then within an h1 tag, I'll use the interpolation syntax, and I'll type in message, which is the message to be returned. In case you do not know how to make use of interpolation in Angular, you can check out the Angular Directives video from Edureka. Okay, so I'll save this, and I'll get back to my command prompt, and I'll just type in ngserve -o. So as you can see on the screen, I have the output as welcome to Edureka. Now, since I had specified the -o extension with the ngserve command, the development server is run directly on localhost port number 4200. In case you do not make use of the -o command, it's not going to open this directly. You can create as many services as you require and inject them in any component of your choice.
It's time for another question. What is the purpose of @inject decorator in Angular? And the options are A. To define a new Angular module, B. To inject a specific dependency token into the class, C. To bind an event in the template, D. To declare a component's metadata. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. With dependency injection understood, we'll proceed to Angular routing and navigation. Here you will learn how to create single-page applications with multiple views and seamless navigation.
Why we need routing in Angular. So basically, Angular routing is nothing but a technique for directing users to appropriate web page so they can complete their tasks. In other words, you can say a single Angular application may contain several components. Now, as you can see here, there are multiple components which actually comprises of a Angular application. Now, understanding some more needs of using routing and navigation, it's basically that if you enter a URL in address bar for corresponding page, it will navigate to the corresponding browser. Now again, clicking links on page, the browser navigates to new page, and browser navigates backward and forward throughout the history of pages as you may wish. With that said, let's understand and learn more about routing and navigation. So what is routing in Angular basically? Routing is the process of partitioning an application's UI using URLs. And it's very essential functionality for every front-end framework. It enables programmers to create modern single-page applications with numerous views that may be loaded once by a browser. Now, once a browser is loaded, a single-page application should be viewed in different and numerous ways. And routing comes in handy with that. So let me give you some instance of actions that user do while browsing through an application. Now it could be like you type a URL into address bar, the browser will take you to appropriate page, or the browser navigates to new page when you click links on page. It can also be like browser navigates backward and forward throughout history pages, like I mentioned before. Now, this is where Angular routing enables navigation from one view to another. And this can be done to perform user tasks. Adding on, routing actually allows to display specific views of your application depending on your URL path. To add this functionality to your sample application, you need to update the app. As you can see here, there are two views. Each view has specific URLs, which is associated with each of the views. As in, when the application is updated, the views associated to the URL is displayed. Now, with all that said, we shall take a look at the architecture or the life cycle of our routing and navigation as to how it takes place. To start with, there are 5 major operations for Angular routing. When Angular router receives a URL, it does first task, that is apply redirects, or as you can see here, URL redirects the applied. This means when the user clicks on a link or updates the location bar directly, the router receives a URL. So the router's initial action with this URL is to apply any redirections. Next, we move on to the statuses of router. So the first step in statuses is recognizing status of a router. The router here will actually use URL to generate a router state. Now, to comprehend how does this step works, we must first comprehend how router matches the URL. So that's where the third step comes into picture, executing guards and data resolutions, or process guards and resolvers. We currently have a future router state. Now, the router will then verify that switching to the new state is permissible. So with this, we will accomplish using running guards. Now, we suffice it to say that guard is a router function that ensures that navigation to a specific URL which is permitted is occurred. Coming to the fourth step, that is activate view user router outlet, which means it enables all required components here. The router can now activate this mode by bringing up all of the required components and plugging them into proper router sockets. Now, this will take us to the fifth step, the final step, which will navigate and update browser's location. So the router has constructed a router state and it has also instantiated the components at this stage, right? After that, what we must be able to do is we must be able to move from one router state to another. Now, there are two ways to do this. The first way is imperatively using router navigate function, or we have another way, that is declaratively using router link directive. We'll get into it further when we get into the demo part. With that, I think we can proceed and go ahead and learn about common routing tasks. Now, this command here actually uses Angular CLI. The first step is to generate an application with routing enabled. So Angular CLI is used to generate a basic Angular application with application routing module called app routing module. This is basically an ng module where you configure your routes. This is basically your ng module. Now, the next step in generating an application is to add components for routing. So let's see how we can do that. To use the Angular router, an application needs to have at least 2 components so that you can actually navigate from one to another. To create component using Angular CLI, you need to enter these comments. The first one being ng generate component first for your first component and second for your second component. Next, we are importing new components in generating a new application. For that, these comments come in handy. So to use new components, we need to import them from app routing module, which is of course at the top of your file. With that said, actually there are many more steps involved in common routing tasks, like defining a basic route. For starters, there are three fundamental building blocks to create a route. So in Angular, CLI actually performs step by step for you. However, if you're creating an application manually or working with existing non-CLI application, make sure you verify the imports and configure if all of them are correct. Now, getting route information. So often what happens is user navigates your application. Now, when you want to pass information from one component to another, this basically happens. So for example, consider an application that displays a shopping list for your grocery items. So each item in the list has a unique ID, right? To edit an item, user clicks on edit button. Now, this will open something called as edit grocery component. So you can actually, if you want, retrieve this ID from this component for your grocery item so that it can display the right information to the user. Now, we will take a look at it in our demonstration. Going ahead, we have setting up wildcard routes. Now, a well-functioning application should gracefully handle when users attempt to navigate to part of your application. Like, this does not happen normally. So to add to this functionality, your application should be set up in a wildcard route. This means the Angular router selects this route anytime the requested URL doesn't match any route paths. Next, we have displaying a 404 pages. So to display a 404, you need to set up a wildcard with component property. And to set this, you can actually use 404 pages displaying methods, like the traditional methods itself. And then we have using relative paths. So basically relative paths, what it'll do is it'll allow you to define paths that are, relative to current URL segment. So the first component and second component are at same level here in the tree. As we saw, we created two components, right? With that, they will be in the same level. However, the second component is situated within the first component because obviously you create the first component first and the second component definitely has to be located inside. Meaning the router has to go up a level and then into a second directory to find the second component. So this is where your relative paths will come into picture. Now you also have something called as choosing a routing category. Like you should make sure that you choose a routing strategy early in your development of your project because once the application is in production, visitors to your site use and depend only on application URL references. I think next we can go ahead and see how single page application routing techniques works. So in order to understand single page app routing techniques, we need to create an application, and following we'll be seeing the techniques for creating this application and the steps to create them. And the first one is creating a sample application. So to create a sample application, we need to create an Angular project called Angular Routing Sample or anything as you may wish. But here, let's say we create an application called Angular Router Sample. The next command we need to be using is generating a component where we need to create a component. Now for that, I have used a component name as crisis list. Next component name I have used as heroes list, and then we use ngserve in order to see our compilation and output. Now again, the steps here is theoretically explained. I will get into the practical part and the demonstration in our demonstration section. Now next we have defining the routes. Here basically what we do is from our code editor, we open app module ts TypeScript file, and then we locate at ngModule section and we type the following comments here. Next, on updating the components, we search app.component.html and then we give our router outlet tag. Now, this is a directive, just so I mention here. Next, moving on, we have control navigation with UI elements. Here again in app.component.html, we create a tag in app.component.html and we add these following HTML components. Both are the button tags, as you can see. And next we have app.component.css file. Here we go to the CSS file and add these code lines. So we'll get into the demonstration part, and here we can get a thorough look at what we are doing. Next, in order to identify the active routes from our code editor, again, we need to open app.component.html and then give the following tags. We also need to update our anchor tag in order to include router link active directive. Now, here a router link active directive is a particular directive, just to mention again. Next, we'll see how we can actually add 404 page. So in order to add 404 page, as we discussed that we should be doing this, we can actually give this command known as ng generate component to generate our page not found. When we do that, we'll find one such page. Now finally, we have reached our final section of today's session, that is a router reference. So here, the first thing that we have is router imports. So in order to make sure that we import our router services in our Angular application, we need to make sure that we give this particular command. So basically, the Angular router is an optional service, and that again presents a particular component view for our given URL. Now, it is not part of Angular core. That's why it's in its own library package. That's why you're supposed to be using @angular/router. Now, next, in order to configure, there is a bunch of code structure that you have to follow. So basically, a rooted Angular application has one singleton instance of router service. Now, when the browser URL changes, the router looks for corresponding route from which it can actually determine the component to display. Next, speaking of router outlet, like I've mentioned before, it is a directive from a router library that is used like a component. Now, it acts as a placeholder that marks the spot in the template where the router should display the components for that particular outlet. Now, speaking of router events, there are actually several events for us to know. During each navigation, the router emits the navigation events through router event property. These events range from when navigation starts to navigation ending. Now, there are many more points in between. Some of them, again, like I said, start of the navigation and cancel or end of the navigation. There is navigational error, root config, load start, or load end. Again, there are a couple of more events that you can look up for. With that said, let's dive into the demonstration part. Now, for the demonstration, I'm going to consider Visual Studio Code here. So firstly, what I'm going to have to do to start with our routing project is we need to generate a routing project. For that, I'm going to take terminal, and in a new terminal, I'm going to say this command where it goes like ng new and any project name that you're creating. Now say I will create a project name called Angular Routing. You can select any name that you want. With this, I'm going to have to give a command --routing, indicating that this is a routing project. Now I say enter. Now this might take a while to create a project as there are too many packages to be installed. Now, when this project is created, we have to dive into the next part. But before that, as you can see, it is asking for the styling sheet that you want to choose. You can choose anything that you want. I'll say CSS, and when I say enter, it's going to start with installing all the packages and creating our project. Now, once the project is being created, as you can see, it says the project is being created. Now let's open the folder. We have Angular routing demo. The folder is right here. And once you do this, let's go into the source code app. As you can see, there is a folder created called app routing module TypeScript file, and then you have HTML component file, all sorts of file, which we'll get into later. The first step here, what you're supposed to do is, you're supposed to go into index.html, and once you go here, as you can see, you have title being created called Angular Routing Demo. Let's make it a little visible. Now, once you've done that, the base tag should be mentioned with href. Now, let's get into the app routing module TypeScript file. Now, let me save this before I do that. Here, as you can see, it contains the routing module for our application. And this is where we have to configure our routes for our application. Here we're supposed to make sure that we have imported our Angular core and our routing module. Now with that, we can step into the next step, that is, we're supposed to look into the module TypeScript file. Here we have to make sure that a routing module is being imported with our routing module file. And then as you can see, there is an ng module, and also declaration should be made for our app routing module. As we have imported our routing module, the declaration should also be made. Now with that, we have generated a routing project. The next step is generating component in our routing project. Now to generate a new component, we're supposed to consider a following comment. But before that, let's get into our directory that we have just now created. Now, you might take a long time to type such huge project name, so you can create a easier one. So we've gotten into our directory. Now let's go ahead and create our component. The command is ng. G is for generate. You can actually write generate as I've mentioned in the PPT earlier. And here I'm going to consider C, that is for component. Again, you can use component instead of C. And then I'm just going to give an example list or component. You can again consider anything you want. And the command goes like -it, that is for inline text, and -is, that is for inline style. I say enter. A component is being created. Also, similarly, you're supposed to create one more component. I say teacher list. So an example again, inline style, and say enter. Our components have been created. Also, make sure you import your components here. Now that we've created the components, let's go ahead and configure our routes for our application. So to configure our routes, we're supposed to get into this file, routing.module. It's a TypeScript file. So here, all the routes used in this application are actually called here. And in each route, it is actually considered as an object. So basically each route is considered as object, and so I'm going to go ahead and create an object style. Since this is an object, let's go ahead and create this. Also, you have to remember there is a path present in the URL for this particular object, because we need our routers to redirect through this path or via this path. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say path : and students, since I have said student list, and there is also component for this. And the component is because you need to render this particular component that you have just created over here. So I'm going to say component : our student list. Here you go. It's a student list component. Now this is for students. Creating for teachers, the same thing, path. I say teachers component, and again here teacher list component. Once this is done, save it. And now also with this, you have to go ahead and mention the same even as your import. Doing this, we will actually create redundancy as it is present in both app module and also in our routing module. So now here, since we've created in both routing module file and app module file, I don't want it to be here in app module. So I'm going to create an export class over here. I just say export const, because I'm calling this particular constant, routing components, and I create an array over here. So here, if I create an array, both these things will be called inside. So I say student list component, and we have our teacher list component. I say save. Now let's go ahead and import it. That should be done in our app module TypeScript file. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to import my routing components, which I've just declared. I save this, and I have to remove this since I have declared it already there. And here, just going to say routing components. Save. Doing this, it is a really good practice as redundancy will be avoided and you don't have to going on creating components here as well as here. So you just can go ahead and create an array of components here and just mention our routing components, which will be a good practice. Now to display the view and routing, we need to open this file. It is an app HTML file which has some redundant code. Let's not consider about that. Let's go ahead. And this tag, router outlet tag, helps us display our output. Now, we have to make sure that this is always there. So let's just remove this unwanted code. We just don't want all these now. Now, this will be created as soon as you create a new application. So I'll just say this, and let's create a normal HTML tag to display our routing output. I'll say style. And I say one heading tag maybe. This is called routing tutorial. Just maintain the code. I say save. And once I save, just come to your command prompt and say npm start. And once you do that, you can go ahead and look into your local host 4200. You'll see our output. So let's see if this is configured. So since this is still compiling, let's wait and see if the local host will work. Now, since the configuration and the compilation is all done, as you can see, our routing tutorial is being displayed. Now, in order to jump into our students and teachers list that we just created, I'm just going to have to say students. I say enter. It says student list work. And instead of that, I say teachers. It says teacher works. But obviously, the user cannot type the URL. Hence, let's go ahead and add the buttons over here into our HTML file. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an anchor tag. So let's say navigation, because I need our user to be navigated. And inside navigation, I create an anchor tag. Now here, what I'm going to do is I need to relink our student URL into a button. So for that, I'm just going to say router link, which will say that our students must be linked into a button. So I'm just going to go ahead and add a button over here. I say button. Now this will keep it enabled. We want our student to be displayed here. And similarly, I say router link for our teachers. I close the tag. And once I have finished this, adding anchor and button tags, I'll just save. Let's go ahead and see this. As you can see, clicking on this buttons, this works. Now, this is what we do in our routing tutorial. We can also do this in our existing application. We can implement it, we can modify it, but this is the basic works of all the routing tutorial here.
Here's a simple question. Which module must be imported to use routing in an Angular application? And the options are A. Forms module, B. HTTP client module, C. Router module, D. ng module. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. Having learned Angular routing in our previous module, we'll now explore Angular forms. This topic will cover how to handle user input efficiently, including form validation and data collection.
So Angular Forms assist you in managing the user input. It accepts the input and sends it to the server for processing. And as we all know, the majority of web applications depend on forms to serve various purposes, such as retrieving search results, entering emails, submitting blank details, signing in using usernames, passwords, etc. Angular basically provides two types of forms, namely reactive and template-driven forms. However, the building blocks of these forms are common. First of all, you have your form control, which is used to keep track of the values and the validation of each form control, followed by form group, which is used to track the same values along with the status for a collection of form controls. Then you have something known as a form array. Now, this feature is used to keep track of the same values as mentioned before, along with the status for an array of form controls. And finally, we have control value assessor, which is used to create a link between the form control instances and the original DOM elements. Now, if we did a head-to-head comparison between reactive forms and template-driven forms, we would notice certain differences between them. Setup. Now, in reactive forms, the component class directly defines the form model, whereas in template-driven forms, the ng model directive is liable to generate the form control instances. Reactive forms, which are built within the component class, are more explicit, whereas template-driven forms are less explicit. Then we have something known as a data flow. Now, form elements in reactive forms are associated directly to a form control instance, whereas in template-driven forms, each element of the form is linked to a directive, and this directive will manage the form model internally. Next, let's look at validation. Now, reactive forms define specific validators as functions. These functions receive the control to validate. Template-driven forms are linked to the template directives and must specify the custom validator directives that wrap up the functions for validation. Moving on, let's talk a little bit about testing. Now, testing is easier when it comes to reactive forms as there is synchronous access to the forms and the data model. Therefore, reactive forms can be tested without having to render the user interface. On the other hand, template-driven forms make testing slightly complicated as they require a sound knowledge of how the directives are executing for every cycle, as well as the change detection process. Then let's talk a little bit about mutability. The data in a reactive form is pure, therefore the forms are immutable. So in case there is a change that is triggered, a new data model is triggered by form control. In template-driven forms, on the contrary, there is mutability. They are mutable. They make use of Angular's two-way data binding in order to update the data model where there are changes made to the templates. And finally, scalability. Angular's reactive forms not just provide synchronous access to the form model, but they also provide low-level APIs which help in easily creating large-scale forms. Template-driven forms focus mainly on simple scenarios. Now that we have a clear distinction of both the kinds of forms, let's go ahead and look at each of them in some depth. So first of all, we have reactive forms. Now, Angular's reactive forms can be used to create forms whose values change with time. They provide a model-driven approach to handle the state of Angular forms at some given time. As mentioned earlier, when changes are initiated, they give rise to a new state, thereby taking care of the integrity of the form model. Reactive forms cater to a direct path for testing purposes as the data is predictable and consistent. So let's move ahead and create them. I have already created an Angular project here. In case you have any doubts regarding how to install Angular and create an Angular project, you can refer to the Angular 8 tutorial, the link to which I will leave in the description box below. So the first step is to import reactive forms module. This module is present within the @angular/forms package. So I will open this file, which is the app.module.ts file, and import it. Next, I will have to add it with the imports array as well. Next, what you're going to do is create a new component using the command ng-generate component RFS. Now, RFS is the name of the component. It can be anything, so you can basically give any name of your choice. Remember that whenever you create a new component, you will have to import its class within the app.module.ts file. So you're going to go ahead and open the app.module.ts file. Now, as you can see on the screen, the component has been added in my app.component.ts file, and this is because I have added the auto import extension. If you do not have this extension, you will have to manually import it. Now, the most basic building block in the case of reactive forms is the form control class. So you will have to import the form control class within the rfs.component.ts file, and then you're going to create a new instance, that is the employee name of the form control, which you are then going to use as class property in the templates. Here, we have set the initial value of the employee name as an empty string using the form control constructor. All the controls that you create in your component class will help you in various tasks, such as getting instant access to listen for, updating, checking the form validation, etc. Moving on, we have step 3, which is updating the template. Once you create controls within the component class, you will have to link it to a form control element within the template of the component. Next, you'll use property binding to bind the form control provided by form control directive to the name value. Okay, so now the form control is registered to the employee name input element present within the template of this component. Here, the form control and the DOM element will communicate to reflect changes made in the views and the templates. The final step is to display this component. To do this, you will add the selector of the RFS component within the app.component.html file. Next, we are going to open the styles.css file of this application and then add a Bootstrap link to add some cascading style sheets to this application. Finally, you're going to save and run the application using this ngserve command. As you can see, the form control that you assign to the employee name property is displayed on the screen. Next, let's go ahead and discuss something known as a control value management. Now, at any point in time, Angular reactive forms give the user access to both the form control state and the value. To change the current state or the values, you can use the component class and the template. Let me show you an example of how to display the value of the form control instance and also change it. The first thing to do is to display the form control value. You can do this in two ways. One, either through the value changes observable, where you can listen for the changes in the form's value in the template using async pipe, or in the component class using the subscribe method. And the second way is with the value property, which gives you a snapshot of the current value. In the following example, I'll show you how to display the current value using interpolation in the template. So when you modify the form control element, this displayed value will change accordingly. Angular's reactive forms give you access to the details about some control through the properties and methods provided with the instances. These properties and methods of the underlying abstract control class are used to control form state and determine when to display messages when handling validation. Now, how can you replace a form control value? So the values can be changed without the user interaction. A form control instance provides a set value method that updates the value of the form control and validates the structure of the value provided against the control structure. For example, when retrieving form data from a backend API or service, you can use the set value method to update the control to its new value, which replaces the old value entirely. We are going to add a method to the component class that will update the value to John using the setValue method. We are also going to include a button that will update the name. Now let's get back to the development server. As you can see, when I click on the refresh button, the value of the employee name gets updated as John. Now the next thing is how to group form controls. A single form control instance, as we have seen in the previous example, gives us control over a single input field. Similarly, a form group instance checks the form state for a group of form control instances. When the form group is created, every control present in a form group instance is traced by the name. In the next example, we will see how to manage multiple form control instances in a single group. What we're going to do is we will import the form group and form control classes present in the @angular/forms package. So the first thing we're going to do here is to create a form group instance. Now let's create a property called the employee form and set this to a new form group instance. To initialize the form group, you're going to have to provide the constructor with an object of the named keys mapped to their control. For the employee form, we're going to add two form control instances, namely the name and the designation. The individual form controls, that is the name and the designations, are now grouped together. The form group instance provides its model value as an object reduced from the values of each control in the group. This group instance has the same properties and methods as those of form control instances. The next step is to link the form group model with the view or the template. Now for every control, the form group will track the status and then modify. In case even one of the controls is changed, the parent control also generates a new status or value change. The model for the group is maintained from its members. Now, after you define the model, you must update the template to reflect the model in the view. I will copy paste the code that I already have. Here the employee form group is linked to the form element with the form group directive. This creates a communication zone between the model and the form that consists of the inputs. The input form control name, which is provided by the form control name directive, binds each individual input to the form control defined as form group. The form controls that we have created here will communicate with their corresponding elements. And not just that, they also communicate changes to the form group instance, which provides the source of truth for the model value. So the next thing is to save the form data. So how are you going to do that? The RFs component accepts input from the user, but in a real scenario, you will want to capture the form value and make it available for further processing outside the component. The form group directive listens to the submit event emitted by the form element and emits an ng submit event that you can bind to a callback action. Now all you have to do is add an ng submit event listener to the form tag with the onSubmit callback method. The onSubmit method in the RFs component captures the current value of the employee form. Now let's make use of this button element and create a submit button. Let us get back to our development server and see how the form we just created looks. Now this is how your form looks. Similarly, you can also create nested form groups. To do that, you're going to add the employee address with the employee form. So let's get back to the rfs.component.ts file and add some nested fields. Now the address will have two subparts, namely the country and the city. I will copy paste the code that I already have. So what we're going to do is create new form control instances for them that will be nested within the address form group. Finally, you're going to add these fields within the views. So the name and the designation becomes one heading and the address will be the other. Now let's get back to the development server and see how it looks. So this is how it looks. So by now you must have understood how to create reactive forms in Angular. In this tutorial, we will not be focusing on form validation. So let's move on and see how to create template-driven forms in Angular. Now, in the previous section, we created an employee form using reactive forms. Now, what we're going to do is create a separate template-driven employee form. To do that, first, we are going to create the employee model class, followed by creating the component that controls the form. The third step deals with creating a template that specifies the form layout, and the next step is to bind data properties to each form control using the ng model two-way data binding syntax. Finally, we are going to add a name attribute to each form input control. So first of all, let's go ahead and create the employee model class. This model class will specify the layout of the form. You can also call it a property bag that holds facts about a thing of application importance. That describes well the employee class with its fields such as ID, name, designation, and an optional field such as skills. So within the command prompt, type the command ngGenerate class emp to generate a new class named emp. I will copy paste the code that I already have. Now it is the job of the TypeScript compiler to generate a public field for all the public constructor parameters. Not just that, the compiler will also auto-assign the value of the parameter to that field when you create employees. Now an employee can be created by creating an instance of the EMP type and passing the designated values to each of the fields such as ID, name, designation, and the skill. So the next thing you're going to do is to create a new component for the template-driven form. Now in Angular Forms, There are basically two parts, that is the template, which is based on HTML, and a component class, which handles the data and user interactions technically. We are going to begin with the class as it briefly describes what the employee editor can do. So within the command prompt, type the following command. Then what you're going to do is within the component class, create a list of skills such as Java, Python, SQL, and C++. And then create a new property known as model that will hold all these EMP fields or EMP fields. So I will just specify the ID as 101, name as John, designation as project manager, and set the initial skill to the skill present at an index number 0, which is Java. This component is just like any other component you create in an Angular project. There's nothing that is specific to the form. So simply put, the import statements import the Angular core library and the EMP model that we just created. The selector present within the app component decorator specifies the value of app-tdf, using which you can add the form in the parent template using the same tag. The template HTML is pointed out by template URL, and finally you have your employee data within the component class. So next what we are going to do is we are going to modify the root module. Here the app.module.ts specifies the application's root module. You can add external modules that you will need to use in your applications and declare all the components that are a part of this module. Therefore, you will need to add the TDF component within the app.component.ts file. Next, you will have to add the forms module within the app.modules file because template-driven forms are in their own module. Therefore, I'm going to import forms module and also specify it within the imports array. Now our application has access to all the template-driven forms features, including the ng model. Also, if you have noticed, the TDS class has been imported automatically because of the auto import extension. If you do not have this extension, make sure you manually import the component class as well as add it within the imports array. Moving on, next you're going to display the template-driven form. Now to display the content of the template-driven form, you're going to have to remove the reactive form tag from the app.component.html and replace it with the app-tdf tag. So next, we are going to be creating the HTML form template. I will copy paste the code that I already have. And this is what it looks like. So here we have specified the name, designation, and the skills. Please note that for skills, I have made use of the ng-for directive. In case you do not know about this structural directive, you can refer to our Angular directives video, the link to which again I shall leave in the description box below. Now we're going to save everything and run the application using ng-serve. So what do you see now? You probably see the form but no data. And this is because we have not performed any two-way data binding yet. So let's go ahead and do that. Now for this, I'm going to be using the ng model syntax, which makes it easy to bind the form to the model. Now let's go ahead and run the application. As you can see, the data of the employee has been retrieved And if I make changes to any of these details, you will see that the corresponding value within the diagnostic output also changes. Now this is because of the two-way data binding. Let me just go ahead and show this to you all. As you can see, the name appears to be Joe. So when I make changes to John, you can see that the name is being altered within the diagnostic as well.
Here's a simple question. What directive is used to create template-driven forms in Angular? And the options are given on the screen. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. We have learned forms, so next is Angular Crud operations. You will learn how to create, read, update and delete data essential for any dynamic application.
What CRUD really means. Now, the ability to create, read, update, and delete items in web application is pretty crucial to most of the full stack projects. For example, if we're creating a storefront, blog posting page, to-do list, or even social media clone, without CRUD actions, we'll get stuck very quickly. Now, let's see what CRUD is. Now, as you can see from this diagram, CRUD is an acronym which abbreviates to create, read, update, and delete. Now, these are the four most basic operations that can be performed with most traditional database systems, and they are the backbone for interacting with any databases. Now, the CRUD acronym identifies all of the major functions that are inherited to relational database and the application used to manage them, which include Oracle database, MongoDB, Microsoft SQL Server, MySQL, and many such others. Now here, since we have to have a data, I've considered a small employee schema, which is in JSON format. Now this is just for our reference. So let's start with first operation, that's create. Now in create, users can use this function to add a new record to the database. Now the create function in a SQL relational database application is called insert. Now it is also known as create in Oracle and so in MongoDB. Now remember that a row is referred as a record and columns are referred as attributes. Now a user can add new attributes to the table by creating a new record and populating it with data that corresponds to each property. However, in general case scenario, only an administrator may be able to add new attributes to the database. Now with that, let's move on to our second function, which is read. Now the read command is something like a search command. So basically it allows the user to search for or even read the values in individual records in a particular table. Now users may be able to find records using their keywords or even filters for specific criteria. Now if you consider there is a database called vehicles, if you need to search a particular record called Toyota Corolla, you can apply filters like model or which year it has been created in, something like this. Now let's move on and understand our third operation in CRUD, which is update. Now using update function, we can actually make changes to existing records in the database. Now users may need to edit information in numerous fields to completely change a record. To explain this, let's consider a table called restaurant. Now this might have attributes like dish, cooking time, cost, pricing. Now this contains recipes for menu items in a database. Now chef chooses to replace one of the dish's ingredients with something new one day. Now as a result, the old database record must be updated with all attribute values updated to reflect new dish's features. Also here I might add that update function is simply called as update in SQL and MongoDB or even in Oracle. With that, let's move on to our final operation, which is delete. Now, users can actually utilize the delete function to delete records from a database that no longer is needed. Now, the delete function is available in both SQL and MongoDB and even in Oracle perhaps. Now, this will allow users to remove one or more records from the database. Now, users may be able to do a hard delete or soft delete in some relational database applications. Now, a hard delete removes records from the database permanently, and a soft delete, on the other hand, may merely change the status of a row to show that it has been deleted while leaving the data intact. Now, with that, we'll see how we can perform CRUD operations in Angular. So, to perform CRUD operations in Angular, there are a few steps that we need to consider. So, firstly, we're going to mock the backend data using JSON server. Next, we'll create an Angular module, and then we'll import Angular HTTP client module and forms module. Next, we'll create components. So we are creating different components here. We'll understand that in our demonstration. Next, we'll add Angular routing, and then similarly, we'll add Angular service. Next, we'll create a model. Finally, we'll implement all our CRUD methods and call those CRUD methods as our final step. So to understand that, let's go ahead and look at our operational demo. So in today's demo, we'll be understanding how we created this particular application. Now, this is a simple application where we can show our records or we can add our records using this particular form. We have a simple search button and this is our home page. Now, to browse from one tab to another, I have added routing. Now, I have created services as well. We'll understand each and everything when we look into the demonstration. Now let's go ahead and see how our CRUD operations work here. Now as you can see, I have already added a record. Now let's go ahead and add a record in order to understand our CRUD operations. Now to understand our CRUD operations, let's go ahead and create records. Now I'm just going to say XYZ as my name, and I'm going to say senior man, short for manager. Location, I'm just going to say London and say 2000. When I say submit, it says save successfully. Now this means our database has accepted this record, which means create operation is performed in our CRUD. Now next we have read. As you can see, we have read operation automatically being performed as we can see our record popped up. Now also, since I've created a tab to display our employee records, we can also see our records being displayed here. Now with that, we'll move on to our update. Now as you can see, I have created an edit button over here to edit our record. Now once I click this, you can see all my record is being popped up here. Now let me go ahead and edit it. I'm just going to say India, and it says updated successfully. Here completes our update function from our CRUD. The last part is delete. As you can see, delete button is there. Now if I go ahead and say delete, there is a toast that's been popping up and it asks me if I'm sure if I want to delete the record. And mind you, when I say delete, my record is being deleted even from my database. So I'm just going to go ahead and say OK. Now this means our record is being deleted, and as you can see, our record is not being displayed here in our employees record as well. Now let's see how this has been stored in our MongoDB or backend. Now I'm going to refresh this. As you can see, my only one single data that I've added through my forms is being displayed here in a JSON format. And you can also look at the auto-generated ID for each of the record. Now let's go ahead and delete the existing record and see if the deleted record will be deleted from my database as well. Now I'm just going to delete this record. Now let's go ahead and see in our Mongo. Now let me refresh this. As you can see, there is no data. Now this means there is a connection between database and our frontend. We'll look how we have created all this in our demo. But before we get into our demo, let's see what are the prerequisites that we need to create our application and to perform our CRUD operations. So looking at the pre-requirements, firstly we have client side. We need to make sure that we are using TypeScript and our system is compatible of using TypeScript. Also, we need to make sure Angular CLI is being installed in our system. Now, make sure your npm package has been installed and Angular CLI latest version is being installed in order for us to run our application with ease. Now, next we have server side. On the server side, I'll be using Node.js and MongoDB. So here, you don't have to worry as I'll be showing how to set up your MongoDB in your system. Now with that, let's proceed to our demonstration. Now, first step in our demonstration is to install MongoDB. So let's go ahead and see how we can do that. I'm just going to say install MongoDB. And when you say that, just go here. And depending on the operating system that you use, you can install your MongoDB edition. Now, after you do this, there are few commands that you'll have to accept. Now, once you do that, you just have to go to command prompt. Let me show you the next process. Now, once you've installed your MongoDB, the installation file will be recorded in your program files. Now, when you go to your program files, you can find a file called MongoDB. Here, you'll have to go into the server, your version, bin, and inside that, there will be an exe file. Now, since I've already installed, I have no exe file here. And once you click on that exe file, there'll be a bunch of messages where you'll have to accept it and it'll further be installed. Now, with that, there'll be a pop-up called Installation Compass. Now, you can install your Compass, which will give you your desktop application. With that, your installation will be completed. But in order for it to run as a server, you need to run a few commands in your command prompt. How will you do that? Well, firstly, we need to give this command in our command prompt, cd and redirect to your file. Where will you get this link is here. Now, wherever your exe file is there, copy this link in your program files or wherever your exe file is being stored. Now, once you do that, go to your command prompt and give this particular command, cd, paste that link. When you enter, you will get into the directory. Now, once you do that, it is still not run, but it has gone into the directory. Now, next, we'll have to create a file for storing all our database records. We can do that in our C drive. Now, I have done in my C drive. As you can see here, there is a data file here, and in that I've created a DB file. Here, all my records of DB will be stored. Now, this is required for us to have all the records in one place. You can give any name to it. Now, once you do that, your second command can be run. --db path and directory. Now, again, this link can be obtained from here. Copy that link, paste it in your command prompt. To ease our work, we can actually paste both the commands in a notepad. Save this as anything that you want. I'm just going to say commands.bat. Remember, it should be .bat. Save this in a place where your files are present. Your MongoDB files are present. I'm just going to go and save. As you can see, I have come into my bin folder. I'm going to save this here. Now, all you have to do is run that particular command. Now, since I have already done that, I'm not going to do it again. My connection will be established. With that, my connection is already established. Now, you should get a message something like this. It says connecting to MongoDB with your server number. Now, let's go ahead and open our MongoDB app. Now, when you open your app, you'll have something called as connect. When you connect, it will auto-generate this page and you can just say connect. Again, since I have already connected to a connection, I'm not going to do it again. The next thing you will see is adding a database. Let's go ahead and see how that works. Now, once you connect, it will redirect you to this page where you can create your database. Now, I'm going to create my database as Crud and collection name as employees. Since I've already done that, I will avoid this step. Once you do that, just say create database. And once you have created your database will be created here. You can open it and you can see all your collections displayed here. Now, I've created two of the connections. So it says employee and employees. With that, your collections have been created. You can add data over here as well. But since we are using our front-end client-side application to add data, let's not do it. But to add it, you can just import your file or just insert a document. Inserting document will take your record in JSON format. It will also give you auto-generated ID as you have already seen in the demonstration. Now let's go ahead and start with our creation. So firstly, to create any particular Angular application, I'm going to create a project name called Crud Demo. This is just a project name. Next, we are going to add services, client side, server side, all the files required. Let's go ahead and start with that. First thing we're going to do here is create a package.json file. Now let's go ahead and see how that is done. Now, in order to create a package.json file, all I have to do is give this command npm space init. When I do that, as you can see, a package.json file will be created. Now, all you have to do is just keep hitting enter. Now, I'm just going to keep saying enter. It's going to ask if it is okay. Just say yes. And as you can see, package.json has been created. Now let's move on to our next step. Now we need to create a body parser. For that, I'm going to go ahead and give the command npm install express mongoose body parser. And I need to be saving it in a file. So I'm just going to say save. Now this might take a while. Now as you can see, our body parser is being created, and there is one more file where we have created for all our operational purposes. Now next, let's go ahead. Now to start coding, first thing we have to establish connection between our server and our DB. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm just going to say and create a file here called db.js. Now once I do this, I will have to call all my collections. Now to do that, I'm going to call my mongoose. Now as you can see here, first thing that I've done is I've established connection with my server. Now this is my port number. Now I have to give an error message to say if my connection is succeeded or not, and that will be displayed in my console. Here is what I've done here. If my connection is established, I'm going to say MongoDB connection succeeded, or else it's going to show me an error. Now with that, we have connected to our server. I'm going to save this. Now next thing we're going to do is we're going to give a command in our node to make sure this connection that we just created is established. I'm going to say node db.js. Now as you can see, it says MongoDB connection succeeded. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that nodemon is being installed for me to make my connection instantaneous. This will make me avoid running the connection again and again if I make any new changes. So all I have to do is, the command you can see here is nodemon db.js. Now I'll run that. Running that will make me avoid redundancy of giving the code again. Now let's go ahead and create our root JavaScript file, which is index.js. Now I'm going to do that. Now I've created my index.js. Now in my index.js, all I have to create is a request statement for Express for calling my Express API. Next, I have to create a body parser as I have created a body parser. Next, I have to call my DB file. Next, in order for me to create port connection here for port number 3000, where all my server side request will be passed, I need to call my console and create it here. With that, I think we are ready to proceed next. So the next step is to create models. For that, I'm going to create a folder known as models. Now, once we've created our models, we're going to create a file known as employees.js, which will be present in our models. I'm going to say enter. Now in my employee.js here, I'm going to have to give my schema. But before that, make sure you give all your required statements in every JS file that you create in your Node.js. So I'm going to call the request statements. Now, as you can see, I have called my request statement. And after that, I have given Mongoose connection. Next, as you can see, I have created a schema with a type string for my name, type string for my position, type string for office, and type number, which is integer, for my salary. With that, I'll have to export my employee record over here. Now, this completes our employees.js file. Now, let's move on. Now, the next thing is our main goal here. We are going to implement Crud operation, create, read, update, delete. Now, for that, I'm going to have to install or create another folder known as controllers. Now inside this folder, I'm going to create a file. File name is going to be employee controller.js. Now here again, as I've told you before, we need to call all our required statements. So the first thing is I'm going to pass my required statement. Now, as you can see, I'm establishing router connection here through my express. Now, once this is done, let me go ahead and create a get statement. Now here in my get operation, I have requested the result, and here in case I cannot retrieve my employees, it's going to show me error on my console. Otherwise, it's going to give me the data. Now, employee is something that we created right now. And for this to happen, we need to give an export statement because we need to export the router from our main route. Now I'm going to say this exports router. Now with that, let's go ahead and add our employee controller to call in our main page. Now, as you can see, I have added employee controller that I just created here. Now, similarly, I'm going to create a post request. Now for that, I'm going to go ahead and give all the requirements. Now here in my post request, as you can see, I have given my structure of the schema and then employee save. Now this is a keyword for me to save all my records that I'll be entering into my forms. Now with that, I close it again with the router. Why don't we just go ahead and see how it works in our browser, how the record is being retrieved by my server. Now to understand that, I'm going to go ahead and say this. As you can see, since we have no records now, it says an empty bracket. Now let's go ahead and add records and see. Now say if I add my record in my existing app for us to understand, if I've added my record here, the format has been shown in the JSON. As you know, and I've already mentioned that our records are being stored in the JSON format in our server, that is in our DB. Now similarly, let's go ahead and create our update and delete functions as well. As you can see, our create has been created. Over here, we are creating a record. Of course, creating from the front side, we will work on it. Now, in order to read, I'm going to say find by ID. Let's move ahead and create that. Now, as you can see, I have given something called as find by ID update. So in order to update, you want that particular record itself to be updated. To avoid the glitch that will be created otherwise, I'm going to say find by ID update. This will find us by ID as I have given my find over here. It will collect the ID of the particular employee and update. So our update operation is being carried on the same way our create has been done. Now also, if there is no record within that ID, we want this statement to be returned. Now let's go ahead and finish our operation by delete. Now for delete, we are going to check if the ID is passed is valid or not. Otherwise, it's going to return me a no record. Now for that, I have created a is valid next. Again, to delete a particular record, I'm going to find the record by its ID and then remove it. And hence, our record will be deleted. So this will complete our server side. Now the next thing that we're going to do is we are going to create a client-side Angular application. So in order to create a client-side application, I'm going to open one more command prompt. Now here, since all this belongs to our Node.js part, I'm going to create another file where it says Angular app. Now to create our Angular application or our client-side application, I'm going to open my command prompt. Now here I'm going to say ng new our Angular app name, which I'm going to name it as Angular app, enter. Now this might take a while. Now once this is created, let's go ahead and open this application and see. I'm going to say ng serve open in order to open my application. Now as you can see, this is a bare minimum app which is auto-generated when we created our Angular application. Now let's go ahead and add all our features and see how we have created our required application. Now, in order to understand what I have done in my Angular client-side application, I'm going to walk you through what I have created. So the first thing I did was I created components called employee. And in order to create that, the command that we used here is ng space g space c and the component name. And in this case, it is employee. Now, once I created that, all my component files will be established. Now here in my HTML, I go ahead and create a form that is required. Here, as we already saw, I need bare minimum facilities like div. Now, we don't want to spend all our time adding this. So we are just going to copy everything and we are going to add a table. Now, as you saw, I have added a table format record for my employees in order to store their records. As you saw, I've added an action button to edit our employee, an action button for deleting our employee record. Now, all this in our HTML. Let's go ahead and see what we've done in the rest of the files. Now, before we go ahead and see all our employee related component files, let's go ahead and create our models and services. For that, I have created a file name called shared. Now, in that, I'm going to create a model with the command ng space g our model name. For that, we have to give space class space employee dash dash type dash model. I'm going to write down that comment for you. So the command for creating model is ng space g space class employee, because our model name is going to be employee dash dash type model. Now when you hit enter, it will redirect to a model file. So when you have the model file, the first thing you're going to do is export the class employee. This means we have to create our record into a class. Now this is why we create our model. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to add a service. In order to add service, we have to type a command, and that is, the command is going to be ng space g space s and a service name. Here, my service name is also employee. So I'm going to give this and let's see what happens next in our service files. Now here, my service file is being created. Let's see the further operations here. Now here, we're supposed to create an array. Now this array consists of all our employee records. Here, I'm going to call that array. Next, for particular selected employee records, going to call that array. Next, we are going to add where we can retrieve our employees from, that is from our server, from our get call, we can add this. Now let's go ahead and see the rest part. We'll then come back to this again. So back here in our app.component.html, first thing we're going to do is we are going to call our router outlet. Now that router outlet should be called in our container for us to have a nice working application. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to call our services for our component. For that, I'm going to import the service package. Next, I will use providers as employee service. Next, I'm going to create a constructor which is private and create an employee service. Now with this, we can go ahead with our HTML again. Now in order to create this kind of form, all you have to do is go to bootstrap.com. There you'll find a basic form where you can find for employees and then create all basic tags and establish a form. Now I'll walk you through what extra I have added here. But for basic, you have to create number of div tags and give a form structure. Also, the next thing is I have created an ng on submit. Now, if I give information into my form, this should be accepted when I press the submit button. Now, this will be operated by our ng submit. Now, to add submit and reset button, we have created a div class again here. And inside that, we have called a custom button and we have added reset and submit. Now, in order to make our reset and submit button workable, all we have to do is go to employee.component.ts. And here we have created a function called as reset form. Next, a function called as onSubmit. Now, for this function, we have to add some more functionalities. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give my schema structure over here. Next, I'm going to call it in a service known as employee service. Now, since I've created employee service, everything that comes to this particular function comes from our service. This will avoid redundancy of our code. Now, I'm going to select the service that I have created, select a particular employee, and give the reset for that particular employee. Now, I'm going to call the function form reset. Now, this will provoke our form object. So here goes our reset function. Similarly, for submit, I'm going to say save successfully if I'm submitting, or update successfully if I'm updating. The same function is being used for both update and submit with if and else loop. Now, if I call a particular ID, the employee record is being submitted. Otherwise, for a particular ID employee, I can edit. Now, in order to request for a particular record, I need to subscribe. And this is where I have given subscribe. Now, it is important for us to give a toast. As you saw in my application, once I give a submit, it says saved successfully for a particular employee, and similarly it says updated successfully when a record is being updated. This is being done here. Now, before doing everything, something that we have to do is add our style classes into our styles.css sheet. Now, again, if you want this is available in Bootstrap website. Whenever you download your form, you can download the CSS features as well. Now, with that, we can go ahead with our components. Now, along with calling the service here, I'm going to go back to my services. And here in my service file, I'm going to create a HTTP client in order to call all my get and put records. Here, I'm going to call my post record for my employee, get list record for my employee, and put in order to update, delete employee in order to delete. And everything is being called with respect to our IDs. Now, ID is something that we generate in our MongoDB. Now, when you import this statement, do not forget to create a constructor in order to call and use HTTP clients. Now, going back to our HTML, now that we have created our forms and displaying our records, we have to make sure that our records are being displayed. As I've already told you about this, I have created a table structure here, and in order to display our records in a table format, we are creating this particular table, and hence we are calling particular records attributes with its ID called emp. Now, emp is something that stores employee service dot employees, which means it stores all the service records for our particular employees. With that, all our records that we type in our forms is being retrieved. Now, with this, our record is being displayed. So let's go ahead into the browser and see what and all records we have covered until now. So until now, I have covered form structure, how to add records, updating records, and also deleting records. Now, all we have to do is create routing and jump from one tab to another. For that, I have created routing services. Now, the first thing that I have created is components. Now, I've already discussed how we can add components. All I've done is add 3 components here. The first component is navbar in order to add all the tabs. Next is home in order to add home page, and post for our post or employee records table. Now we'll go ahead and see what is there in each of it. Firstly, we have navbar. In navbar, it is a simple div statement and HTML tag for us to add form link, record link, and our home link. As you can see, the router link is being activated here. Now we have not explicitly created any routing. As you can say, it is internal router link that has been called. Now once this is done, it is simple link tags that I've added for each of the routing. Now going back to our nav component, I have called the init component. Environment is being imported, and hence environment is being called. This is just for the appearance. Now again, all our components are being defined here. That creates our navbar. Now going back to our home page, similarly in our home page we have added nothing but a simple title. Next, going back to our TypeScript file, I have added the title dynamically, which says Edureka app. Now, similarly, I have called my import function, import of the component. Next, going back to our post, which has our records, the similar record of whatever table we have created in our form is being copy pasted here. Now, you could add your action button if you will, but I have not considered this and hence I've commented this out. Now, again, if you go to TypeScript file, I have called all the functions that I have called on my form. Now, since I want all my records to be displayed dynamically as and when I add into the form, all my functions should be called here. Let's go ahead and see our final application, how it works. Now, I'm going to say forms. I'm going to add one more record here. It says form submitted. Our create is successfully done. Our reading is successfully done. You can go here and check. It reads the record. Next, we have update. Let's see if it is updating. The records have been populated here. Right before we update, why don't we get into our MongoDB and check? I'm going to say refresh. Now, as you can see, both the records that I've added have been populated here. Now, I'm going to go back to my browser. Now, here in my browser, let me go ahead and update it. I'm going to say 3000 instead of 1000. I'm going to say submit, updated successfully. As you can see, the record is being populated. Let's go ahead and see. Yes, updated. Let's go to our MongoDB and check and refresh it. As you can see, it says 3000, which means our update is done successfully. Now, let's go ahead and see our delete. I'm going to delete this record. Going to say OK. Next, going to go to my MongoDB, refresh it. My record is being deleted. This way, we can add our Crud operations, involve MongoDB, involve Node.js for our operations.
Here is another quiz question. Which HTTP method is used to update a resource in Angular? And the options are A. Get, B. Post, C. Put or patch, D. Delete. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. After learning Crud operations, we'll move on to Angular Bootstrap. In this module, you will discover how to use Bootstrap to style your Angular applications, making them responsive and visually appealing.
So before moving ahead with this session, let us take a look at the website that I've created using just Bootstrap and Angular. Now, since I'm a football fan, I wanted to create a simple FIFA website for the upcoming World Cup at Qatar. So this website basically has different components that give you various information such as the latest news from FIFA World Cup 2022, some official videos embedded into the website, booking tickets online, and the stadiums, etc. Now let me just show you guys how I've done all this. The uppermost region of my website contains a nav bar. This nav bar contains links to all the pages that I've created in my website. If I click on any of these pages, I'll be redirected to that particular page. One more thing I want you guys to note is that for redirecting, you can simply type in the address of that page in the address bar itself. Next up, I've made use of carousel images. So as you can see over here, I basically have 3 carousel images. Followed by that, I've created a Jumbotron that contains cards having the latest news updates from the FIFA World Cup 2022. Next, I've created another Jumbotron wherein I've embedded an official video from FIFA World Cup 2022. So this was the home page. Now let's move on to the venue page. So just like the home page, I've embedded another video on the venue page. Now this video will basically show you all the stadiums that are constructed for FIFA World Cup 2022 at Qatar. Also, I have a separate card that will allow you to book tickets online. So basically, when you click on book online, you'll be redirected to the ticketing section of the FIFA.com website. Next up is the locations page. Now this page basically contains the images of all the stadiums and a small description about each of them. Not just that, I've also created a drop-down list over here. So when I click on any of the stadium names, that particular stadium's image will appear. So this is the website that I've created without manually having to write any HTML or CSS code. All I've done is just made use of Bootstrap along with Angular. So if you want to create this website or even better ones, let's move on further with this session. Basically, what is Bootstrap? Bootstrap is an open source HTML, CSS, and JavaScript framework that is used to create mobile-first and responsive websites. Using Bootstrap, you can easily create beautiful and responsive websites by making use of its readily available layouts, components, utilities, etc. So how can you embed Bootstrap in Angular? There are basically two ways by which you can embed Bootstrap into Angular. The first is by making use of the Bootstrap CDN or the Content Delivery Network, or by making use of NPM or the Node Packet Manager. Now in this session, I'm going to cover both of these topics. So first, let's see how you can embed Bootstrap by making use of the Bootstrap CDN. So using the Bootstrap CDN, you can make direct use of the Bootstrap Content Delivery Network or the Bootstrap CDN. This is going to deliver the cached version of Bootstrap's compiled CSS and JavaScript to your Angular application. Now to access that, you can directly go to the Bootstrap CDN link. Now you can get this Bootstrap CDN version from the official link. So I'll just type in Bootstrap CDN over here and I'll hit enter. So as you can see over here, I have all the CSS and the JavaScript that I need for my project. The first thing that you'll have to do is copy the CS style sheets link element and then get back to your project, open the index.html file and paste it at the end of the head section. So I'll just paste it over here and I'll save this. Next, get back to the official page and from there, copy all the three script tags. Now this is in order to incorporate jQuery and popper.js into your applications. So just copy this and paste it at the beginning of the body section. Just save this and now get back to your development server. And as you can see, Bootstrap has been successfully embedded into our application. The font that we saw earlier before adding this and the font that we see now after adding the Bootstrap CDN links is very much different. So this was the first method. Now moving on towards the second method, which is making use of the NPM. So what I'm going to do over here is just delete links that I pasted over here and I'll save it again. So now I'll get back to my command prompt. And over here, I'll type in npm install bootstrap jQuery popper --save. So that is bootstrap jQuery popper.js --save. So once you've installed these packages, you'll be able to locate them within the package.json file. So as you can see over here, Bootstrap, jQuery, and popper.js have been successfully installed in my application. So now the CSS and the JavaScript must be loaded globally. And for that, what you have to do is specify the path within the angular.json file. So I'll just open up the angular.json file. So as you can see over here, there are two arrays, that is the styles and the scripts array. Now what I have to do is specify the path of the CSS as well as the JavaScript files in order to incorporate them into my application. So all packages that you install to your application will be present in the Node Modules folder. So just open up this folder and over here, look for Bootstrap. So here it is. Now within this Bootstrap folder, open up the dist folder and within that, open up the CSS folder. Now for my project, I'll be making use of the bootstrap min.css file. So what I'm going to do is incorporate the path of this file within the angular.json file. So what I'm going to do is just see the path, which is node modules, bootstrap, dist css, and then bootstrap min.css. So what I'm going to do is get back to angular.json file. And within the styles over here, I'll just incorporate the path. So as you can see over here, I've specified the path of this bootstrap min.css file. Now what I have to do is include the scripts. So I'll just come to the scripts array. And since I already have the code present in my previous project, I'm going to copy paste that. So I've included all the required CSS and the JavaScript that I want in my application. Now what I'm going to do is save this, get back to my development server, and I'm going to rerun my server. So I'll just type in ng-serve. Even after I've removed the Bootstrap CDN links from my index.html file, Bootstrap seems to work in my application. This means that I've incorporated it successfully. So now let me just get back to my project. And over here, I'll open any of the HTML files present in my project. So the base HTML file that is present right now is the app component.html file. So what I'm going to do is just remove this hello world, and I'll open up the official Bootstrap link. And over here, I'll click on Get Started. So from here, I'll pick up a nav bar. And since this is for demonstration purpose, I'll just copy the first code present over here, and I'll paste it in my project. I'll save this, and I'll get back to my development server. So as you can see over here, the nav bar has been successfully embedded into my project. This is not the nav bar that I've used in my project. So what I'm going to do is for the app component.html file, I'll just paste the code that is present in my original application. So as you can see over here, I just copy pasted the code which is present in my previous project, and I have the nav bar that I would like to use. There are a number of options over here, guys. You can choose any one of your choice. You don't have to stick to the one that I've chosen. So the next thing that I'm going to do over here is open up the app routing module.ts file. And before editing this, what I'm going to do is add in some components to my project. So I'll just get back to the command prompt. Just clear the screen. And like you all might know, to incorporate a new component in Angular project, you can make use of the generate command. So I'll just type in ng generate. Next up, you must type in the schematic. The schematic in this case is a component. So I'll just type in component, followed by the name of the component. So basically, I'll have three components, that is home, venue, and locations. So I'll just type in home. The next component will be venue. Sorry for the name. And next is locations. So I have incorporated three components in my project. Now what I'm going to do is get back to Visual Studio Code. And over here, within the app routing module.ts file, I'll specify a path for each of these components. Now, since I already have the code for that, I'll just copy paste it from my previous project. Another reminder for you guys, in case you're not aware of any of these files or paths or any such details, please check out the Angular 8 tutorial video from Edureka. I'll have to import the components over here as well. So I'll just copy that. And I'll save this. So now, in case I have to redirect to any of these pages, I can do it easily by just specifying the path in the address bar. Now this element over here, which is path match element, this is actually an optional property. By default, it will be prefix. Now why I've specified full over here is because in case the user does not type in the right path, the user has to be redirected to the home page itself. So in case the user just types in VEN instead of VANUE, which is venue, the user is going to be redirected to the home page itself. So now let's get back to our project and see how this is working. I'll rerun my project. So as you can see over here, the home component works fine. Now let's redirect to the venue component and see. So venue is also working fine. And then was locations. So all the three components are working fine over here. Now what I'm going to do is get back to my app component.html file. As you can see over here, within the anchor tags, I've specified a router link property. Now this property will allow me to redirect to any of the components that I would like to. So if I open up the navbar, and over here, if I click on any of these, I'll be redirected to that particular component. So the first thing that I'm going to do is modify the home component.html file. So I'll just clear the data that's present over here. And the first thing that's present in my page is a carousel. So what I'm going to do is just get back to Bootstrap. And over here, I'll select carousel. And I'll just take any of these codes. I'll just copy it, get back to my project, paste it, save it, and rerun my server. So as you can see over here, the carousel images have been added, but you're not able to see them because I've not specified the source. I'll get back to my project. and I'll paste the code that I've already written in my previous project. So as you can see over here, I've included carousel images in my project. Similarly, if I open up the venue component.html file, what I'm going to show you guys over here is how to embed a video in the project. So what I'm going to do is just get back to the official website, and over here, within utilities, I'll click on embed, and I'll just copy this code. Get back to the project, paste it, save this, and then open up the development server. Okay, I'll go to the venue page. So as you can see over here, a video has been easily embedded into my Angular Bootstrap project. Similarly, guys, you can choose any of the elements present within Bootstrap and simply embed them within your project. I've already shown you guys how my end project looks. So all I've done in my project is chosen some of the elements present within the Bootstrap's official website, and I've simply embedded them within my project. You guys also can customize your own website according to your choices.
Here is another question. Which command is used to install Bootstrap in an Angular project? And the options are given on the screen. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. Having styled our applications with Bootstrap, we'll now move on to Angular projects. This section involves hands-on projects to apply all concepts learned and build fully functional Angular applications.
So heading towards the first section, over here, we'll create a project, add components, services, and also see how to perform routing. So now I'll jump on to my command prompt. And over here, the first thing that I'm going to do is install the Angular CLI. To install Angular CLI, you can make use of npm. So the command will be npm install -g, which stands for global, @Angular CLI. So to create a project, you can make use of the ng-new command. So I'll just type in ng new and the name of the project. You can give any name of your choice. In my case, I'll just name it as basic. This is going to take a while. So when you're doing this, Angular will ask you two questions. The first question is if you would like to add Angular routing. Just type Y and hit enter. The second question is what type of style sheet you would like to use. In my case, I'll be using CSS. Therefore, I'll just select CSS and hit enter. Okay, so now our project is created. The project that is created will consist of many files and folders. In case you select no for routing, you will see that the app routing module.ts file will not be present in your workplace. Now to show you guys all this, what I'm going to do is just get inside my project. So I'll just type in cd basic. And then I'll just type in code space dot. This will open up my project in Visual Studio Code. So as you can see over here, a project has been created with a number of files. The ng-new command creates an initial skeleton of the Angular application by default at the root level of the workplace. Along with that, it also creates end-to-end tests. Those tests are present within this E2E folder. Now when I try to run this project, you will see a default welcome page of Angular. So just to show that to you guys, what I'm going to do is jump onto my command prompt over here. And to run my server, I'll have to make use of the ng serve command. Now what I'm going to do is add an open extension to this, and this extension will open the development server on port number 4200. So I'll just type in -o, or you can also type in ~open. The ng serve command is used to serve the application through the development server on the local host. This is nothing but the welcome page of our application. As you can see over here, it says the basic app is running. Now to create your own Angular application, all you have to do is modify this. Okay, so now let's get back to Visual Studio. So now coming back towards the files and folders that are present over here. In this video, I will just explain the files that we shall be using. In case you want to know what each of these files does and why is it present over here, you can refer to the Angular tutorial video from Edureka. So now I'll move on towards the main.ts file. So this is nothing but the main.ts file. This file contains the code that is required to bootstrap or start off the Angular application. The next file that I want you to see is the index.html file. The index.html file basically feeds the default page of a website in case no other page is specified. The Angular CLI will automatically add the CSS and JavaScript files over here. Therefore, you will not have to add any link or script tags manually. The folder that we're going to concentrate on is the app folder. The app folder is present within the source folder. And the first file that I want you guys to see over here is the app-module.ts file. The app-module.ts file defines a root module named the app module. This app module tells Angular how to assemble the application initially and declares a component called as the app component. As you add on more and more components to your application, all you have to do is come over here and declare it within the declarations array. Next up is the app-component.ts file. The app-component.ts file defines the logic for the application's root component, which is the app component. The view or the HTML file which is associated with this component becomes the root of the view hierarchy. The app-component.html file. The output that we've just seen on the default page is rendered from here. This file defines an HTML template associated with the root app component. The app-component.css file is the personal app component's CSS or style sheet. So now talking about the app routing module.ts file. This file is created because you choose to have routing in your application. In case you would have selected no, this file would not have been created. So what I'm going to do over here is go to the app-component.html file. I'll select everything from here except the last line, which is the route outlet. So I've cleared everything that's present over here. Now, just to show you guys that this app is working, I'll just take an h1 tag. And within this, I'll just write hello world. Now let's get back to our development server and see what happens. So as you can see over here, the default page no more exists. Rather, it's replaced by the hello world text that I have just typed in. Now let's get back to the app-component.html file. And within this, I'll create a simple form. So you'll have to make use of the form tag. And within this, I'll just have name. And the input type will be text. Name will be name itself. And I'll close this. So simple form is ready. I'll save this. I'll get back to my browser. As you can see over here, the page has automatically refreshed and a simple form has been created. So in this project, I'm not going to concentrate on the HTML or the CSS part. All I want you guys to get familiar is with the building blocks of Angular and how to add them in your project. Now, before we move on towards that, let me just tell you guys how an Angular application actually works. So for that, I'll just open this angular.json file. So the execution of an Angular application starts from the angular.json file. This file is used to define all the standards and paths for your Angular project. Also, the angular.json file specifies which main.ts file and index.html file has to be executed. Once this main.ts file is detected, it is compiled as it contains all the code that is required to bootstrap or start off the Angular application. From the main.ts file, Angular moves on towards the app module. From this main.ts file, Angular will move on towards the app module. The app module is present within the app-module.ts file. This file consists of all the components that Angular needs to know in order to run your application, and these components are declared under the ng-module decorator in the declarations array. From app-module.ts file, it moves on towards the app-component.ts file in order to look for the app component. This file specifies the selector and the template URLs. All the components of an Angular application are related to this root component. The index.html file contains the app root selector. So let me just open it. Okay, so as you can see, this is the app root selector for the app component. To sum it all up, you can say that the execution begins from the main.ts file, then it's passed on towards the app-module.ts file, and then it moves on to the app-component.ts file. I hope you guys are clear with this. Now let's move on and understand the building blocks of Angular. Building blocks of Angular are nothing but modules, components, templates, metadata, directives, data binding, services, and dependency injection. A module basically allows you to separate the functionality of your program into different parts. These parts are independent of each other, which means each module's output is completely separate from that of the other. If you make changes in any of these, the change will be made to only that module and it will not interfere with that of the others. In Angular, modules allow you to group together all the other building blocks such as components, directives, etc. These modules are referred to as ng modules. Applications created by Angular are driven by functional sets which collect related code. Therefore, Angular applications are defined by a set of ng modules. Ng modules are very much different when compared to those of the JavaScript modules. Ng modules declare a group of files that can be parsed and analyzed. You can also make use of other ng modules within one ng module by simply importing them. Above all, these modules prove to be very much helpful when you're creating large applications that have multiple functionalities. Besides allowing clean code creation, these modules also help you minimize the code size by reuse of these modules and optional import of the required ones. Optional importing is also referred to as lazy loading, meaning you can load ng modules only on your demands. Not to forget, ng modules are also one of the biggest reasons for Angular's popularity. Every application created with Angular will have at least one ng module, which is the root module. This root module in Angular is referred to as the app module. So as you can see on the screen, this is the default app module that is created by Angular CLI. The import statements are basically the JavaScript imports. The class that follows has an @ ng module decorator. Decorators basically modify classes or property definitions. They are also referred to as annotations and are JavaScript features. In Angular, these decorators contain some metadata to classes and properties so as to convey what they mean and how they're supposed to function. I shall explain metadata in detail when we reach the component section. So the ng module decorator that you see over here identifies the root module or the app module. It then tells Angular how to launch and compile it by making use of the metadata. By default, the declarations array contains the app component, which is the root component of this application. Imports are used to import the browser module in order to attain the browser services such as DOM sanitization, rendering, etc. Providers are nothing but the service providers, which we shall be discussing later on, and Bootstrap is the root component created by Angular and it's inserted in the index.html host web page. So as you can see over here, app component is present both in the declarations and in Bootstrap. Now this is because this is the only component that is present in this application. Coming back towards this declarations array, the declarations array present in any module informs Angular about the components that belong to that module. When you create more and more components to your application, don't forget to add them in your declarations. Components cannot be used without declaring them in the ng module class. So make sure you declare every component in exactly one ng module class. If you fail to do so, you're sure to encounter an error. The declarations array can only contain declarables or components, directives, and pipes. All the modules declarables should be present in the declarations array, and they must belong to just one ng module. The classes declared within one module are visible only to that module. But in case you want their functionality somewhere else, all you have to do is export them to other modules. Apart from declarations, imports, providers, and Bootstrap, there's another array that can be present over here, which is the exports array. The exports array is a subset of the declarations array that are accessible in the component templates of other ng modules. So now let's move on towards the next building block, which are components. As I've already mentioned earlier, all Angular applications have at least one component, which is the root component. This root component connects the component hierarchy with the page document object module or the DOM. All components define classes that have applications, data, and logic, and they are also associated with HTML template. This HTML template defines a view that is to be displayed. Therefore, components are basically used to control the views of an MVC architecture. The @ component decorator that you see on the screen will tell Angular that the class immediately below is a component and provides the templates and the related component-specific metadata. Angular components are the most basic user interface for your application, and they always are associated with the template and are a subset of directives. The component's logic is defined inside a class. This basically determines how it supports the view. components are created, updated, and deleted by Angular as you proceed within your application. Your application can take action at any moment in its lifecycle through the optional lifecycle hooks. Lifecycle hooks provide visibility into key life moments and the ability to act when they occur. Therefore, lifecycle hooks allow you to control components' runtime behavior, and they are called only and only when they're defined. So now let's get back to our command prompt and see how you can add components to your projects. What I'm going to do is just return the control to the command prompt. Okay, now let me just clear the screen. So to create a new component, you can make use of the ng generate component command. So what I'm going to do is just type in ng generate. And since I want to generate a component, I'll just say component. Now you can give any name to your component. I'll just call this component as home and I'll hit enter. So as you can see over here, this has created a new component with 4 files. That is the component.ts file or the TypeScript file, the component.spec.ts file, which is used to perform end-to-end testing, the component.html file that will render the required HTML or the view for that page, and the component-specific CSS file. So now let's get back to our Visual Studio. And over here, you'll be able to see the component that you've just added. So I added a home component and it's just present over here. Now, once you've added a new component, you'll have to remember to get back and add it. So as you can see over here, the home component has already been added. Now, this is because I have added an extension, which is the auto import extension. In case even you want to insert this extension, all you have to do is go to these extensions over here and just type in auto import. So as you can see over here, the version that I'm using is 1.5.3. Once you add this, you will not have to manually come here and import the components that you add to your application. So now get back to app-component.html file and specify the component selector over here. In my case, the name of the component is home. So I'll just say app-home. And I'll save this. Now let's get back to our development server. I'll have to run the ngserve command again. So as you can see over here, our application says that home works. Home is the name of my component, and this is the default output. So as you can see over here, within the view of this component, I have a simple line saying home works. And this is what we just saw on the development server. What I'm going to do now is get back to the home component.ts file. And over here, I'll make a slight modification. So before I make any changes to this file, what I'm going to do is add in a new file within this folder. And I'll just call it as home.ts. Do not forget the .ts extension because I'll be typing in TypeScript code within this. Over here, I'll create an export class. And the name of the class will be name. Within this, I'll keep a single property called name. And this will be of the type string. Let me save this. I'll get back to the home components.ts file. And within the home component class, I'll create a new property called as name, which will be of the type of the name class. In case you have issues understanding the syntax of TypeScript, I'd suggest you guys to go and check out the Angular tutorial video of Edureka. So for the name, I'll just specify as Edureka. Now the reason why you're seeing a red mark over here is because I've not imported the class that I've just created. So all I have to do is import it. So import. The name of the class was name itself. From. So now we've imported the class. Let me just save this. I'll move on to the home component.html file. I'll just delete this. So one thing that I want to do over here is change the name of this variable, since I already have this variable present in the name class. So I'll just call this as my name and I'll save it. So now I'll go to the home component.html file, and over here, I'll just specify an h3 tag. And within this, I'll be making use of the interpolation binding feature. So over here, I'll just specify my name dot name. I'll also make use of a pipe over here. And to this, I'll just say uppercase. And I'll save this. So now let's get back to our browser and see how this works. As you can see over here, the changes I've made has been reflected on this browser. Also, please make a note that the pipe is working. With Angular pipes, display value transformations can be declared in your template HTML. A class with the @pipe decorator defines a function that transforms input values to output values for display in a view. There are various types of views. In my case, I've used uppercase. Other than that, you can also make use of lowercase, date, currency, etc. Not just that, you can also define new pipes. So now you've seen what are components and how you can add them to your projects. The next thing that I want you to know is services. Service is a broad category that encircles values, functions, or features that are required by an application. Service classes have a narrow and well-defined purpose. Components are differentiated from services in Angular so as to increase the modularity and reusability of your code. Separating the components' view-related functionality and other kinds of processing will make your component classes lean and efficient. To create a service using the Angular CLI, all you have to do is make use of the ng-generate service command. So now let's get back to our command prompt. And then I'll just type in ng, g for generate, and service. I'll just call it as home service. And I'll hit enter. So as you can see over here, two files, that is the home service.service.ts file and the test file for this have been created. So as you can see on the screen, this is the default service.ts file that is created by Angular. Now, in case you want to inject this into some component, all you have to do is go to that component and over here, type in import, followed by the class name. The class name is home service. It's auto-imported. I'll delete this. The moment I type the name of the class, it gets auto-imported. So this is how you inject a service into a component. Now, in case you want to make use of this, you can go ahead and specify a property that will make use of this service. What I'm going to do is create a private property over here. I'll just call it as home service. So as you can see over here, this property is going to make use of this class. I'm not going to get into the details of this. I just want you guys to understand how to embed and inject services. Next up, we'll be looking at routing. Routing helps you to display your application information in multiple pages. This can be done using Angular Router, which enables you to show different components and data depending on which part of the application the user is referring to. Angular's router will allow the user to navigate from one component to the other as the user selects the various components. It can be done either by entering the URL directly in the address bar or by clicking on the links given in the application. Our application is already set up to use the Angular router. So to specify the route, that is where the user has to be directed, you can make use of the routes array, which is present in the app routing module.ts file. Now, in case I want to specify a different path to my component, that is the home component, all I have to do is just open curly braces. Within this, I'll specify the path property. It should be home because the name of my component is home itself. And for the component property, I'll have to specify the home component class. Now, the reason why I've just specified one path over here is because I just have one component. You can add as many routes as the number of pages you would like to include in your project. So with this, I hope you guys have understood the basic building blocks of an Angular application. Now, I'll jump on towards the second case over here, that is adding Bootstrap and jQuery to your project. To create beautiful websites, it's very much required for you to integrate Bootstrap and JavaScript files into them. Now, in case you want to add Bootstrap, you can do it in two ways. The first is to directly make use of the Bootstrap CDN or the Content Delivery Network to enable Bootstrap to deliver the cached version of Bootstrap's compiled CSS and JavaScript to your project. To do that, you can go to the Bootstrap CDN link. So just go to getbootstrap.com and then click on Getting Started. As you can see, you will have the Bootstrap CDN provided over here. Now what I want you guys to do is include this bootstrap.min.css file. To include that, all you have to do is copy this link from here. Then open the index.html file and paste it at the end of the head section. So move on towards the index.html file. And towards the end of this head section, I'll just paste it. Save it, and I'll get back to the browser. Next, you will need to add the bootstrap.min.js file. This is mandatory if you want to include Bootstrap JavaScript functionality. Just copy the script tag from here and paste it within the body part of this index.html file. Now, the next thing that you'll have to do is include jQuery library. This is because JavaScript functionality is dependent on jQuery. To include jQuery functionality, you can go to the official jQuery website. So I'll just move on to jQuery website. jQuery 3.x is the latest version, and over here I want the minified version, so I'll just click on minified. So as you can see, I have the corresponding script tag that is present. I'll just copy this. I'll get back to my index.html file, and I'll paste it just above the script tag of the bootstrap min.js file. So once that is done, I'll rerun my server. So I'll just run ngserve command again. So as you can see, the font has changed, which means Bootstrap has been embedded into my project. The second method is to install Bootstrap and jQuery. Now to install it, all you can do is get back to the command prompt. And over here, just type in the command npm install bootstrap jQuery --save. --save will save Bootstrap and jQuery to the package.json file. So as you can see, both the packages have been installed. Now let's get back to Visual Studio. So now let me just open the package.json file. So as you can see over here, both Bootstrap and jQuery have been installed. Now since we want to load this CSS and JavaScript globally, we should specify the path of this within the angular.json file. So what I'm going to do is just open up the angular.json file and move on to styles and scripts. Now what I want to tell you guys is that any package that you install will be present within this node modules folder. So over here, let's just look for Bootstrap. Here it is. And within this, I'll open the dist folder, CSS. And from here, I want to access the bootstrap min.css file. So what I'm going to do is specify the path of this file within the styles array over here. So I'll just specify the path, node modules. Within the Bootstrap folder is the dist folder, which contains the CSS folder. And then is the bootstrap.min.css file. Just be careful while specifying these paths. Once this is done, we move on towards the scripts array. And over here, I'll have to specify the path of the jQuery min.js file. So to do that, all I have to do is look for the jQuery module. So here it is. Within this, the dist folder. And within the dist folder is the jQuery.min.js file. Okay, so all I have to do is include the path of this file within scripts. I'll just copy the previous one. This is jQuery. There is no CSS folder. And the name of the file is jQuery.min.js. I also have to include the bootstrap.min.js file over here. So I'll just specify a comma. I'll copy this line and I'll paste it. And instead of jQuery, it will be bootstrap. And instead of CSS this time, it's going to be the JavaScript folder or the JS folder. Now what I'm going to do is just save this. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is get back to the index.html file. And from here, I'll delete the Bootstrap CDN links and the jQuery CDN links. I'll save this and I'll get back to my development server. So as you can see, Bootstrap is still working and I have no errors. In case you guys want to be more clear, I'll just give you an example. And from here, I'll pick up a nav. I'll just copy this code. I'll get back to my project. So now I'll open the app component.html file. Just remove this. And I'll paste the code that I just took from Bootstrap. Let me save this and get back to my project. So as you can see over here, the nav bar that I just took from the Bootstrap official website is working. This means Bootstrap has successfully been installed. So now moving on towards the final section of this video, which is creating a complete Angular application using all the building blocks, Bootstrap and jQuery. So now let's get back to our project and I'll just delete all this present from here. I'll open the service file that I've created. And over here, I'll just insert some dummy data for my project. So before I move on further, let me just show you guys the website that I've created. This is a sample Edureka Angular website. And over here, my home component or the home page consists of some of the top ranking Angular blogs and also a link to all the front-end development blogs from Edureka. I also have a header component that contains the home, student list, and the enroll components. Now, when I click on any of these components, I'll be redirected to a different page. This page contains a list of all the students who have enrolled for this course. When I click on show details, my page is going to display the details of that student. Also, I have a separate enroll component which will allow the user to enroll himself for this course. So let me just show you what happens when I enroll into this. So I'll just type in some ID. I'll say 102. And for the name, I'll just say student. Student @xyz.com. Anything. And within the description, I'll just specify student details. Okay, now I'll click on this enroll button that is present over here. And I'll get back to the student list component. So as you can see, the student who has just enrolled is present within the student list. Now when I click on show details, I'll have the corresponding details of that student. So now let's get back to our Visual Studio and build this website. So I'll get back to Visual Studio. And over here, I'll open the service.ts file. I want this service to have some dummy data that I'll be able to show on my development server. So within this home service class, what I'm going to do is create an array of students. Since I already have some dummy data present, what I'm going to do is just copy that over here and I'll save this. Now this service component will be used for all the other components present in my project. So what I'm going to do over here is create two functions. One which will display all the students that are present in my list, and the second that is going to help students enroll for the course. Let me just specify a public access specifier. In case you're not aware of any of these, you can still refer to the Angular tutorial video by Edureka. So public, the name of the method will be get, and I'll just call it students. Now this function is going to be of the array type, and this array is going to hold the IDs, names, description, and email. So that'll be ID. Sorry, I forgot to specify the curly braces. ID, name, description, and email. So within the body of this function, I'll just specify one return function, that is return this.students. This function will help me retrieve all the students that are present in my dummy data. Next up, I'll create another function. And the name of this function will be create student. Now, since I want the student to have ID, name, description, and an email ID, what I'm going to do is just specify students and the type of this, which is nothing but ID, name, description, and email. Within the body of this function, I'll just specify this dot students dot push. So now both my functions are ready. The next thing that I'm going to do is add on some more components to this project. So I'll get back to my command prompt, and over here I'll type in ng generate component, and the first component will be student list. The next component will be student create, and I will also have a header component. So I'll get back to the Visual Studio Code. Now, when I open the app module.ts file, you'll be able to see that all the components that I created have been imported by default over here. Now, this is because of the auto import extension that we spoke about earlier. In case you have not added this extension, you'll have to manually import the corresponding components. Now, I want each of my component to have a specific destination or a separate page. Therefore, what I'm going to do is go to the app routing module.ts file. And over here, I'll create a path for all the pages that I want to display in my project. I'm not going to be typing this manually. I already have the code present for it. So let me just copy paste it over here. So now my app routing module.ts file is ready. So the path match property that you see over here can have two values, that is the prefix or full. When the user specifies some URL within the address bar, this property will check if the user has correctly specified the whole extension or will just check for the prefix of it. By default, the value of this property is prefix. The reason why I've specified full over here is because I want the user to correctly specify the URL link. In case he does not do so, I'll redirect to the home page. So now what I'm going to do is go to the header component. And within this header component, I want to mention the home component, the student list component, and the enroll component. Within the HTML part of this header component, what I'm going to do is paste some navbar code from Bootstrap. So I'll go to the official Bootstrap website. I want my header to be right aligned, so I'll just pick up some right aligned navbar. You can take any of your choice. I'm just taking something that I prefer to. I'll paste it over here. What I'm going to do is modify the content. I have my project specific content present in my previous project, so I'll just copy that from there. HTML part of the header component is ready. Now, in case the user clicks on home, he'll be redirected to the home page. If he clicks on student list, he will move on towards the student list component. And if he clicks on enroll, he'll move on towards the student create component. I'll just save this. Next, I'll have to move towards the app component.html file. Over here, I'll have to include the header. I'll delete this. And I'll include app header. Let me just save this. I'll delete hello world. Now, when I run my server, my header component is present over here. Okay, I see this Edureka from here. I'll just delete it. So that's present in the home component. So I'll go to the home component.html file. I'll delete this and I'll save it. So now, as you can see, the browser has refreshed and my header component has been displayed. Now within the home page, I'll create a Bootstrap Jumbotron or an area that is very important. So what I'm going to do is just copy the code that's present in my project. The next thing that I'm doing over here is modify the home component.html file. Since I have the code ready, I've just pasted it over here. So let me just explain to you guys what I've done over here. The first thing that I've done is included an image. Because of the first image tag, you're able to see this image present over here. The code that I've used for this is the responsive image code present in Bootstrap. The next thing that I've done is within a div tag, I have a class of Jumbotron. Jumbotrons basically mark areas that are very important. So as you can see over here, the gray area is nothing but the Jumbotron. Not just that, I also have some cards over here that are aligned next to each other. And within this, I've just specified a few blocks that are very important. Finally, I have this last Jumbotron, which contains a link to all the front-end web development blogs of Edureka. My homepage is ready. So my homepage is ready. Now I'll move on towards the next component, that is the student list component. Over here, I'll open the student list component.ts file. Within the student list component class, I'll create two variables, that is student and selected student. Then I'll be making use of the same service class that I've created, which is home service. So I'll just create a public parameter. I can give any name to the variable, but I'll just specify as home service. Next, I'll create a public function and I'll just name it as select student. This is going to take student parameter. This is going to take student as a parameter. And within this, I'll just return this dot selected student. And I'll insert it into the student property. Now I'll have to update the view of this component. So I'll open the student list component.html page and I'll just copy paste the code that I've already written. So now I'll just come and refresh my browser. Looks like the header is missing. There it is. The header has moved towards the end of this page. That is because I've not specified the CSS for it. So I'll just get back to my project and I'll go towards header component.css file. And one more thing that I have to do is move on towards the app component.html file. And instead of placing the header after the route outlet, I'll have to place it before that. So now let's get back to our development server. So as you can see, the header component is present where I want it to be. Now I'll just click on the student list. So as you can see over here, all the students have been retrieved. Now, in case I click on any of this, it will show me the details of that corresponding student. Now, two of our components are ready. The next thing that I'll have to do is manipulate this enroll component. I'll get back to Visual Studio Code. And over here, I'll open the student create component. So within this, I'll create an array called as student. And this is going to hold the IDs, name, description, and the email of the students. And one more thing that I'll have to do is import the service class. So I'll just say import. The name of the service class was home service. What I'm also going to do is create a student class that will allow me to display the created student in the student list. The student create component.ts class is ready. Next, I'll have to modify the views of this component. So I already have the code ready for this, so I'll just paste it over here. I've copy pasted the required code. I'll get back to my browser and I'll rerun my project. So let me just see if everything is working. I'll go to the home page. And over here, my homepage runs fine. I'll click on student list. So the student list component also works fine. And the student create component. So over here, let me just type in some details. I'll just give some random name. So now let's get back to student list. So here it is. The student that just got enrolled is also shown up in the student list.
After completing your projects, the next step is Angular testing. You will learn how to test your Angular applications to ensure they are robust and bug-free, an essential skill for any developer.
Testing. Software testing. Why do we need to do a software test? Software testing is a process to evaluate the functionality of a software application with an intent to find whether the developer software met the specified requirements or not and to produce a bug-free quality product. So everybody, what is our goal? We have to deliver a product with all the features without any bugs, quality product. So to do that, what we were doing is that first developers develop the code, and QA engineers comes and they will start testing the application. They will make sure that no errors are there. If there are any issues, bugs, they'll create a bug, they will assign it back to the developer. This is how it does, right? We fix it and send it to the product. So once the QA people provides a sign off, then only we'll give it to UAT test or a production environment. That's how we use it to do it. If there are any defects after deploying it to production, then again, it is the same process wherein you need to work on the defect and deliver it back. So then it's all about software testing is to deliver a bug-free quality product. Why should we perform testing? Cost, to reduce the cost of fixing the bugs. When you deliver a product, if it has any bugs, fixing those bugs involves a lot of cost. That is what we need to reduce it. So if you able to identify those bugs in the early stage, the cost of fixing those bugs will be very less to produce the good quality product. Why do you think that fixing a bug is more expensive? If we delivered a product to the production, there is an issue. You identified some customer or a product owner's business, they identified it. Now they created a bug. The bug has to be prioritized. The developers have to put the efforts. QA engineers again they have to test it. Again, you have to engage an infrastructure team or a DevOps team to deploy the application. And again, you have to impact the customers, because while you're deploying the production, it might go down. Again, this is all about process. So that involves a lot of cost to produce good quality products. Why you have to test it? You have to give a quality product. To make software application defect free, making sure that there are no defects in the code which you are delivering it. To check if behavior of an application is same in development and production environment. That means the code which you have written, the application which you are developing should be the functionality should be working same like how it was working in production, also how it was working in development environment. If it is working properly in dev environment, it is expected that it should be working in the same proper way in production also without any issues. Because of the environment issues, development environment, you have set up everything and it worked well. But when you move to production, it should not fail. Types of testing: unit testing, functional testing, integration testing. So there are three kind of categories of testing is there. We'll go through that. Unit testing, functional testing, integration testing. So in unit testing, what all you will be covering? Who does the unit testing nowadays? It is a agile world. Whatever the code which you are going to write, your story itself contains a acceptance criteria saying that you have to develop the feature, you have to test it, you have to write automate it, functional testing, whatever unit testing, everything you are supposed to take care of it. That is a goal. So unit testing is something is used to test small pieces of independent code uncovered with how they are unconcerned. What they are saying is unit testing is something which a developer does write the code to test your code. That means you are automating the behavior how you test the application, that you have to automate. Let's assume you have written a class. The class contains some behaviors and properties. So it is talking to a database and to fetch some query data. So this is the behavior your class has maybe. Now you have to automate the testing process so that your application, whenever you deploy a code or somebody adds a new feature to your application, so that automatically it will test the functionality instead of you testing it manually every time. If you automate and the code coverage and everything, it will automatically does by clicking a button or running a simple script saying that test something. It will take care of testing entire code, whatever the pieces it needs to be covered. Use it to prevent regressions, bugs that occur repeatedly. So regression is a quick way of testing your application every time when you do some changes, when you deploy it to some environment. Easy to pinpoint and fix the problem. Unit testing is helpful to do fixing the problem in advance, so that if there is any expected parameter to be passed to a particular function and it will throw an error. That's how you are able to easily identify instead of you waiting for a QA to raise a bug. If it takes a longer time to execute, it is likely that the code under test is much more complex than it should be. Longer time to execute. If it takes maybe any piece of code which is talking to database is going to take longer time, you can easily identify hits also because you have a time modes and all everything. Popular tools to perform unit testing on Angular application is Jasmine. So if you want to come up with a unit testing in Angular application, you have a different frameworks, but Jasmine is a very popular framework. What is Jasmine does? Angular itself is a framework. On top of that, you are using another framework to test your application unit test code. What Jasmine does? Functional testing, end-to-end testing. Functional testing are made against a combination of many units. Application functionality testing, like how a end user, if you're developing a browser based application like a Gmail or something, it will be tested like how a end user test your application, how a end user access your application. What end user will do? A QA engineer will do. QA user, if I ask you to open my application in a browser, he will go to the browser and enter http localhost 4200, and he will start entering username password and I click a button. That functionality also can be automated. That is called functional testing and all. You can use any number of external objects or systems like database, UI, security, and other application layers. You can talk to database also. You can talk to any other external systems also which are being used in your application. Takes longer time to execute than unit test cases, because unit test cases maybe you can mock it, but whereas functional testing, it needs to be interacted with the real-time scenarios. Functional testing represent major releases where unit test represents only minor changes, due to which they are expected to change less often than the unit test cases. Functional testing means mostly will be running before you deploy it to production or a QA environment, maybe from your end. Example, when user enters username password and clicks a send button or a login button, that user will be logged in. We can easily see that this functional group will comprise of many unit tests, one for validating username, one for handling a button click, whatever example I give. So integration testing. Integration testing ensures that the entire system application is working correctly or not. It can be executed only with a realistic environment like a real database servers and other systems which are like the target production environment. You are completely doing maybe your upstream systems, downstream systems. If you are talking to Microsoft Azure, if you are talking to Amazon Web Services, completely you are going to test all the functionalities, or you might be dependent on some other APIs. Completely you are going to do that kind of testing. It can be executed only with a realistic environment, whatever. It is used in case you need to test a separate systems like database and applications. It is slower than the other testing application, complex to write also, because it involves with the real-time scenarios, real-time systems. For example, a functional testing may successfully test the ability of an ideal system to open help the dialog box, like a UI related. Functional testing is mostly like in this context is like clicking on a button, launching a pop-up, filling the data, clicking again, saving the data. These kind of like how a human test the web application. That is what they are talking about. Testing Angular applications. So unit testing. Types of testing in Angular application. Broadly, there are two forms of testing for an application. Unit testing. It refers to testing the business logic of a small and isolated unit of code to verify the correctness of the behavior. Obviously, you are going to test the code which you have written. It will taking care of the code coverages, whether you have covered all the scenarios or not, something like that. It is like testing, automation of testing your developer code which you have written. End-to-end testing, it simulates the user actions and checks whether the application behaves as expected. It simulates the user behavior. Like I'm a user, I'm logging into Facebook, username, password, click on a button. Same how you're filling the data, how you're clicking, how you're validating the username, password, whether it is wrong or not. When you see an error message, and again you will retry. Same like how user behavior it works. During end-to-end testing, you should not run the unit testing scripts. So types of testing in Angular application. Unit testing, end-to-end testing. So for that, you will be using a Jasmine Mocha. Mocha, or you can call it as Mocha. So written in Jasmine or Mocha. What is end-to-end testing? You will be using a Protector, which is a wrapper for Selenium. End-to-end testing can be done in Angular using Protector. Why can't you use Selenium? There is a strong reason. It is a wrapper for Selenium, but still it has more advantages than Selenium. Selenium is used to test applications in a 13 languages. It supports 13 languages. Java, .NET, C, Cold Fusion, C, PHP, Python. So many approaches are there, but you can still test the application, how end user access the application. Same way, Protector also supports, but Selenium cannot access the model of Angular. Model means data. That means that component properties, objects which we create, right? Services, these cannot be accessed by Selenium. Selenium is only for testing the browser based application. But whereas a protector can talk to or can access the model of Angular data bindings, it can talk to that. Protector supports for all the browsers. K stands for Karma. This symbol is for protector. This symbol is for Jasmine. This symbol is for Mocha. So what I'm saying is these are the things which will be using it. So what you will do in a testing framework, you will write test runner and a browsers. Test runners are nothing but Karma. Task runners you can call it as. Karma is a task runner. Protector is a end-to-end testing purpose. Jasmine is a testing framework. So the test cases are written in using unit testing libraries such as Jasmine or a Mocha. Mocha is the one which is used to test JavaScript based code applications. So Jasmine and Karma. Jasmine is a behavior driven development framework for testing JavaScript code. So Jasmine can be used for JavaScript code. Mocha can be used for JavaScript code. It's a behavior driven development framework. Even though Jasmine comes with its own browser based test runner, we will be using command line based test runner called Karma that can be easily integrated into the application. What is a Karma? Karma is a task runner, like how you have a Maven. Jasmine is a behavior driven, it's a framework. Just understand, if you want to test a JavaScript code, you need some framework. Testing is a framework, so that is comes with a Jasmine. Even though Jasmine comes with its own browser based test runner, we will be using a command line based test runner called Karma that can be easily integrated into the application. So Karma is something. See, you have a framework with you, but who will run the test cases? The test runner, the task runners, like Ant and Maven. What are those called? Task runners. Ant is a task creator, task runners. Same way, Karma is the one which will help you to run your test cases, which is a command line application. Karma is used for testing JavaScript code written with or without frameworks. Whether you write with framework, without framework, you can still use Karma to test the application. That means you have to say Karma test, something like that. Karma can run the test cases to check whether the application works properly in multiple browsers or not. Karma is a configuration file which is used to do some configuration related to browser and all. Angular application setup comes bundled with a Jasmine, so there is no need to install separately. What they are saying is Jasmine is a framework used to test a JavaScript based application. So Jasmine by default comes with you when you create a project. You don't need to install them separately. When we create a new project and start, so CD Suresh Angular February batch 2020. So here we say ng new unit testing whatever. So go to the project Angular February 2020 unit testing example. See here today, if you look at it, Karma is there. What is Karma? Before we go that, package.json file is there. In the package.json file, there are two different type of dependencies. Dependencies, dev dependencies. Dependencies are nothing which are required for production purpose. If you want to run your application without any issues, you need dependency because these are required to run your application in a production environment. Without forms, I cannot validate my form. Without forms, I cannot do data bindings. Router. Without routers, I cannot implement a routing. Even though if you implement and this dependency is being not available in the project, it will fail. RxJS libraries, zones, whatever data binding concepts or data state management related, all those things will not work. Compiler, common libraries, all these things. So you need these must mandatorily in the project. Dev dependencies. If you look at it, Jasmine, Karma, and TypeScript, TSLint, all these are required only for development purpose. Once you compile your TypeScript code into ECMAScript or a JavaScript, you don't need this. This happens at the time of build time. TSLint, syntax checking, strict all those things, TS link, TS node, TypeScript node versions or whatever, protector, testing purpose, functional testing, karma, task runners, whatever the testing, unit testing, code coverage, Istanbul, Chrome launcher, karma Chrome launcher, headless browsers, Jasmine, the framework which we use. All these are required only for development purpose, not to run in a production. So if you observe here, Jasmine is a framework which already available to you. That is the reason why they are saying you don't need to install. By default, Angular will give you the setup. So what they are saying is Jasmine is the framework which you are going to use, and Karma is a task runner. What is Karma? If you go and look at it, karma.config.javascript file. This is a JavaScript file. The code, if you look at it, it looks like a JavaScript only. What it does, so coming to Karma, Karma is a configuration file. The Karma talk tells you clearly you are going to configure something. What is that? You are going to configure something for unit testing purpose. You are using a Jasmine framework. Build Angular dev kit, that is also required for development purpose, building an Angular application. What is our base path? Empty means the current root, whatever. Plugins, you are going to use Jasmine, you are going to use Chrome launcher, and you are going to use Jasmine HTML report generation. You are going to use Istanbul reporter, code coverage, how much percentage of code is being covered, all those things. The code which you are writing in a component.ts file, what is the class name? App component. What is the property it has? Title. What template it is using? App component.html. If you go and look at it, app component, it has a unit test covered. I'll tell you what is Jasmine. If you want to do unit test cases, you have to create a suite. Inside a suite, what you will keep? You will keep a features. Inside a features, what you will keep? A test case. Can we do this in a normal functionality wise? I have a Facebook application. Inside a Facebook, what all the suites you will have? Suite related to login, suite. Inside login, you will have a features like login, register, something like this. Or you can say suite name as user authentication suite, login registration. Inside login, what test cases you will have? Valid username password, login user, forgot password, maybe invalid credentials, something like that. Register user, all those things. These are the test cases. Now another suite, I can say products suite. Inside product suite, you can have add product. Inside add product, add a new product. Maybe you will have a add place order, or you can say query products. Something like this, I'm giving an example. In this test case, what you will write? Now, if you want to convert this, just imagine this example. If you want to convert, you have to use some framework. So what does Jasmine does is that it provides you a method described is a method used to group test cases. It is a method to write test case logic. These are the methods you need to understand. And before each, after each, like this, Jasmine provides a methods to test your applications. It is a test case. So you have to use some assertions that we are going to see. Like this, Jasmine provides an approach. First of all, the code which you are going to use TypeScript only, language. Now if you observe import statement, let me run. First of all, whenever I say in this cd unit testing, first of all I have to say ng serve. I'll walk you through the code later. First understand how do you run a unit test coverage, how do you configure the scripts. When you trigger ng test, what it is happening. So your application is working properly. First of all, verify. Then you can check the unit test coverage. 4200. Your application is working properly, no issues, close this. Now go back to the another terminal, let the application run as it is, don't touch that. Open another terminal. Now unit testing, cd Suresh February batch 2020 ng test. I have to run this command. So ng test, if I say ng test, what happens? Observe, I have to go to the unit testing coverage. So from here I have to say ng test. ng test, who is giving all these features to you? Your Angular command line scaffolding project is giving it to you by default. They are doing all these things for you. It opened a browser 9876 localhost in a Chrome application. Now Karma connected to some server. It ran 3 specifications, 0 test case failed, and those test cases are related to app component, should have a as title something. I'll tell you later what it is, all those things. Now come back to the application command line prompts. In the command line also it printed saying that I have run 3 test cases successfully. Those 3 test cases executed without any issues. Total out of 3, 3 got successfully executed. Now come back to the code. Package.json file. Whenever I say ng test, go to package.json file. Whenever I say ng test, what happened here? Ng Angular the build tool. Whenever I say ng serve, what it is doing? It is internally running a serving an application. Now it also, instead of I saying ng serve, I can also say one more command, the script tag I'm talking about. Control C, I'm killing the application. Instead of saying ng serve, I can also say npm start, npm node package manager start. What it does is that npm means node package manager. What is our package? Package.json file. npm starts internally triggers ng serve. Why? If you look at it here, the command npm start, which is internally triggering ng serve. It is serving the application. First compiles, it is serving. Same way, Control C here, the scripts are nothing but a shortcuts. npm test you can say, or you can say ng test. When you say ng test, which is going to trigger ng test. What is ng test? Or you can say npm test also. When you say ng test, which is configured somewhere in our angular.json file, or you can say test command. This is configured here. What it is doing is that, which will internally goes and triggers the main entry file is that src.test.ts file. What is there in the src.test.ts file? Polyfills. If any of the functionalities of JavaScript doesn't support an IE older browser or something like that, polyfills are the one which are going to take care of backward compatibility. ts configuration.spec.json file. Karma configuration. Where is the karma configuration? karma.config.javascript file. We have those files, ts configuration test spec file. So if you open a spec file, all these, the main file C, you are telling whenever you run a command called ng test, go through src folder, star, don't bother about a subfolders. You go through all the subfolders and find a .spec file. Every component is ending with a .spec file. Every component which we are going to write, if you want to write a unit test cases, you have to put app.component instead of .ts, you have to say app.component.spec file. So these kind of configurations, they are done with the .configuration files. So now all the src folder, it will scan through, wherever it has a spec file, it will include. Now what is our Jasmine types you are going to use? Output ts configurations, tsconfig.javascript. Why? You need to compile the TypeScript code into JavaScript, ECMAScript, whatever. Now karma configuration. In that angular.json file, whatever I have used, there is a task. So it is looking for all these file settings. Now it goes to karma configuration.js file. It will pick up what is the browser, what framework you are going to use to run the test cases, all those things. Along with that, you also need to understand src test.ts file. Why src test.ts file is important? Open a src test.ts file. What is this test.ts file contains? So same like, understand, if you want to run your application in a browser, first of all, what are you doing? Angular application has to be bootstrapped by a main module. Angular application, once it is bootstrapped, it will traverse through the scanning of the code and it will identify the Angular syntaxes. Same way, when you run your application, the unit test cases, you don't need to run it in the browser. So for that purpose, you have to bootstrap your application. To bootstrap my application, I have to use all the modules imported, browser module, dynamic, whatever, blah, blah. So that kind of settings you are going to do it here. What you are going to do? You are going to use Angular zone testing, data binding related, Angular core testing related, any libraries which requires to test your code. You need to get all these libraries, testbed, whatever, and a browser dynamic testing module. If I remove this, what it becomes? Browser dynamic module. We know what is browser dynamic module, which will help you to bootstrap your application. So for every module, they have a corresponding testing module. Platform browser dynamic testing. Declare constant requests if you need anything. First, initialize the Angular testing environment. How are you going to initialize? Initialize test environment with the whatever get test bit and the main core module you got it. Now constant. Then we find all the test cases. How do you go? You will walk through all the spec files and get them. Context.keys map your mapping with the application modules. Now the next step is that which is going to trigger angular.config.js file, angular.json file. Where is that? And the SRC test is going to take care of everything, nothing else here. And you are also making sure assets are being inserted or included, everything. Now test.ts. Now it goes to module context, whatever you are using it. Now go to your app.module.component spec file. Your spec file is saying that boss, you need a app component. I'm importing app component. It is not going through your app.module.ts file. Why? The reason is app.module.ts, it is a replica of your TS file. Test.ts file is taking care of bootstrapping the application. Now, which component you have to bootstrap? So first, app component. That means instead of user accessing in the browser, I am testing my app component code coverage. So app component is being imported. And also apart from that, you need a test bit and async method from core testing library. I told you clearly, describe is a method. How describe looks? Describe is a method. What it is taking? A method can take a string as an argument, app component. A method can take a function as a callback. Instead of writing callback like this with the latest syntax, they introduce it without function and arrow function. This is a function body. That is what describe says. If I remove this is the method of my describe. I'm just keeping some logic inside describe. What that logic is that, see app component. This suit is related to app component. Testing of application component code. Before each, that means every time before you run a test case, this is one test case, should create the application. First of all, what are the test cases you have inside this suit? Should create the application. That means first of all, I have to make sure app route. If you go to component, this app should be created. That is what my goal. So if you go to app component spec, you are making sure that app component instance is created. Then you should have a title variable with a string called unit testing. If you go to app component, you have a title with the string called unit testing. That is what they are talking about here. Why are we doing all these things? To make sure the application is loaded properly. So that means you are able to access that title, which is a modal. What is that? Which is a modal. You can also access the method. You can also access the properties of that component. That means you are able to access the component properties and the behaviors in the unit test cases. You are verifying whether the title contains so-and-so value or not. If you are going to hit a database and fetch some records, if the record length is matching, that means you got a product. If the record length is 0, you didn't get a record. If you want to walk through some login page, success or failure, you can still validate the test here. These are called assertions. And another one, it should render title in a h1 tag. Where is the title going to be? App.component, the title variable, the model is going to render in a h1 tag called title, h1 tag. That means this entire string can be validated using this h1. I can do it. That is what we are doing in this. Should render the title in a h1 tag. What are we doing that? H1, I'm able to access the HTML element in my unit test cases. You understood what is happening? This app component.spec is a simple component. A component with app root with a title is this. And if you go to HTML page, you have a h1 tag. If you want me to remove, I can remove all these unnecessary steps so that it has only the h1 tag in it. A h1 tag contains this tag. So when you run the unit test cases, I am able to access my HTML elements along with its value. So that is also I have written in the spec file. That means I'm able to do modal validation. I'm able to access my HTML elements. So I can check whether this particular element is rendered or not, whether this particular HTML element contains this text or not. I'm able to verify that in the unit test cases. Now that means your component is being covered by unit test cases. Describe is a method which contains it method. It is a test case. One test case code you will keep it here. What is the one test case I want to test it? Should have as title unit testing. That means the title variable should contain a value called unit testing. So to test that, it's a testing. So I'm calling it as one. Like this, if you have 100 components, you have to write test cases for 100 components. Otherwise, your code coverage will goes down. If you cover each component with unit testing, that means you are writing a proper way of unit test cases. Otherwise, what is the point of like having a unit test case code covered for only for 10 components, remaining 90 are not covered? Again, you have to do manual work every time to validate and everything. So to avoid that. Now, for a component, if you want to do a testing, describe is a method which is a group of test cases. You can combine them. Now, app component, it's a string. You can put a spaces also. No issues. You can put underscores. You can give a string name also. Let's assume describe string login test case or login test soup. What it does, comma. First is a string. Second is a arrow function like this and a body of it. Before each time, what I'm supposed to do, every time when you test the application, the test case, you are making sure that the component is being declared. The component is available. That is what you are configuring test module declaration. Are you using any ng module here, root module here? No. So if you observe, your before each is nothing but it runs every time before your test case gets executed. At the same time, it has an opposite. After running the test case, if you want to release some resources, you can do that. Before you run every test case, making sure that this component is available to you. So to do that, before each has a method called async manner, you have to do it. Async is a method, so arrow function. Again, in this, you have a function, the callback function, nothing but. Now you're doing. Now, how do you declare a component? You have to use a test bed dot configure testing module. What is the module you are going to test? Testing module. What is the module you are going to test? This one dot compile component. That means you have to compile the component. Otherwise, your application, you have to compile, make sure no errors are there. So in this testing module, you are going to tell which component to be declarations colon app component. This is what happening for every time. Now, what are you going to test every time? I'm going to say, now coming to test case, my component is available. What is my goal? I have to make sure my component is instantiated properly or not. If it is a HTML page, I should have done index.html like how we are doing app root. That will take care. But here we are clearly using a unit test cases. In the unit test cases, how do you make sure the component is instantiated? It is a method which will take a string and a callback function. In this test bed dot create a component. You are going to create a component constant fixer dot debug element component instance. You are getting a component instance whichever the debugging element. You got a app reference. App is a instance of your component. Now what are you supposed to do? How do you validate whether this particular instance is created or not? You need some assertions. That assertions comes with expect of app to be truthy. That means expect 1 plus 1 to be to equal something like this, or expect some array length to equal to something like this. I can write same way. What these guys have done is that assertions has so many methods: to be truthy, to equals, to not equal, not null. So many ways it has a methods. Expecting, you are passing a value to be truthified and checking whether this is truthy. That means if app is not null, if app not equal to null, that means truth. So this will return a true. That means my object got instantiated, otherwise it would be a null. Once the component is instantiated, the next step which you're going to do is that it should have a title unit testing. So now the component is with you. Now create a component. You got an instance. Now app.title to equal unit testing. Why don't you do here itself saying that expecting app.title dot to equal? You can do. No one is going to stop. But the thing is, I have a separate test cases, so I'm validating it. So what you could do, should have as a title unit testing, constant fixer, test bed, creating a component, app component, whatever component you are going to instantiate. Since the component object is with me, I can access the properties methods, making it to unit testing. Now go back. How do you test the application? Ng test. Now I will modify something and see your test case gets fails. Now it will success. See your test case passed successfully without any issues. Let's see. Now go and modify the value of component test to unit testing demo. Now automatically it is getting compiled. One test case failed. Which one failed? If you observe, I am expecting unit testing demo to equal to unit testing. Unit testing demo is equal to unit testing? Never. So that's why it failed. So that means based on this, it is going to fail. Same way, spec file, it should create render title in a h1 tag. So how do I access HTML element value? So HTML element, if you want to access, first you need to get an app component, and also it is detecting the changes. If there is any change automatically to a data binding, it will identify. Then you get a native element. Native element of what? Compiled query selector of h1. If there are multiple h1s, you are in screw. Then you have to put id. Which query selector you want to use? That text content I am getting it. Welcome to unit testing. The h1 contains data binding. It says two test cases failed. Why two test cases failed? Because the below test case also failed. What is the below test case? h1 dot text content. h1 has a welcome to unit testing. This also did not match earlier when I modified to unit testing demo. That is the reason why it failed. Go to app component, unit testing demo. See what is the output if you run the application in the browsers? Two test case failed. Why two test case failed? Let's see the example. Here it says unit testing demo should be equal to that. Welcome to unit testing demo. Two contains welcome to unit testing. Now why two test cases are failing? Because when you run the application, h1 tag also should contain the same string. So now your code is being covered properly. So this is how unit testing works. Now go to next level. Here is the quick examples. Jasmine framework has methods like this, and what are the each method does. Describe the script name, whatever you want to give, and the callback function. This method is used to group a set of related test cases. These are the methods provided by Jasmine. It is a method used to perform the real testing. What do you want to test it? Expecting is a assertions. You are passing something and you are expecting that to be matching with that. To be, the method specifies that expected value of the test before each, after each. Let's assume you're going to create a database connection, or you're going to initialize some object and you want to destroy that. After each, you can use it. These are the methods which will be using it. Same continuation, evaluation methods: to be, to equal, to match, to be, to contains, to be less than, to be greater than, not equal to. So all these methods are available. Regex also can be possible. So they have given some example for calculator. My calculator, describe a method, should know how to multiply something. So they are creating a component. App is an instance of component matter expecting. App is an instance of app component. Something they are putting high level examples. Now it's time to understand a protractor. Protractor is very important concept. Functional testing you are going to do it. Protractor is a testing library that allows you to test application workflows, simulating user actions without the need to perform them manually. That means I have another example of unit testing, Angular unit testing example, ng serve. So it will serve the application. Once compilation successfully happens, 4200 is a port number. Now go to the browser, localhost 4200. What it does, observe. It has a sign in username, admin, password is admin123, admin@gmail.com. Now login. What it does, it showed me a login successful page. So this is the application which you have developed and you are asking QA to test the application. What QA has to do every time? He has to launch the application in the browser saying that localhost 4200. He has to enter the username, password, admin@gmail, and click a button and verify whether the login successful or not. So how do I automate this process so that I don't need to hire a QA engineer or a test engineer? So to do that automation purpose, we have a concept called Selenium or Protractor. So ng E2E. I would say ng end-to-end test. See, the browser opened, it closed. Why? Because we haven't started the Protector server. So before you do this, you have to run a few things. Protector WebDriver Manager. First of all, you have to install npm install -g protractor globally. Why? This Protector is a thing which can be used for multiple projects, not only for single purpose. So whenever I run command called protractor -g globally, it requires a permission. It's a user level permission access problem. I have to install as a sudo, or I have to open my command prompt in the administrator mode. See, it's a permission issue. That means I'm trying to install some library at a user level. That means if that library is a vulnerable, it will impact my application system. So it is asking for a permission. So I have to say sudo npm install. How do you install dependencies? Npm install -g बोले तो globally protractor. Done. So it is asking for a password. That means I'm giving a permission. Now it will install without any issues. Once the protractor is installed successfully, now you can say protractor -v. It will tell you the hyphen version, protractor version 5.4.2 to check the version of my protractor. You can do this for Angular command line interface also. ng version also will work, Angular version. The next step is you don't need to check that. If you want, you can do it. Now you can say WebDriver Manager. Protractor requires a WebDriver Manager. That means you will be testing the application using a Chrome, Firefox, IE, right? For that, you are going to interact with the web application, web elements, HTML input, text box, checkbox, radio button. So for that, some driver manager is required, WebDriver Manager. You have to say update. This is already installed when you install Protractor. So again, you have to sudo WebDriver Manager update. Make sure you are opening in a command prompt in an administrator mode permission. WebDriver is updated. Now, once this is done, the last thing which you need to do is that WebDriver Manager start. Then who will tell me all these things? Now the WebDriver Manager is up and running. Selenium server is up and running on port number 4444. That means when you install a Protractor, you are also getting a Selenium server on your machine. Now go to the browser, localhost 4444. If you say Selenium server is up and running. If you want to see console, go to the console. No sessions are ready. How do you know what all needs to be installed? Very simple. Angular Protractor tutorial. Make sure you are opening a Angular, not a Angular JS. Tutorial end-to-end testing Angular. That is wrong. Angular JS. But this guy also tells you the same. But better you always open a Angular 5, you can say, or 8, whatever. So you can follow these steps. Here is the details. So I have done the same, whatever I'm supposed to. My WebDriver server is up and running. That means Selenium server is up and running. Don't kill it. Now open another terminal. So far, whatever magic I have done is only to start the Selenium server and install. Make sure you update the Selenium server when you install it. Now cd Suresh, cd Angular, cd unit testing example. This is what my project. Now what you need to do is that ng end-to-end testing. End-to-end testing shortcut I will tell you. For now, let it run the demo. First, it will start the browser. It will try to enter the username password automatically without my key in. I don't need to involve in it. It will automatically do. It will click the button. It will verify whether the successfully executed or not, login successfully happened or not, those things. It is launching the browser, localhost 4915. Data will be entered. Suresh, I'm not entering anything. Admin 123, I'm not entering anything. Login success, and it will close. The test case executed successfully. Did I do anything? I have automated that. It's like a robo is doing it. Now go to the code. The code package.json file. What is the script? End to end. When I say ng e to e, it started triggering something which we don't know as of now. We already have Protractor installed for development purpose. Even you don't need to say npm install -g, but as a practice I made it. Now go to Protractor configuration file. In this Protractor also I told you clearly, we will be using Jasmine as a framework. All script timeouts, any script which doesn't identify or execute within 11 seconds, it will fail. Under specifications, this is not a unit testing, this is an end-to-end testing. So you need to go to this folder location, /e to e, go to there. At the src folder level, outside you have a e to e. In the U2E, you have a subfolder, or it can be, you don't need to. It will go to u2e.spec.ts. This is the main entry file which will trigger protractor config.json, which will use Chrome browser, which is running. And what is my base application? Localhost 4200. Which application I have to test? First of all, application has to run. If the application is running in a running state, then only my end-to-end testing can start working. So first of all, my application has to be up and running. Jasmine is a framework which I'm going to use. Default timeout interval 30 seconds. And now on prepare tsconfig. When the first time it gets executed, tsconfig end-to-end JSON file is the one which we need to understand. What it is doing is that it is going through all these things, extending TypeScript configuration file, tsconfig.js file, output.tsc end-to-end file, common.js, ECMAScript file, Jasmine, whatever. Now the main entry file is this. What it is doing is that I have a component. What is that component? Go to my code, app component, app.module.ts. I have a main app component. I have a login component. What my login component will do? And it has a forms module imported. So now you have a login component. Login component is the root component for you. Now go to login component at HTML. What login component has? It has only HTML code, one form, input, username, and a data model binding, ng model. Why do we use ng model? Whether you modify the model of username, it will reflect in the UI. Whether you change in the UI, it will reflect in the model. So you will say username, password. When you click a button called login, it will call the method called validate login. Go to HTML page of login component HTML. What it does, it will validate, and it has a variable called this.status. When you click on a button called login, instead of hitting a database, right now I hard coded. What it does is that it will change the status of login message to success. By default, login message is empty. The variable like title, it is empty. Now, when this becomes a successful login, you send a database call, you hit a auth API, you got a successful response, then you are setting it to successfully logged in. Now, when you say successfully logged in, if status is not equal to empty, you are showing a message called login successful with a green color message. Now, this is a component. How do you make this component as an automation, automated? Go to very first is this one. So to make app e2e spec.ts file, first of all, you have to import a protractor. Protractor gives you option of browser. Why you need to import a browser? Because you are going to interact with the browser. Import login test case from login.test.py. So login test case. Who wrote that login test case? Here it is. Login.py.ts. Describe is a test group. Now before each whatever blah blah login test case I am declaring. Before each time you test a test case, login test case I want to instantiate, and the test case which I want to do is login test. What it does is that login.launch app loading the application into browser. How do you do that login? What is the login? Go to login test case. Login test case is nothing but login.test.py. Open that login.test.py. Import browser from protractor, and also few more important statements, because see, first of all I have to launch a browser. I have to use method. Login test case is a class. I have to say return browser.get. Whenever you say browser.get, browser is given by protractor. Whenever I say browser.get, you are launching this application localhost. Now launch is done. The second step, if you want to access a input fields, you have to use by method, element method. Elements can be identified by ID. Elements HTML input fields can be identified by CSS, class, or ID, name, or export. Now what are we doing? I have a main entry file wherein I am getting a login test case. Before each time I am creating an object to this login test case. My login test case contains internally methods. I have instantiated something. Now my testing is starting. Login is a reference to login test case. Now login has a method called launch app. Launch app as a logic to launch the browser. That's it. Next step. After browser is open, I have to say login.doLogin. Do login, what it is doing? If you go to login.doLogin method, it will sleep the browser for some time because it has to wait. Once the application is loaded, it has to wait for some time so that all the elements will be rendered. Once the application is rendered properly, what is the element I see? Login page. So how do I access my login page? I can say by.name. What is by.name? Your login component has a HTML element name with this, identify with this. Go to here, by.name. What is the name of the thing? Username. This needs to be converted into casted into element so that I can get element object dot send keys. Send keys is a method used to enter the data. What is the data you want to enter? Suresh. Now first input username is entered with a value called Suresh. This is the value you guys have seen whenever I entered here something. Now if I make this as a John, this becomes a John. If you want to run ng e2e, now you will see John. Browser is entering data. Now you will see John. John is being entered. Now come back. So that means I will add one more input field. Then you will get an idea how to do that. So one more input field, if you want to add it here, div, some input field name text. Now go to the application here. Once do login, right? I would say by dot name. You can use ID also. By dot name, first name. If you want to enter the data, you have to use element which is given by protector. So now you have to say element. Element is what? It will give a method to send keys. Then you can enter the value Smith or something. Launch the application once again. ng e2e. It will compile the application. It will launch the application and it will start the test cases. This is the beauty of AngularJS application. The first name will enter with Smith, John, password, email. There is a delay for every enter because I have added delay like that. After entering, launching the application, wait for 2 seconds. After entering username, wait for 3 seconds. After entering password, wait for 3 seconds. After entering the email, wait for 3 seconds. Click the button, wait for some. How do you click a button? Element by.button text. Go to the HTML page, look at the button. Button has a text called login. So to access that, there is a method called by.button text, login method, and convert into element. And you have a method called click. When you click on that, wait for 1 second. Now return element dot login component dot paragraph. There is a text by.css. I told you. Go to login component and see the paragraph tag. What is the CSS it has? Alert success. With this CSS also, you can access the component. By.css login component, you have a paragraph tag. You have one more paragraph, then that is a problem. But right now I have only one I have used. And this entire thing I'm converting into element get a text. That means the text entered in the green colored successful login will come here. That is what I am returning. Who is calling this do login? The do login will be called by this guy very first time. So I'm expecting this do login will return a message called to equal to login successful. Then test case says it successfully executed. Now what we are going to do is that I will add a button in the login component. This is what my login component. Now running the application on a production server. So for this, I need some engine Nx. Till now, we were building our application on a node server, local machine. To make an application operational, in case of multiple requests, we need to deploy it on production server engine ix. This is called engine ix. Engine ix, what it does is that engine ix is a web server software that allows you to significantly reduce the page load time. It's an open source software that provides a HTTP server capabilities, mainly used for reverse proxying, caching, and load balancing. Why do we use the load balancing? Let's assume you have application developed, millions of people are requesting your application, millions of people are accessing your application. When the number of requests coming to the same server, obviously the number of threads are very less. It reaches to the thread sizes. So it will automatically, the application server performance goes down because the load is more. To avoid this, we will have multiple servers installed and the load is being distributed to multiple servers using a concept called load balancing, all these things. But those things can be taken care by infrastructure team. You don't need to involve. But if your company is very small, maybe you are supposed to involve it. Designed for maximum performance and stability. All these are features of load balancing, reverse proxy, Reverse proxy is something which runs behind the firewall to take the request and send it to the corresponding servers. So use non-threaded and event-driven architecture. Nginx follows non-threaded and event-driven approach. That means it doesn't depend much on threading concepts to handle the request and all. So wherever it requests, maybe internally, it's like Node.js concepts, event-driven programming. Architecture of Nginx. Nginx uses master-slave architecture by supporting event-driven, asynchronous, non-blocking model. This is the same concept Node.js also follows. Event-driven. That means when something happens, then only it gets triggered. Otherwise, that piece of code will not be get disturbed. Same way, when the request comes, then only that will be handled. Non-blocking. What is blocking? Blocking means some CPU intensive tasks. Like, I want to read some data from a database. It's a blocking. You got a request, you do some manipulation, you send the response back, it is not non-blocking. You got a request that has to run some job which involves some like 2 to 3 seconds delay, it's a blocking. It has to read some file, it's a blocking, like that. Master slave concept, user makes a request comes to workers thread, worker server, whatever, and a proxy caching mechanism, cache loader, cache manager. It works on a master and slave. That means you will have one server as a master, others are workers. That means you can do horizontal scaling here. Web server, application server, memcached, and backend. All these concepts can be implemented. Same web processors, worker processor accepts the request and start processing the request. Whenever it request needs to be interact with the master, it will interact with the master and response will be sent. Cache loader, cache manager. Now, how to configure Nginx? You have to use firewalls, all these things. But I don't have all this set up with me. Go to this location, configure all those things, deploy your application and do that. Deploying application using Docker image. Why do we need to use a Docker? What is the containerization? We'll talk about. Problems before containers. My application is working in laptop, but not in a testing or production environment. Why? You develop an application, it works perfectly on your machine because you are a developer, you know how to fix the versioning issues, you know how to install the required perfect libraries on your machine, you can spend time. But when the application move to production environment or a testing environment, you are not the responsible person. You are responsible person only for application functionality, not for dependencies or something. Who has to take care? One, you have to coordinate with the infrastructure team to make sure all the required dependencies are available in that particular server or not. Version number matching or those things. Maybe you will be testing your application on Windows box. Suddenly you will move your application to test environment which is running on a Linux box. So there are some issues with the versioning. That is what they are talking about. My application is working in my laptop but not in testing or production environment because of the runtime drift. Configuration drift or dependency drift. It could be configuration issue. It could be dependencies versions which I am using it. May not be suitable for Linux or production environment because production servers might be running on a Windows 7 or Windows 2000 application server, whatever it could be. So my laptop has version number 5.4 and test environment has latest version of software or of Angular or whatever it may be. Production has old version 4. On premise we have version 6. So there are versioning differences. How do we avoid this problem? That's where your containerization came into picture. How containers solve that issue? It's like creating a virtual environment for Python, Node.js. All these people started creating a virtual environments. Containers are the solution to face these issues as it packs up the code and all its dependencies. What it does is that when you use a containerization concepts, it packs up application along with your dependencies. Single unit that it can run reliably from one computing environment to another computing environment. So what all you are going to carry? Your code, your configuration settings, your dependencies, your runtime environments also you are carrying along with the shipment. This can even be done by a virtual machine. But virtual machine, if you use, it takes a lot of memory because every virtual machine will have its own operating system running. You have to maintain multiple operating system. Virtual machines takes up a lot of resources as they have a full copy of operating system, virtual copy of hardware, which adds up a lot of RAM, CPU, whereas in containers, you just need to supporting program libraries and the runtime environment. You don't need to carry all those things. Guest operating system containers. Virtual machines will have host operating system, hypervisor, guest operating systems. That means a virtual box can have all these things, multiple OS and all applications running. Whereas containerization having only host operating system, which will be running inside a container engine. Containerization is a separate training, GKP, all those things. Containerization. Google provided Kubernetes. Why Docker? Dockers are used to develop an application using Docker containers with any language and any toolchain. Dockers are something to run your applications which are sitting in a container. Multiple containers can put it on a Docker tool and can be run. You build, you ship, you run the application anywhere at any time, even in a cloud also. That is the concept of Docker. Why Docker means develop an application using Docker containers. Docker provides a containerization. Any language, whether Python, Java, Node.js, Angular application, anything it can be supported. Ship the Dockerized application and dependencies anywhere to QA, teammates, or the cloud without breaking anything. You can ship all these things, the applications which you are going to run. Scale to thousands of nodes, move between data centers and cloud, update with zero downtime and more reliability. You are going to have it. Why? Because see, you are not maintaining locally. It is being managed by Dockers. Containerization concepts. Multiple environments are supported. What is Docker then? The Docker is a tool designed to build, deploy, and run the application with ease by using containers. So this is the symbol of Docker. You can use. There are multiple Docker supported by in the market, but Docker, if you look at it, each one is a container. This can be Node.js application. This can be Java application. This can be .NET. This can be Python. This can be Angular. But still, you can bring them into one place and run it. Build, ship, run any software anywhere. Docker allows a developer packaging of an application with all of the requirements such as libraries and other dependencies and ship it all in one package. It ensures that your application works seamlessly in any environment, development, test or production environment. Terminologies in Docker. What terminologies we have to use? Docker. First, Docker file. How do you install a Docker? Install Docker on Windows, Mac, whatever. So here are the steps. If you guys are using Windows, you have to download the Docker and install it. For Mac, for Windows, download and start using it. Once the Docker is ready, you are supposed to log in by creating a Docker account. You can say Docker login. Docker login. Sign into Docker, hubdocker.com. Now go to the application. Once the Docker is installed, you can create a Docker account, then create an Angular project, create a Docker file. Docker file contains a information, the configuration, what is the distribution package, all those things. Docker file is a basic building block of Docker containers. Docker file is a file with a set of instructions and forms the base for any Docker image. Every time base image is going to be based upon another image. You are going to pick up a base image and build your application on that image. So we will take some base image and start building the application. So what is an image? So container, image, base image, kernel, something. Image is read-only file system that is used to a template to launch the container. So our application, when you build and create a Docker container, it creates an image. Start from the base image that has your dependencies and your code custom. When an image is turned into a container, the Docker engine takes that image and adds to read-write file system. On top of it, will be running your application. So we will see one example. What is a Docker container? Docker container is a package which everything required to make a software to run except the operating system. Hence, making the application portable, all you need to do is that libraries and settings to make software work on any system. That means you are ready to ship a package which can run on any platform. It makes the container efficient, self-contained, lightweight, guarantees that the package software will always run regardless of whether it is deployed on Docker file, Docker image, the container. Docker Hub. As I said, Docker Hub is a tool. It's like a GitHub where you put your images and check out your images. You can also start the Docker containers there. Docker Hub is that pull, push, all those things. You can log into web portal, all those things can be done. Docker commands, Docker pull, Docker create image, Docker run, Docker build, Docker container, Docker login, Docker push. Once you install the Docker, first you need to create a Docker account. With that Docker login, you have to provide a credentials from command line, or you can use the tools also, it will work. So these are the commands. It's like a GitHub repository, guys, end of the day. We will create one project and show you. Docker ps, Docker kill, all these are there. Now go to the application. So this is the application we are going to see. There is an application built already. Check out that Angular application, convert into Docker container and run it in the Docker. So first of all, GitHub clone. Take out this step. Copy this. Open any terminal. We are in February batch. So here I'm going to keep that git clone. It's like git clone. Somebody created a project, you are using it. So now once that is done, you import the project. Clone project is happened. Even you can clone your project. Same like how I use it to share the link. Angular February. The project name is this. What is that? AS Aston Villa app. Now git clone is done. What is the next step? Ng build hyphen product. So when you say ng build, it does building, but you have to pass a parameter called dash dash build. When you do this, it does some minification when you do this. So I have to go to project location, Aston Villa app, ng build hyphen prod. So you are saying that build the, I have to run npm install also. See, project is checked out, but node underscore modules is not there. So npm install is the command we need to run. So it creates a node underscore modules folder and adds all the required dependencies. No errors. Now I have run the command called npm install. It is downloading the required dependencies into the project. Now you have a project with you. The project should contain some Docker file. Docker file is nothing but a set of instructions for you to run your application in a containerization. I don't know how many of you heard about containerization. All these are called kind of extra stuff they have added, containerization, all those things. But right now people are using up to cloud and all. Another step, containerization, where you want to run the virtual environment kind of things, but not mandatory for you to complete your Angular course. It will be useful if your company is planning to do containerization. It is useful. Otherwise, normal Angular application is good enough for you. So you are done with this. Now go to the application and see it has a Docker file. Now if you want your application to create and add a Docker file, please add it, not a problem. This is a basic file. What it does, it has a work from node 12.7 alpine as a build, some the node and all, working directory user src app, copy package.json file, run npm install. This will be done on the Docker, not here. Copy dot dot, you're copying something from here to there. Run npm run build, you're building something from nginx server, they are using it. These are the mirrors available already. So now copy from build user src app distribution app. It will create some distribution package and moving into nginx server. That is what on the Docker, not on the local machine. Now go to here. You saw this. They are telling what is a Docker file and all. Now you have to create a Docker image. See, Docker build, you're building application -t av app image space dot. Copy this statement. If you go back to Edureka, they're clearly telling you all these commands. Docker build. Same we are going to use that. Now go to terminal, open it, creating a Docker image for you. It's building. So there is an image created with the name called AV app latest. This is the Docker image name which just get created. What is the next step? If you want to see how many Docker images are there in your system, you can simply say Docker image ls. AV app image latest created. Now go back. Docker run. I want to run my image AV app in a container called AV app container -d in a background mode with the port number 8080 locally. The image name is AV-app image. That means where are you going to run this application? You created container, right? So docker image run blah blah and so on. Now your application is ready. That says there is already in use some application. I have created it earlier. So now once this step is executed on your machine, now if you go to localhost 8080, it's not coming up. So I have to remove the application first. AV-app container is already there. Why don't we change the name? AV-app container new. Let's see. Done. Now go to localhost 4200 and see 8080. Application running. I'm able to see everything. My application is up and running. Whatever they showed in the dashboard, it is up and running. So now your application is running. So what is that image you need to look for? Docker image -ls. So this image, if you are able to take this, it will work on any container, Docker containers, anything, any environment. You don't need to bother about it. So that is what you need to understand. Docker container. If you want to see list of Docker containers, how many containers are there in my machine? 2. Docker container ls. AV app image, AV app container new. That's what I have seen right just now. So like that.
Here is another question. Which file extension is typically used for an Angular test files? And the options are given on the screen. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. With a solid foundation in testing, we'll now compare Angular versus React. In this module, you'll explore the differences, similarities, and use cases for each framework to help you make informed decisions in your future projects.
Angular was developed by Google and its first release dates back to 2010. The first version of Angular was also known as AngularJS. On the other hand, React was developed by Facebook in the year 2013. So coming towards the architecture of these frameworks, Angular and React both are component-based frameworks, but Angular makes use of TypeScript and HTML, whereas React, which is a user interface library, makes use of JavaScript and JSX. JSX is nothing but a syntax extension for JavaScript. The latest version of Angular, that is Angular 9, was released on the 7th of February 2020. One of the core features of this major release is the Angular IE. To know more about the Angular IE, you can check out the Angular 9 video and blog from Edureka, whose link is mentioned in the description box below. Talking about React, the latest major version of React is React version 16. The rendering process. Angular performs client-side rendering. However, it can be rendered on the server side as well using Node.js. On the other hand, rendering is done on the server side in case of React. Websites built using these frameworks. YouTube, as we all know, is the world's largest video sharing platform owned by Google, and this is built on Angular. Another very popular online payments application website, PayPal, also runs on Angular. Other popular websites that use Angular are Walmart, which is a multinational retail corporation, and Gmail, which, as we all know, is an email service platform. I'm sure after listening to this, many of you would have felt, wow, Angular is amazing. But let me tell you guys that React is nowhere behind. Facebook is the developer of React, and yes, Facebook makes use of React as well. Other popular applications such as Instagram, which is a photo sharing platform, and WhatsApp, which is a cross-platform messaging app, Airbnb, where you can book your stays for your vacation, are also built on React. So moving on towards the licensing of these two frameworks. Both Angular 9 and React 16 come under the MIT license. MIT, or the Massachusetts Institute of Technology license, is an open source license. Sometimes it's also called as the BSD style license, and it has minimal software redistribution requirements. The DOM, or the Document Object Model. Angular makes use of Real DOM, while React uses Virtual DOM. The Real DOM updates the entire tree structure for HTML tags. It does not make much difference in a simple application, but if you are dealing with a large amount of data requests on the same page, it affects the performance as well as the user experience. Hence, Real DOM actually offers low performance with complex and dynamic applications. At times, Real DOM becomes extremely difficult to handle because the whole tree data structure is updated even if a minor change has been made. Virtual DOM, on the other hand, has its components attached. This gives the comfort of navigation within a website. Virtual DOM is also a node tree that lists out elements and their attributes as objects. React's render function creates a node tree out of the React components. Then it updates this tree in response to the mutations in the data model caused by various actions done either by the user or by the system. Virtual DOM is not browser specific and it is lightweight. It is provided in React package for free and eliminates the issues of slow performance of real DOM. Having said this, I'm sure you would have understood that virtual DOM is better than real DOM. Data binding. Angular uses two-way data binding, event binding, and property binding. In event data binding, Angular allows you to bind events along with the methods. Property binding of Angular will allow you to pass data from the component class and set the value to given element at the user end. Property binding also allows you to control elements property. Two-way data binding is a very important feature of Angular. With this, Angular allows you to make changes from the views to the models and from the models to the views. React, unlike Angular, allows one-way data binding. Here, the UI elements can be changed only after changing the model state. The developers, however, cannot alter the UI elements without updating the corresponding models. A great advantage of using the one-way data binding is that throughout the application, the data flows in a single direction, which gives you better control over it. This makes our application more flexible and leads to increased efficiency. So talking about the latest features of Angular 9 and React 16. Angular 9 has a number of new features which are compilation of application with Ivy is default in Angular 9. Your Angular 9 application is compiled ahead of time. This means the Angular's AOT compiler will compile all the HTML and TypeScript present in your code into JavaScript before your browser downloads and runs it. This conversion takes place during the build process itself, and it also includes type checking. Angular 9 requires TypeScript 3.7. Any lower versions are not supported. TSLib, or the TypeScript runtime library, has also been made a pure dependency rather than a direct one. Earlier, this library was installed automatically, but now you will have to explicitly add this using npm or yarn. React version 16 allows you to build great user experience models with concurrent mode and suspense. Concurrent mode is a feature that helps in binding apps faster with great user experiences that can help developers achieve their goals. Suspense is also a powerful tool for carefully organizing an elegant loading sequence with a few well-defined states that progressively reveal the content. The next very important feature is that React allows you to easily create dynamic web applications and mobile applications. React also provides support for custom DOM attributes. Instead of ignoring unrecognized HTML and SVG attributes, React will now pass them through to the DOM. This has the added benefit of allowing us to get rid of most of React's attribute whitelist, and it helps in reduction of the size of the application. React, as I've already mentioned earlier, has a single-way data flow that offers a better and streamlined data overview. In React version 16, there is an increase in productivity that helps in maintenance of the React project. Reusing components is the major advantage of React. You can start with the usual components like checkbox, button, etc. Once this is done, you can move to wrapper components, which is comprised of internal logic, which makes it easier to manipulate and define objects that are used. This also ensures the consistency of application and facilitates the code maintenance. React version 16 also provides better server-side rendering and error handling. In this version, the server is completely rewritten and it is very fast. It also supports streamlining, so you can start sending bytes to the client faster. So now moving on towards the next comparison factor, which is the speed and productivity. Talking in terms of Angular, earlier, Angular was heavier and a little slower compared to React. But now, thanks to the Angular CLI, that the app size of Angular has been drastically reduced and offers enhanced development experience. The Angular CLI empowers in creating a workspace and designs functioning applications quickly. It also empowers in producing components and services with one-line commands. Angular CLI ensures the clean coding feature of TypeScript. Before I start the discussion over React, let me just tell you what is Redux. Redux is an open source JavaScript library for managing the state of the application. It is most commonly used with React for building user interfaces. So coming towards React, the development speed and productivity slightly get affected due to the involvement of third-party libraries like Redux. However, React is easier, lighter, and faster to code when it comes to small projects. But for large projects, TypeScript is preferable as it contains numerous features and components. Therefore, Angular has an edge over React when it comes to speed and productivity. Deployment. Earlier, it was complicated to deploy an Angular app. But now, thanks to Angular Firebase, Angular 9 has officially added support to Firebase and Angular apps, and therefore, Angular apps are now easier to deploy to Firebase. React, as I've already mentioned earlier, is lighter, and the size of the application is smaller. Therefore, it becomes easy to deploy the applications created using React. These applications are usually deployed using Node.js. The learning curve. Learning curve in Angular is quite steep as Angular provides numerous features, options, and components. For React, the learning curve is easy as React is a relatively small library and has fewer concepts to learn when compared to Angular. And for those who want to learn web development quickly and the project requirement is not too large, can go along with React. So now coming towards something very important and interesting, which is the market trend. The numbers that you see on the screen are taken from Tech Trends website. According to Tech Trends, there is a close competition in the job market for both these frameworks. However, Angular holds a slight upper hand overall. Moving on towards the final factor of comparison, which is community support. According to the 2019 Stack Overflow survey, it is clearly shown that React has topped among the web frameworks, making React the most loved and supported framework by developers. However, Angular is not far behind as it has good developer support by Google. Both these frameworks have very good community support.
Understanding the differences between Angular and React, we'll move on to develop an Angular application from scratch. You'll apply everything learned to build a complete application from the ground up.
So if we talk about front-end development framework, so front-end development is all about the parts of the website that users see. And it is also referred as a CSS framework, because just like we have Bootstrap, so in Bootstrap we have predefined styling, we have predefined functionalities that we can directly import into our application, and then we can use it, we can modify it as and when required. So this makes sure that we have a standard followed for the entire project that we are going to work on. And Angular, as we know, is maintained and developed by Google, just like we have Bootstrap. So Bootstrap is maintained by Twitter and was developed by Twitter. Same way the React library. So React is not a full-fledged framework. React is like a complete library which is managed by Facebook, and Google. And this platform Angular is basically maintained and developed by Google. So it was developed by a community of individuals and corporations to address many of the challenges encountered in developing single-page applications. So the main aim is to simplify both the development and the testing of such applications by providing a framework for client-side model, or we can say MVC, like we have a model view controller. And when we have model, view model, MVVM architecture. So if you talk about the entire base, then base, as we know, has been used for JavaScript. So JavaScript is a language of the web. And if you know JavaScript, we can talk to the browser like it is our best friend. We can do anything. We can add any kind of functionality or interaction with any of the elements that we have specified on the page. And Angular is based on JavaScript and TypeScript, which is basically a superset of JavaScript altogether. And then it is mostly preferred for single-page application. So single-page application is an application that works inside a browser and does not require page reloading during use. For example, all the social media platforms, let's say Facebook. Now we can sit on Facebook and then we can perform infinite scroll, and even though whenever a new content is available, it gets pushed automatically without us needing to refresh or open up any other pages. Same way when we are working on Google Maps. Again, we don't have to do anything on Google Maps. So Google Maps is also an example for a single page application. So the entire interaction is based on the map itself, right? The entire interaction is based on the map itself, and that's how we start interacting it, correct? So again, we have the entire map, and again, whatever address we want to go to, for example, let's say we want to go to, suppose, Disneyland. Again, we can simply search for any particular place of interest, and then the entire background gets updated without refreshing or without going to any other page. A simple example for a single page application in which we can interact with anything, any component as per the example we want to see all the photos. Again, even the photos section has been opened up in the same page without us navigating to multiple pages, correct? And that exactly is what single page application is all about. It simply allows us to interact or perform all the activity. It allows the end users to perform all the activities without navigating to multiple pages. And single page application, for even for the websites, it was popular back in 2015, but since it had some issues with the SEO of the websites, was one of the main reason it was not that much popular for the commercial websites because of negative impacts on the SEO. So now if we talk about Angular 9, so applications in Angular 9 are Ivy compliant by default. So Angular applications is compiled ahead of time. That is, the browser downloads and runs it. That's why it is called as a client-side framework. It's basically considered as a client-side framework. And Angular 9 requires the TypeScript. So it requires TypeScript version 3.7, and any lower versions are not supported by Angular 9. So basically TypeScript, if you have any queries, and TypeScript is basically a programming language which is maintained by Microsoft, and it is like a superscript, and it simply adds the organic state as compared to JavaScript. All right. And the TS library is also a peer dependency rather than a direct one, available in Angular 9. So now if we talk about Angular 8 Ivy, so if you talk about the view engine, the Ivy modified and Ivy compressed, then Angular's 9 compiling and rendering engine is referred as Ivy. So once the entire application is completed, again, the rendering engine used by Angular, that is what Ivy is. So basically, Ivy is smaller bundle size and is very helpful when it comes down to debugging, and it provides faster compilation as compared to other engines. For example, if you talk about the view engine, it takes almost 36 seconds, whereas the same thing can be done in just 7.3 by Ivy minified and 2.7 by using Ivy compressed as a part of the content that we have defined as a part of the Ivy framework. So apart from now, basically, now if you talk about a single use case, then for example, the simplest Hello World program was about 36 KB, which is quite a large bundle size for a simple Hello World program, right? So the Angular team decided that they will keep a threshold value of 10 KB. And this was called as a cake threshold because the head of the team decided to give the team or the cake. In the case they reduced the bundle size to below 10 KB. That was the main idea behind naming it as a cake size, or you can say cake threshold. So the team was successful in reducing the bundle size to nearly about 7.3 KB, as you can see here, with the minified Ivy version, and something even better at 2.7 KB with the IP compressed version. So earlier it was 36 KB by default, because again, if you talk about a simple Hello World program, there is there again, for simple Hello World program, 36 KB is also a large size. But the team was able, and they were given a goal of reducing it to 10 KB, and the team achieved 7.3 KB for verified and 2.7 KB for the compressed version. And if you talk about the advantages of using Ivy, then they are multiple. Again, it simply makes sure that we have a smaller bundle size, and it offers a large, or it's a faster compilation as well. Next, we have AOT. Next, we have Angular AOT. So basically, AOT, as we discussed, AOT is basically used for faster compilation. For example, AOT along with Ivy speeds up the creation of the applications altogether, right? So it simply helps us in compilation of the HTML and TypeScript into JavaScript before the browser downloads and executes it. So basically, if we talk about the AOT again, when we are using the AOT, the rendering becomes much faster, and this is because the browser can download a pre-compiled version of the project, and then it can load the executable code, and this helps the application to render instantly without it having to compile the code first. And the AOT compiler will inline all the external HTML and CSS within the application's JavaScript, which in turn eliminates the discrete AJAX request for these sourced files. And when the application are already compiled, then there is no need to download the Angular compiler. And this helps in reducing the size of the Angular framework being downloaded, as the compiler is half the size of Angular itself. And Angular's AOT compiler will help us in finding the template errors during the build process itself, and reduction in injection attacks as the HTML templates are precompiled into JavaScript before they are rendered on the client side, thereby providing a better security of the application as well. So these things are again defined in AOT. So before we discuss over the project structure, first of all, let's discuss on TypeScript. So TypeScript, as we know, is basically a superset of JavaScript, which is designed and still maintained by Microsoft. And if we talk about the project setup, or we can say a complete project structure. So first of all, we have to download Angular. Now for working with Angular, first of all, we can download the Node.js package in our system. So for downloading the Node.js package, we can refer to this link here called nodejs.org/download, and we will be able to download Node.js. So based on the environment, we can choose Node.js. Here we can choose Node.js MSI installer or zip package. Basically, depending upon the platform, we can download the package. Once we have installed it, we can check. Now to check if we have properly installed Node.js or not, we can open up the command prompt. And then in the command prompt, we can type in let's do one thing. Let's increase the font size just to avoid strain to your eyes. Now, to check if we have Node properly installed or not, so here we can simply check for the Node version. If Node is currently installed, we will be able to see the Node version returned to us. So currently we have installed version 12.18.2. So once we have installed it, now to install the Angular, so basically here we can start downloading the Angular package that we can work with. So here we can define npm. Now basically in order to start working on the installation of Angular, so here we can use npm. Npm is basically like a node package manager, and then we can use install, and then from the global package we have a global, and then we have a local package. So from global package we can download the Angular CLI. With Angular CLI that we can specify here. If Angular is already installed, then this is going to be to complete quickly. If it is not, then again it is going to take a couple of minutes for installation of the entire Angular CLI from scratch. So once the Angular CLI has been installed from the npm, so we can directly use ng, and then we can using the ng basically stands for Angular, and using the Angular we can create a new app that is going to be deployed in the current folder that we are currently working on. So as you can see, this has been configured. Now to start creating a new application, we can use ng as an Angular, and here we can define new as a new application, and let's say we name the application as, suppose, my app itself, a simple my app. So here a new folder by the name of my app is going to be created in this directory with having all the Angular setup done, and then we can switch to this particular directory. Also, when we are setting up the entire project, we can choose what kind of CSS we want to use. For example, the style sheet, we can use the SAS-based style sheet. We can use a CSS. We can stick to CSS for now. So this is going to install all the required packages from Angular, and then we can switch to this directory. So it may take a while for this entire package to be configured fully. So let's wait for a second. So as you can see now, it has been configured. So now if we want, we can simply switch to my app. So here we can switch to my app that we have currently created. If we want to see the complete folder structure that has been created by Angular, let's navigate to this folder in our C drive. We can go to the project structure. Now in here we can see my app folder has been created, and in here the entire module for Angular has been structured. The entire Angular module has been currently structured here. All right, so now let's do one thing. Let's understand each and every component for Node so we can have a better clarity out of it. So now we can do one thing. Let's open this up in any of the IDs if we want. For example, here, now once we are done with installation, we can now to start the application, we can use, and now we can switch to the directory, and then we can use ng serve open. Ng serve open. So this is going to open the Angular package, and then we can get started. And now once we have served the application, now we can see on a local host on port 4200, this entire Angular application has been currently launched. So as you can see here, the port 4200 has been opened up in the local host, and we can see the Angular application has been defined. Now we can use any of the core editors to work on Angular. So here, if we want, we can use Sublime Text. We can also use Visual Studio Code as well for starting our work on developing the code. So Visual Studio Code is basically like a code editor, which is available for free by Microsoft. So there is no licensing required here. So if we have now, once we have installed it now, we can open this up. Let's say we open this up system. So here we can use Visual Studio Code. Let's search for it. So we can use any of the versions as part of the requirement. So let's do one thing. Let's open up one directory here. So here we can click on open folder. Now let's do one thing. Let's open the folder of the project that we have configured. So we can go to C drive, users. On a user, we can navigate to the user. And here we have my app. So we can open this up. So currently, if we talk about the my app, then here we can see the entire folder structure has been currently opened up, right? So if we talk about the entire folder structure, then we have my app, and then we have source and other components defined here. So first of all, if we talk about the E2E folder, first of all, we can see we have something called as E2E folder. So the E2E stands for end-to-end testing, and let me just highlight this part. So this folder here called as E2E. So E2E refers to end-to-end testing, also known as the integration testing, which provides a high-level overview for the web application. So the E2E folder consists of the specs and the configuration files. And the E2E are powered by a testing library called as Protector, and an E2E test runner that can take scenario tests and run them in the browser. Then we have node modules. We have node modules folder. So basically, under node modules, we can see all the npm packages that this application is currently having. We can see all the application that the entire node module has, which we can use anytime when we want to refer them as a part of the project. Then we have source folder. So under source, so basically source consists of 3 subfolders. We have the application, we have assets, environment. So basically, and then there are multiple files, including the favicon, index, and main.ts. And then we have the application folder. So under source, we have application. So the application folder contains a component in which the logic and data is going to be defined. The app component.ts, which is available here. For example, here we have app, and here we have app component.ts. So basically, this file contains, let's just zoom out a bit. So basically, this file contains the TypeScript, which defines the logic for the app's root component, named as app component altogether, as you can see here. And then we have app component.html. So basically, whatever we are seeing in the browser, this is going to be saved as a part of app component.html. That means whatever we can see in the browser, this my app, again, whatever we are seeing here, this is all based on the HTML component that has been defined here. For example, let's say if we remove the entire HTML and if we define, okay, only H1, suppose everything in center, and under H1 here we define welcome or welcome to Edureka. So if we save it, we will be, if we come back to the application, we will be able to see this welcome to Edureka has been updated as part of the content that we had deployed currently using the Angular framework. And whatever changes we do here, for example, if we apply some HR lines here, if as soon as we save it, we can come back, we can see the same change is going to be reflected here, right? So basically this contains the end HTML file that is going to be rendered. And then we have CSS is also available. Like we have app component.css. So if we want to apply any styling on any of the elements that we have referred in this HTML folder, then we can define the styling back in the CSS. For example, currently we have only one H1 element available in this particular page. Now let's say we want to make this H1 red in color. So in app component.css, here we can define the H1 color. It's like a style sheet. So let's say we want to change the color to suppose red. We can define red. As soon as we save it, we can see the same change is going to be automatically reflected on the component that we have defined here as a part of app component CSS. And let's say if we want to integrate any other frameworks, for example, let's say we are building the application on Angular, but we want to integrate the Bootstrap CSS. For example, we have Bootstrap framework. Now we want to apply the Bootstrap styling on this application, then we can do that easily by integrating the Bootstrap CSS file as well. Now, let's say we have defined the Angular, we have defined the Angular setup, and then we have defined the components as a part of app component.html. Now, if we are looking to import any of the components as a part of, or if we are looking to integrate some third-party framework into Angular, then we can also do that. For example, let's say we want to include Bootstrap framework into Angular. Now, Bootstrap is also one of the frameworks, correct? So we can define, if we want to integrate Bootstrap into Angular, then first of all, we have to get the CDN. So there are two ways. Either we can download the local files for Bootstrap framework, and then we can integrate that, or we can simply add the Bootstrap as a part of the HTML file, and then it is going to be rendered in the browser. We can do both the activities. So let's say if we want to integrate the Bootstrap framework with Angular, then first of all, we can get this CDN for Bootstrap. So here we can click on download Bootstrap. So either we can work with the local files or we can get the Bootstrap CDN directly. So we can copy the Bootstrap framework, and then we have to make sure that we whenever we are defining, see at the end we have to, now once we have copied the Bootstrap CDN, then we have to come back to our project structure, and in here we have to click on index.html. So basically whatever we see in the browser, that is basically the output of the index.html, and in here we have defined the app root being the component that is going to be called here, right, as in the app component.html, which is being rendered here. So now if we want to use the Bootstrap CDN, so we have to navigate to index.html, and just before closing the head tag, we can enter the CDNs. That means the style sheet and the JS file that we have, that you want to use as a part of the framework. So as we know, Bootstrap can be implemented by two ways. Either we can download the source files and then we can refer to these source files in the index document, or we can, or without downloading the files for Bootstrap, we can refer to the CDN link. So just like we integrate any third-party images or files in the HTML document, we can integrate the Bootstrap framework by using the CDN link, and that's how we can enter them in the index.html. So once we are done, we can save it. And now if we come back to our own application, we would be able to see the Bootstrap styling has automatically been applied to the application here. So as you can see, the styling for the text has also been changed because we already have a predefined styling in H1. Now let's say we want to insert some kind, or not, we want to insert more elements, then we can come back to app component.html. Let's say here we add another, for example, here we add a simple button. For example, here we can define a button by using button, and let's say we want to define the button as get started. We can close the button, we can save it. As you can see, this default button has been currently placed. Now let's say we want to use the styling of Bootstrap. Now in Bootstrap we have multiple predefined classes that we can refer, and we can call it in any of the element that we are going to define, so that we can apply the styling accordingly. For example, let's say we want to define a styling for this button. So here we can define div class. And now in Bootstrap, we already have a class defined for button. And we know that in CSS, we can integrate multiple classes together. We can add multiple classes together. Let's say we want to call some Bootstrap classes here. So we can define the class, and we already have a class defined by the name of button. And suppose we want to use as button success. So again, these are the classes already defined in Bootstrap. So you can call this class. Once we save it, if we come back, we can see the styling has automatically been applied to this button as per the element what we defined under Bootstrap, right? So let's say if we want to add more classes, for example, here we want to place a jumbotron on top. So here we can use, suppose, a division, and here we can define division, suppose, first of all, as row or as container. As container, let's say we can remove the center point component here. So here we can open a, suppose, div class as, suppose, container, and then we can place div class here we can define as row, and here we can create a simple jumbotron as well. Suppose here we can place a simple jumbotron, and then we can place the elements inside this jumbotron accordingly. For example, here we can have h1, here we can have a button also defined. If we keep on saving here, we can see, if we simply hit refresh, we will be able to see the elements will be called automatically, and they are going to be saved as well as a part of the framework, whatever we had defined here. For example, currently we had defined this for a single row, correct? Now we want to add the styling, further styling to this jumbotron that we have called along with Bootstrap. Then here we can define, for example, here we define row, and here we can define a complete class, suppose as div class as call md12 for a full length class that we want to, for a full, we can see if we want to create a full division class, and here we can use call md12. If we want to add styling to it, we want to place everything in center, so we can place everything in center as well. Inside this jumbotron, we can use center. Or suppose if we don't want to use the color as red, so here we can define color as white as well. And if you want to use, suppose for jumbotron that we are going to use here, so here we have defined a class as jumbotron. Now for jumbotron, we want to specify some kind of gradient as well. For example, here we want to add a gradient, and here we can define the background color as gradient. Suppose here we can define the CSS. So here we can define background image, and under image here we can define linear, or suppose linear gradient, or suppose we want to go from top to right or right to bottom. So here we can define the enter. For example, here we want to define linear gradient, and then we want to define from to right. So here we can define to right, and we want to apply gradient from deep red. Or for example, suppose here we want to define multiple other color groups. For example, let's say here we want to go from not deep pink. Suppose here we want to go from hot pink to, suppose, dark purple. Suppose here we want to go from hot pink to, suppose, indigo or dark violet. For example, hot pink to dark violet. Then here we can define the color accordingly. Dark violet. So now if we say this, now same thing is going to be applicable on the image that we have currently defined. So depending upon the use case, we can apply multiple styling to the CSS. So again, whatever we want to define here, the same thing is going to be applicable on the CSS accordingly. So whatever styling we can define here, we can integrate multiple other frameworks. We can define the components. That means in Angular, we can treat different components altogether. So here we can have different styling defined for different components, and then we can treat them accordingly. So it all comes down to our own requirement, how we want to develop the application, and then get started on an application by using the framework. So let's say if we want to create more app components here, so here we can create a more app component, and that has to be included as a part of app component.ts. So let's say if we have a different app component that we want to integrate here. So here we can change the template URL to some different component, and then we can have a different CSS also defined if we want to have a different app component also defined. And we are also going to discuss on the entire components as well. It means how we can divide the application into the component section. For example, suppose if we talk about the components involved here, so each and every area of the application can be divided into simple components. For example, we may have different components. For example, we have a different component for the menu. We can have different components for each and every application as a part of the component structure that is followed by Angular. So we can have a root component, and then we can have a separate component, let's say for browser. We can create a separate component for the home page. And again, in home page, let's suppose we have a slider, then slider can be considered as a different component. We have a separate section for the gallery that we have created. Again, that can be considered as a different component. We want to have a different component for the review section that we have specified, and that can be considered as a different component. So depending upon the requirement, we can choose different component accordingly.
Having developed an application, we'll now focus on improving form validation UX with Angular. This topic will enhance your skills in creating user-friendly and efficient form validation.
Now guys, what are Angular forms? Now, an Angular form is typical HTML form with few extra features, which is used to provide user input even from the view. Now, it can be direct or indirect as well. Now, like for example, you're going to create your Google account. You're going to provide the information. So you can either store those data either on the cloud or either on the on-premises. So you can just, create the entire, instances, and you're going to get the entire information up over there. Now, these are the three types of controls you can have, which is form control, which is required for each input field. You're going to have a radio button. You must have seen that selections like the radio button that you can choose. So either it can be a radio button, or either it can be, a form group, where it's just a group of form control objects wherein you have to work on the data that you're going to see on the screen. Now, why we need validation in Angular? Now, for example, guys, if I will say that you must have login to your Gmail account or something, why exactly you need a validation on that? The reason why we need validation, because if I'm going to send the data to you, we need to have a way with the help of which we can be sure that, this data was accurate. This data that we have received, it's right or not. So we need a proper way. So that is the reason we are going to validate with the help of validation. It is going to help you to know that like whatever the data that you have received, is it as per the standard input, like the standard value that you're looking for. Like, for example, if I'm going to say that password is going to be entered for only 10 digits. So with the validation, it's going to be checked and validated that it's going to be for 10 digits or not. So that is the reason you need validation. Now, this is a small example where you can see that you need a validation just to make sure that as per your security posture, everything is working as expected. Like, if you want to prevent a form from making a changes, if you want, to websites, from the data leaks. So for all such kind of things, you need a validation in the Angular, so that you are being, protected from the applications. Now, there are different type of validations that you can have. Now, you can have validations in forms, like it's going to be either template driven or it's going to be a reactive form. So you're going to have validation in either of the forms. So, either I can create a template, a very simple template, and at the same time, you will be able to work on it. And at the same time, if a template is not going to be required, I can simply create a form, and with the help of which I will be able to do the entire work. I will be able to do that entire validation as well. So wherein you are going to have entire clarity. Now, talking about validation forms. So here the entire end goal of this forms, or I would say the entire end goal of this validation, is just to make sure that everything is working as expected. Nothing has been changed. Everything is working, like whatever the kind of requirement that you're going to have, everything is basically working as expected. So that exactly is the entire end goal. So wherein you want to make sure that like whatever the kind of changes that you have made, all such kind of things has been done, and everything is working as expected, and nothing has been changed so far. So that is the entire end goal. Now, like you can see, it's going to look like that, where you're going to have a small form, small interface, where you're going to make sure that, each and everything within the given environment is exactly working as expected or not. Plus, you are going to have different type of forms. So here in this case, like you can have a validating reactive forms. So whatever the kind of form that you're going to have, the validation is going to be done automatically. So you are going to have validation forms, plus at the same time, you're going to have validated template driven forms. So either of the form is going to be there. The only major difference is that the validating is synchronous, where the other one is asynchronous. Plus, at the same time, your validating rating forms are basically dependent on the functions, and the other one is majorly dependent on the directives. In the case of template driven, like here in this case, you can see if you want to add a validation to template driven, you can simply add the validation attributes. Like for example, if my data type is going to be integer, so it's going to tell you that if that is integer or not. So template driven is actually going to tell you that whatever the kind of input values that you have supplied, it's taking those values or not. At the same time, template driven is also going to help you that whatever the kind of different values that you have provided, it's there or not. It's like here in this case, you can simply add the entries, and it's going to issue the data as per the entries that you have provided. Where in the case of reactive form, you can even change the fields, and you are going to have a pop-up at below. Like for example, here in this case, you can see, you are going to have a validation form which is coming at the end, at the bottom. So instead of adding the validated through attributes, you are going to have it directly. So either it can be asynchronous, which is going to make the update directly, or it's going to be asynchronous. Now there is a third term, which is a custom validator. Now instead of performing validation on the entire thing, you are just going to perform a validation on the custom thing, like some of the common components that you are going to have. So instead of making validation on all the things, you're simply going to do a validation on few components.
Here is another question. Which Angular service is commonly used to handle form validation in reactive forms? And the options are A. Form Builder, B. Form Service, C. Form Group, and D. Form Validator. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. Having covered form validation, we'll take on practical project by developing a recipe book using Angular. This project will solidify your understanding by applying your skills in a real-world scenario.
When I say Angular, when we make a complete application, where exactly this Angular fit in that application? First of all, let's understand the structure of any application that you see around. Then you understand that where exactly we have to use Angular. I'll open one architecture design, a simple, very simple, basic design. Now, when we talk about any application, guys, whether it be small, whether it be big, Flipkart, Amazon, Facebook, or whatever application you are using, whatever application you're working on or you're using right now in the market, every application will, guys, have 4 parts for sure. What are those 4 parts of the application? The first is called as a front end of the application. Then we have a back end of the application. Then we have a database of the application, and then we have server of the application. Front end, back end, database, and server. So whatever kind of application you pick, every application will have minimum 4 parts. It can be more than that. It can be caching, it can be databases, and so many things when you design one architecture of the application. But when I just talk about a one basic application structure, every application has minimum 4 parts. So how exactly this 4 part works? Okay, let me show you one simple example. Now on this website, you see so many things, right? You see overview, you see repositories, you see projects, you see packages, you see this image, some content, some display part, some organizations, like that, right? You see so many things in front of you. Now, what all things that you can see, or what all things that you can interact with? Okay, the things that you can see or the things that you can interact with, all are the front end of the application, guys. Okay, the things that we can see or the things that I can interact with, all are the front end of the application. Now, when we say that the front end of the application, then when I'm jumping here, I'll see some different data. When I jump here, I see some different data. How this data is coming? this data is particularly coming from your database. Okay, this data is coming from the database. So we understand one thing, that the display part is basically our front end, and the things where we can see is basically referred as a database. Means the data is present in a database and the display part is basically referred as our front end of the application. Now, when we have something like that, then what is the use of backend? What I'll do is I'll go to database, pick a data and display on the screen. It's better option, but is it possible directly? No. As of now, there is no such framework in the market which can pick a data directly from the database and display it on the front end. So to get the data from the database and to display on the front end, you need one more layer between that, and that layer is referred as the backend layer is. So in short, we can say that when we are making any application, every application will have minimum to minimum 4 parts: front end that display, then you have your database that have a storage, backend in terms of, I say, backend is something that's more like a business or a logical part of the application. The next thing that we have is our server. What is that server? So once that application is created, once that application is ready to use, what you will do that application? Ultimately, you have to display or make that application live so that you can consume it. The ultimate goal is to make the application live so that we can consume it. If that application is not live, nobody can consume that application. So at the end, you have to make the application the way so that people can start consuming your application. And the consumption part of the application is actually come from your server. Server is the one which help you to actually consume that application on the browser side. Okay, server is the one that give us in the way through which we can consume our application. So in short, the first part of the application is a display, second is the business logic, and third is your backend, and fourth is your server. So that is how, guys, a one application is constructed and consumed. The next thing. So what all things are there which involve the front end and back end and database? The things that we can see can be constructed either through your, say, Angular, React, or basic HTML. It can be done through simple Angular or simple React or simple basic HTML JavaScript. All of them can make a one front end of the app. It can be anything that you can use depending upon requirement. You can use anything. So all of them are particularly used for making a front end. Then when we talk about the backend can be your Node.js, Python, Java, Ruby. It can be PHP. It can be any language that can be used for the backend. In a similar fashion, database can be MySQL, Oracle, MongoDB. These are the databases that you can use. So this is how that things are divided. Now, when we talk about particularly Angular to make a one front end of the application, I want to show you one thing, guys. Let's see. I'll run one application of Angular. Localhost 8085. Now, you see home, product, order, music. Okay, I'll open that as Safari. That gives a better understanding. So I'll open that application as Safari. Let's create that and let's open one more website, say GitHub itself. Now see this application. On this application, do you see I have a home, product, order, music. Now when I'm jumping from home to product, notice one thing, page is not refreshing. Only the content take a time to load, but ultimately my page is not refreshing anywhere. So what exactly it means? This kind of application called single page application, how they work behind the scene, I'll show you. Now see this one. If I click on this issue, it opens something. When I click on pull request, it opens something. And when I click on the marketplace, do you see the page refresh every time I click on a tab? But in this case, when I've jumped from home to product, page is not refreshing. Page is not refreshing when I jump from home to product, but ultimately when I'm switching in the other website, it's changing my complete page also. It's refreshing that page. What exactly the Angular doing here? This kind of application are called as a single page application. How exactly they work behind the scene? How single page application work behind the scene? Now to work on the single page application, what they do is we make one page called as our layout page. Okay. what that layout page will do, that layout page is my common page. In this website, this header and other part of my application can be a footer also. This is the common layout. This is something which is common to my page application, right? Now we have other component, like home is one component, product is one component, order is one component. What is component? Component refer as, guys, one single page, each page is refer as one component. Each component have its own HTML, have its own your logical part, have its own CSS, have its own UI content. So in short, we can say that every page have its own content, and these all pages are actually referred as your single page. These are all one by one is one single page, and we can also refer as one single component. Each page refer as our one component. Okay. Now, when we say each page referring as our one component for us, then how exactly it works behind the scene? Now, what happened when you click on home? No, the content of home will load in this area. How exactly? So basically, in this case of the applications, at once means when the application is loading, at the time of the initial load, the complete application get loaded, means all the pages get loaded at the once. Now when you jump from one page to other page, only the content is replacing. Everything is there, but only the content is replacing. And how it getting a data? So in the real time it getting a data. So it's a, we think like when it take a lot of time, the application is very big, then take a lot of time to load, right? But it's not like that, guys. It's not like that. When the application is big, it take a lot of time. Then what the reason that will not take much time to load? Because obviously it will be bigger application, take a lot of time. No. Why? Because the data that you see inside the application, no, is loading after the application loaded. Remember one thing, the data that you see inside the application loads after the application got loaded. Only at the time of the loading, only at time of loading, what exactly load? It just load the dummy empty structure. Rest everything that you see is particularly loading after the page load. So that is the reason that these applications are not take much time to load, because the content in the application loading later on, only the DOM structure load or only the page load happen initially. So this is how, guys, one application work for us in terms of our single page application. When somebody click on home, the content of home will load in this area. When somebody click on about, home will go back and about will load in this area. When somebody click on about, contact, about go back and contact will load in this area. It means every time the page load, the content will keep on changing, but the application remains same there. Okay. And this is particularly referred as, guys, your single page application. And one more important thing is, when we write our Angular code is written inside a TypeScript. TypeScript that stands for TS. Dot, all the file in Angular will be .ts file. Okay. What is TypeScript? Actually, TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript, guys. So in short, what all things you do in the JavaScript, same thing you can do in the TypeScript, but TypeScript have some additional feature more than a JavaScript. So that's how it becomes that TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. What all thing a JavaScript have, TypeScript also have all those things. Only thing is it has some extra functionality more than the JavaScript. Okay. So Angular is a front-end framework that help to build a single page application using TypeScript. In short, the brief description is it helps to make a single page application, and the structure it follows is a component based structure. That's what it means, but you can define it in any way. And other thing about the Angular is it is actually designed by the Google. Remember one thing, anything that is launched by these kind of big companies, they get more popular and they get a more market. What the reason for that? See, the point is simple. When these companies bring up anything, they bring up a big community with that support these things. So, and in anything, if the support is high, obviously that language or that particular technology grow very fast. The reason for that is because support of that particular thing is very high. That is the reason they grow fast and they get a better, we get a better opportunities also. The other reason that for this is we get a better opportunity because the support of them is very high. So anything that backed by the Google or a Facebook or a big company like Amazon and all, they get a better understanding. JavaScript is used when we talk about the Angular 1, but when we talk about now Angular 2 or the higher version of Angular, then ideally it is talking about our TypeScript only. So earlier it is working on JavaScript, but now it work on the TypeScript only. I just explained you the concept of single page application, and yes, it actually promote a single page application, and with the help of this we can make a single page application with us. Now what is new in Angular 8? Okay, Angular is coming up with a new version every time. When it coming up with a new version, so the mindset of people is like every time we cannot go and change our code, right? That's the one mindset of everyone, that we cannot go and change our code every day, because if the every time the new version will keep on coming, up to what extent we'll keep on working in our code, right? So up to what extent we keep on changing our code, that's a bit difficult for us. So ideally for that reason, I just want to clear one thing. Although Angular coming up with a new version, but it doesn't mean that Angular is more like that every time a new version come and every time that all things got changed. Not like that. So what exactly happening? Whenever the Angular is coming up with a new version, no, it's only trying to change their backend. Their maximum 90% of a change is on their backend side. They are trying to make the thing in the way that it become easy for people to make it more faster, more reliable. So that is their focus. So their main focus is they're focusing on the things to become more lighter and more in terms of your usable when it comes to the Angular side. So their main focus is to make an application more usable or more light in weight. What is the new thing? There are three new things that come up in the Angular this time. One is called as, guys, IV rendering, one is called as a Babel engine, and one is called as a differential loop. What is IV rendering? The very first topic, I'll tell you one thing. After this IV rendering is going to introduce, this is going to be a one of the again become a, right now the React has on the top of the market which is trending, but this is going to be a trending in a market very soon again once it come up with the next thing, that is their IV rendering and these two topic called Bazel and differential loading. IV is one of the engine that Google use for their Maximum products. Okay, like your YouTube and all, these are running on the IV rendering. And when it comes to the IV rendering, obviously this IV rendering is going to enhance the application so much that it becomes easy for us to load, and it is going to be very light in weight. Plus, it is going to be in the way that you are trying to consume it in a way that it's quite useful for us at the end of the day. So ultimately the application performance is going to be increased once the IV rendering is going to introduce very soon. In as of now in Angular 8, this is right now still in the beta version, means some people use it, some people don't use it because they officially said that it's not full-fledged available. It's going to be full-fledged available when exactly it is going to be in the next version of Angular. So right now it's not very much trending, means not very much usable because it's not completely available to us. It's gonna be soon completely available to us in the next version of Angular. Once it is available, we can start using it. To enable IV rendering in the package in a tsconfig.json, there's a one option you can say IV rendering true, and one more in angular.json file, there's one option called IV rendering, you can set it to true. By default, it's not enabled right now. Then differential loading. So the Bazel engine. What a Bazel engine is? Google open source software responsible for building most of our project under the name of Bazel. Bazel is a powerful tool which keeps the track of dependency between the packages and build target. The coolest feature of Bazel is that its smart algorithm determine the build dependency. So right now when the application build, so that with the help of a Bazel later on, the build become smaller. The size of the build again gonna become smaller with the help of this Bazel engine. So when the Bazel will introduce going soon, so it become easy for us to run the application because the Bazel make my build smaller, and when obviously the build is smaller, so in at that time your application performance will be bit more better to load on the server side. Right now it's not very much although it's quite small right now, but I told you know what exactly they're doing is every time they're coming up with the new thing in terms of these kind of a structure. Every time they're coming up with a way that how they can make the application to load more faster. They are not focusing on changing the code of the user. They say the code will be same. The application that built in Angular 2, no, same application can be used with Angular 8. Hardly few changes need to be done, but majorly the changes which are happening is happening on the back end side of the application. The next thing about the application is differential loading. Okay, this is a very common issue that everybody must have faced that. What is differential loading is, suppose I want to make an application on the say for a Chrome, right? Sometimes it's a very normal question problem in IT. We are building an application of the Chrome, and suddenly what happened, that the application is working on the Chrome but not working on the IE, working on the Chrome but not working on Firefox, working on Firefox but not working on Safari, right? So this kind of thing generally happen. Like one application that build with one thing is working on the one structure, one browser perfectly, but not working with other browser. How exactly this thing work and how we can enhance this thing? So basically, when we say that things are working in the way that working on one browser but not on the other browser, then in that case you have one thing called differential loading. If you are asking me for giving me the say build of the year, want to run it over the Firefox, will make a build which is compatible for the Firefox. Similarly, if you say that no, you want to need a build for Firefox and Chrome also, when the we make a build for Chrome and Firefox, when automatically it's going to run over the Firefox, it's gonna pick that build, and then when it's gonna run over the Chrome, it is going to pick that build. So in short, it become in the way that we will tell that what exactly, for what purpose we are trying to use it, and according to that purpose the build will be created, and that build can be used for that particular usage. So in short, going forward, it's gonna become in the way that a build will be created for that particular thing in that particular manner, and by this it become easy for us to say consume our applications in the different browsers also. Clear? So these are three new things. Although they are still in the beta version, they're going to be coming soon in the Angular, and once they are launched, this Angular is going to be again one more next level in terms of the application development. Project setup. How to set up one Angular project in a system? Okay, I'm going to set up one Angular project in a system. I'll show you what all step you have to follow. And guys, what all code or what all step I'm gonna write here now in my folder. I'll make a one fresh folder by the name of ANG webinar. Now all this code which I'm gonna write, I'm going to push that code to the Git. So those who actually want to get a code also, what I'm gonna write today, you can get through a Git. You just have to go and follow this repo by the name of Akash Developer. On this repo, I have so many code, not only for the Angular, it's for multiple language. Angular, React, Node, Python, SAS, AWS, GCP, Java, or Python. So many things I'm doing in my day-to-day job. So basically, if you just search ANG Angular by just name of Angular itself, you will find so many repository from where you can get the code like this. Now, first of all, let me tell you how exactly we can set up one application project in for Angular. I am using a text editor by the name of Visual Studio Code, but it's not compulsory that which text editor you should use. You can use any text editor of your choice, as like Java or any other programming like .NET. There's no such constraint what text editor to choose because it's free in terms of using a text editor. I'll make one extra file where I'll write some steps that you guys have to follow for building that application. The very important thing about the Angular framework to design is you must have Node.js in your system. You do a star mark. Node.js must be installed in the system. The very first thing. How to install that? Just go to the browser and type download Node.js. You just say Node.js. No, nodejs.org is a website. On this website, you will going to get that Node.js version, and LTS version are the stable version as compared to the Node, means as compared to your other version. So always prefer to use the LTS versions. Okay, whatever is the latest. After that, once the Node.js is with you, the next thing that you should do is you need to install one package, a global package. You have to open your command prompt. If you're using a Windows system, for a Windows people, run command prompt as administrator. Means you'll find an option say when you search on CMD, no, you'll find an option say run as administrator. So run as administrator one command prompt. After that, in that command prompt, you type a command npm I -g @angular/CLI. You type npm I -g @angular/CLI. What is that actually? Angular CLI is a particularly a one framework of Angular. With the help of this, you can develop one Angular application. Okay, with the help of this, you can start developing your Angular application. So you have Angular CLI. Okay, you have to install this package by the name of Angular CLI. Now, once your Angular CLI is installed, this is for Windows people. Suppose you want to create any application. No, now whatever application you want to create, for creating that application, you have to navigate to this path. Means in whatever folder you want to create application, using your command prompt, navigate to that path. We'll say navigate to the folder using CMD. Once you are in the folder where you want to generate an application, there type ng new app name. Ng new app name, whatever application you want to generate. Once you define that your application is application name you have defined, after that, the next thing that you have to do is go inside the application, whatever application created, go inside that, use cd and application name. Once you are inside that, just type npm start. Once at npm start, go to browser and type localhost 4200. This is a default port number over which our application run. So on this port number, your application will start running. So these steps you have to follow, that you have to create the application in this manner and the application start running. So let me just show you how exactly you can do that. Let's do this for Windows people, and from Mac and Linux, I'll tell you. Only a few things will change for Mac and Linux people. We'll do each step one by one. From Mac, open your terminal. Open your terminal. Then use sudo npm I -g. Use a sudo command with that, and rest thing will be same. Whether it be Mac, Linux, or Unix, or Ubuntu, any system. Okay, let's try that. So I already have this global package with me. I'll start from this place. So I'll go in the folder that is cd desktop ang webinar. I'll write ng space new and the application name. Suppose my application name is first app. Any name it can be. Now it asks, do you want Angular routing? I say yes, and the CSS will be SAS, normal CSS. Now what it will do, guys, one first app folder created and one application structure also created. See, first app folder with application structure got created. Once it completed, you will see it come out of terminal. Once that completed, then you can go inside the folder and start running the application there. Let it take 1 or 2 minutes. Let it get completed. Don't worry about this. Okay, it's done. Now we'll clear this. Go inside the application now. cd first app. There type npm start. When you start this, automatically this is going to compile the application and run for us. So this is how the project setup is done. and it's successfully compiled also. Now the next step is done. Go to the browser, type localhost 4200. So open a browser and type localhost 4200. See, the first app is running. So application started, generated, and it's running also. So this is how exactly you work on the application, and this is how exactly application run and execute. The next topic that we have in our topic category is, so if we talk about TypeScript, the superset of JavaScript, strongly type object oriented compiled language. It is designed by the Andres at the Microsoft, and the TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. So in short, we call it a superset of JavaScript. The reason for that is, as I said, that what all thing that JavaScript have, TypeScript also have everything. So before talking about integrating all these things, let's first talk about a few major things about our application. Let me first talk about what are components are there in one Angular application. Now we'll say building block of Angular. Now what are the building blocks we have in the Angular? So with the building blocks that we have in our Angular is, there are merely 6 building block of Angular. Okay, in total we have 6 building block in Angular. What are those 6 blocks? Let's talk about that. One is called as your component, module, then pipe, then service, then routing, then directive. One we have is our pipe, component, service, routing, and we have one more thing, that is directive. What are these things? Okay, now first of all, component. What is component? Component each page refer as one component. I already told you. So we can say that one component contain its own HTML, own CSS. So what component contain? Own HTML, CSS, and logics. So each page refer as one component, and in each page one HTML, CSS, and the logics. Okay, so each single page refer as one component to you. Apart from that, what is pipe? We'll talk about module later on. Pipe, runtime data manipulation. What does it mean? Okay, let me go back. Do you see this price? Right now the price that you see is something very much in different manner. I mean, the price that you see currently is like minus also is not possible. Why it's happened idly? Idly you have to correct the logic of that also. But what exactly happening behind the scene? Let me tell you one thing. So see how the data is coming. As I told you that there's no way that Angular can read the data from a database. That's not possible. Then what exactly Angular did? Angular actually getting a data from a database using the API. Now see this API. What the price here? 19. And what the price you see in your application? It's 9. What the price here? It's 32. What price you see is 22. How exactly does we are asking the database owner to change the price? No. In real time, we don't ask a database owner to change our price. The reason for that is, if a database on, suppose this same API, okay, if I'm using a same API at the multiple places, same API might be used at the in our mobile application also, in our web application also. And if you remember, sometime it happened, the sale is only on the web application, sales are not on the mobile application, right? So how exactly we're going to manage that thing, that the sale is going only on the web application, not on the mobile application? How we can manage that? So basically, to achieve that functionality, to manage that functionality, we need to have what? Pipes. Pipe, the name indicating runtime data manipulation. So whatever data is coming to us, we don't have to worry about that. Okay, whatever data is coming to us, will not worry about that data at our side also. So it's possible at our side that we can manipulate the data at on our side. So we don't have to ask a particular user or a database owner to do something for us. We at our side will manipulate our data. So this is basically called runtime data manipulation, and this is actually achieved using your pipes services to connect with any third party or DB interaction. I can do that using your services. In one application, any database interaction that is going to happen will happen through your services, guys. Okay, services are the one that give us this functionality, and with the help of service we can make it. So in short, we can say that service are the one with the help of which we do all our database interaction. And here the one concept in Angular called dependency injection. What does a dependency injection mean? Dependency injection also refers to same thing. Like what is the, okay, if we see one database, what is the dependency of a database on Angular? Because as database cannot talk to the application directly, so now somehow we have to inject that data from the database into our application, and that's where it comes to the dependency injection. Okay, that's where it comes to the dependency injection, when we have to insert a database from the external source into our application. Next thing, routing. To manage jumping between the page, is actually handled through your routing. So routing is the one that help us to jump between the one page to other page, and that actually done through your routing. Then directive. Ideally now in a new version of Angular, directive is not much useful. Earlier directives are very useful. Directive is a small portion of a page. Suppose you have one table in the page. Okay, now you want to make a table reusable, means anyone can use that table. So for doing that kind of structure, to make it possible to use a data table from any place, in any component I can use that table. So for that purpose particularly we use our directive to make a reusable thing. But ultimately earlier when it was the Angular 1, no, that time it was very much useful, because at that time we don't have a concept of proper Angular and reusable Angulars. So on the other side, you can say that your directive is a small portion of the page, and this directive ideally nowadays, this directive can be actually used with the help of your just component itself. So we don't need a directive. Now we talk about all these building blocks, but what about module? What does that module do? Module is something that help to achieve. So as if we go in a school, right, if we go in a school, we have one register in the school. What that register contain? That one common register in which all student names are there, right, by the help of which our office or a school know, or anybody come to audit, suppose anybody come to audit our school, from that register they can check that who all students are there, in which all classes are there, means that's our entry point. That's more like a complete description of your students. So basically module is where we declare all things, where we declare all things. All thing means your components, your modules. So in one application you can have multiple modules, but they have one common module, means one parent module and one parent component. But you can have a component, module, pipe, service, routing, directive in multiple numbers. So what all things are there, how we can get that? We can get that actually by the help of your module. We'll do all these declarations, and with this declaration it become possible for us to consume that. Now let's start with where the application is written. Basically all the content that you're building, no, where exactly you're writing it. There's one folder called, okay, I have to give walkthrough of that folder, overview of that application. The next topic that we have is integration of CSS that I'll do, and how exactly Angular loads. In that application of Angular, there's so many things that you have, guys. So there's so many folder. Do we have to work on all the folder? Ideally not. You don't have to work on all the folders in the application. You have to work on some particular folder in the application. As I said that in one application, there's a one file called module. We always have one file by the name of parent module, and similarly we have one file by the name of parent component. Okay, in one application we have one parent module and one parent component. So module that you have, this module that you have is one parent module. Here all the declarations happen, and you have one component that having a component name and title of with any content. How the HTML is coming, this is a place, app component HTML is a place where all HTML is written. Suppose I remove that and I write one h1 and say this is Edureka webinar. Now go back to the browser and check your page. It says this is Edureka webinar. What does it mean? It means that actually the content got changed now and we are able to see the webinar from the Edureka, right? So we have one main file called app module where all the declaration happen, and we have one main file called app component where all the content that you're typing is written here. Now how exactly the application run? So the very first file that execute in the application is angular.json. Angular.json is the very first file, guys, that execute in one application. The very first file when the compilation is happening. Right now I'm not talking about the browser. I'm just talking about when the compilation is happening. When anything is compiling, at that point of time, the first thing that load is your angular.json. Now angular.json specify from where to, because as a browser, what the browser do? Browser have a thing that it always try to load the index.html. But when we will let them load, once my application compile, after compilation only, I let my Angular to load the application. Okay. So in short, the very first file to compilation after angular.json is main.ts. Main.ts is something that load once the application is after angular.json, this file load main.ts. Now, as I said that in one application, you can have more than one module, you can have more than one component. So how application will be aware which is a main component to load and which is the first component to load and which is a second component to load, or which is the first module to load or which is the second module to load, how it gonna specify that? To specify that, the main.ts specify which module to load, that is app module from app.module file. So it went to src and go to the app.module. So how it happened? From angular. It's very, very important for interview, I'm telling you. Main.ts. Now the main.ts will tell that you have to load something called as app.module.ts. Okay. Then app.module will load app, which component to load, we'll say app component. Then we actually go for and load the app component for us. Okay, after the app module, app component load, app.component. Now once it load, what it do actually, it now load bind the content in the HTML. App.this is basically bind. So these are the one name here, right? App.root. How it's connected in index.html, no, there's one thing called app.root, app-root. So by this way, exactly your application is connected. So this is the way, guys, that you have to work on the Angular. First of all, you have the way is angular.json, main.ts, app module, app component. After that, the whatever the output is there, that output actually load inside the index.html. So once this structure is loaded, then let's go and talk more about our structure of application. So how exactly I can start making one component? The very first component that you have to load you will load through one thing called as your app.component.html. Now I have loaded one component there, suppose. Okay, Now once my one component loaded, now I want to load a next component. Means one is fine, but now I want to load our next component. How exactly I can do in the way that I can start loading my next component? Now to load our next component, what you need to do is you need to start working on, I'll make one more component here. Say I'll give a name as header dot component dot ts. All the file will be having extension dot ts file. Okay, one component we can make a separate folder for that also. I'll make one folder by the name of header. In that I'll put header dot component dot ts. One component have one ts file, component dot html, one html file, and one css file. One component will have three things: ts, html, and css. Okay, ts, html, and the css. These are the three things that one component is going to have. So exactly we have to start writing our code. So the very first thing that we have to start writing our code is you have to give three things in one component. Okay, one component have three things, guys. What are those three things? The very first thing that one component is import. What does this import refer to? Import means for making any component, you need to import component from Angular / core. This is the very first thing that you need to have in one component. Why we need it? Because this is something which tell the Angular application what we are trying to build. The very first thing that we need to have in a system is component. Then your next part is called as decorator. Add the rate component, normal bracket, curly bracket, and at the end export that. Export class name of component. I'll say header component, like this. Now this part of a component will contain few things. First of all, it tell that what exactly your structure is going to look in terms of, like, first of all it tell us that okay, this is a component that you are building, and in this component what is the name or going to be the name of my component. Name in terms of, it will tell that what exactly this application name is will be, means the component name will be by name of selector. I'll say app hyphen say header, any name you can give. Okay. Then you have to tell that what is a template which is connected with, what is the HTML of this component. We'll say template URL. I'll say dot slash header dot component dot html. Header dot component dot html. And then what does CSS attach? We'll say style URLs. This is a way to attach a CSS. We'll say dot slash header dot css dot, so header dot component dot css, and the css will be in square bracket. Why? To one HTML, to one component, only one HTML can attach. Remember one thing, to one component only one HTML can attach, whereas to one component multiple CSS styling can be multiple. To one component only one HTML is going to attach, guys. Okay, so now in my HTML I have to give the next thing. How exactly we can make it that we can actually bind it with the HTML is, now in an HTML file you can pass anything. In the HTML file you can pass anything. How exactly we're gonna pass it? Let me show you. So here suppose I write one simple h1 tag, say header. Under that I'll give one HR tag, horizontal line. Okay, now you want to use it. First of all, take this component and declare, where I told you everything need to declare in app. Here in the your declaration array, declare that component which you want to use, like this. Once your component is declared, you have a name of component, take this component, go to your app component.html, and above this, anywhere above this, I want to use it. Suppose I'll put like this. If we go back to browser, see header and your Edureka app. See, one component created and consumed. Now suppose I want to bring in center, so I'll go to my CSS. I'll say h1 text align center. If you go back, see text coming in center. This is how exactly you can start consuming your CSS there. Okay. Now, next thing I want to show you. Let's suppose we want to use some external CSS in terms of our, say suppose some Bootstrap is there. Okay. Now from that Bootstrap, I want to use this. Bootstrap is altogether one external CSS that we can consume. To consume that in a Bootstrap, so first of all we'll say Bootstrap navbar. Suppose I want a navbar in my application. I'll say Bootstrap navbar. Now, how to use that? They have 3 scripts. Okay, what is a common file? Where should I add this and can be consumed anywhere? So this is the index file. Here I'll add and I can consume it anywhere. Now I edit there, right? Now I'll go back to my HTML. So this is the navbar code. I'll take this navbar code and go to my HTML. Here I'll paste this navbar code like this. And here I have a website name. I'll say Edureka. Now go back to browser, guys. See, we start getting navbar. Want to give a better color? So I'll say inverse. See, you see a color. You want to give a proper say margin. Go to index, add this. I'll say div class container. This is the Bootstrap class container. App hyphen root. Go back, check. See, you're getting application a better structure.
With the recipe book project complete, we'll focus on styling an Angular application with Bootstrap. You will learn advanced techniques for integrating Bootstrap to enhance the visual appeal of your applications.
Styling an Angular application with Bootstrap. So let's understand what exactly is this Bootstrap. See, when I say Bootstrap, okay, Bootstrap is an open source HTML, CSS, and JavaScript framework which is used to create mobile first and the responsive websites. So using this Bootstrap, you can easily create beautiful and the responsive websites by making use of its readily available layouts, components, utilities, and so on. So here, when we talk about this Angular Bootstrap, okay, so there are actually 2 ways where you can embed the Bootstrap into the Angular. So first method is Bootstrap CDN, that is the content delivery network. And the other method I would say is by the usage of npm, that is node package manager or node packet manager. Now if I want to talk about how to use this Bootstrap in CDN, okay, so when we talk about bootstrapping CDN, so you can actually make use of Bootstrap content delivery network or the Bootstrap CDN. And this will actually can be used to deliver the cached version of the Bootstrap's compiled CSS and the JavaScript to your Angular application. Now, in order to access it, you can refer to the official page of Bootstrap CDN and you'll get the overall idea of the same. So what you have to do is you just copy the link tag and paste it at the end of the head section of the index.html file. And once that is done, just copy the script tag and paste it at the beginning of the body section. Okay, now that's the high level. Now, once you have actually done that, you can also copy these 2 script tags of jQuery and the pepper.js and paste them in the Bootstrap script tag and save the file and open the development server. So you will be able to notice that the Bootstrap will be easily embedded, and the front end and even the font, like if you're trying to change something, it will be changed accordingly, or any changes that you would mention, so it will be changed accordingly. Okay, so this is about using the npm. Now here, when we talk about the npm, okay, so this is another way, or the alternate way, which you can use which you can use it to embed the Bootstrap functionality into your project. In order to do this, what you have to do is you have to open the command prompt, that is npm install bootstrap jquery popper save. Okay, once you done that, okay, once that is done, you'll be able to see that all the three packages along with the version will be present in this package.json file. Okay, so here the css and js must be loaded globally. So that's one thing that you have to remember, and for that we must specify the path within the angular json file within the styles and the scripts array. Now all the packages which you install, so it will actually get downloaded to the node modules folder. Okay, it will be downloaded to the node modules folder. Now if you open the node modules folder, and yeah, if you open this node module folder, so you'll be like you can actually look for, I think, let's see if it is available over here. If you generally open this node modules folder, and you can also be able to look for this bootstrap, jquery and pepper. Okay, so that's the overall idea, team. So here, once you have found the path of these, so you'll be able to, you have to actually have to add it within this angular.json file. Okay, it should be added in this angular.json file. This is the screenshot, okay, where they have added with angular.json file. So this is the overall idea on the same. Okay, so this is the overall idea of working with the same. Now that you have the overall idea on this, okay, let me just give you a quick hands-on as how you can get started with Bootstrap. Let's get started. So when I say Bootstrap, okay, Bootstrap, as I mentioned, it's a powerful front-end framework. So when we talk about this Bootstrap, okay, let me just give you a quick tutorial. So in order for you to get started, so I'm just going to create a code which will be where I'll be creating a web page using my Bootstrap. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'll create my first web page using my Bootstrap. Now, in order to create the same, I'll open my code editor. Okay, so I'll start by creating a new file. I'll call it as basic.html. So I'm creating a new file, that is basic.html. Now here, I'll start by writing something like this. So first, I'm going to mention my doc type as HTML, then HTML. I'll mention my language as English. Okay. Next, I'll mention a head tag. Okay. And under this head, maybe I'm going to add some metadata. I'll mention my cat set as UTF-8. I'll add a name. Okay. I'll mention my viewport, and I'll mention my content, and Maybe I'll copy paste the code team. I think that will be a best one. So here I've created a basic HTML file. So once I've created this HTML file, okay, so I'll make this HTML file as a Bootstrap template. So in order to make this plain HTML file a Bootstrap template, so we just include the Bootstrap CSS and the JSS file using their CDN links. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just show you how it would look like. So this is the overall code would look like. See, I have added the JavaScript file at the bottom of the page right before closing my body tag. Okay, so I've created like this. Now, after adding this Bootstrap CSS and the JS file to our HTML page, we can actually begin to develop any responsive site or application within this Bootstrap framework. Now here, okay, so we have got something called as integrity and the cross origin that we have got right now. So these integrity and cross origins, so they have been actually added to the CDN link to implement the sub resource integrity, which is also known as SRI. So it's a security feature which will enable us to mitigate the risk of attacks originating from the compromised CDNs. And this will also ensure that the files your website actually fetches, it could be from a CDN or anywhere, so it has been delivered without the unexpected or malicious modifications. Okay, so once that is done, so I'm going to save this. Once I have saved this, okay, so in order to open this, so I'll do one thing. I'll just open this file right now. So this is how a file would look like. Okay, so like it's a simple file, okay, where I've just created a HTML file, and this like I've just created a Bootstrap. All right, so this is how you can get started and open and view the files. And you can also right click and click on inspect. Okay, so you'll be able to see the overall working right here. Okay, so in this way you can actually perform the activity. Okay, now while working, so we can also create the containers with Bootstrap as well. So when I say containers are the most basic layout element when we talk about in Bootstrap, and this is generally required when we are using a grid system. So containers, I can say, basically we use it to wrap the content with some padding. Okay, and they're also used to align the content horizontally, center of the page, in case of fixed width layout. So when we are working with the containers, okay, Bootstrap provides three types of containers. One is dot container, which has the maximum width at each responsive breakpoint. And we've got the container fluid, which has 100% width of all the breakpoints. And we have got container breakpoint, which has 100% width until the specified breakpoint. So these are the types of containers that we have got in Bootstrap. Okay, now like in order to create a responsive fixed width containers, okay, you can actually simply use the dot container class if you want to create a responsive fixed width container. So if I want to show you the same, okay, let me just show you. I'm just going to add the file. Okay, so I'll just execute it. See, I've created the responsive fixed width container right now. Okay, so I have added the heading and we are adding the paragraph of the text. And we can also use the flow, like if I right click and inspect it, see, like I've added the class as container. Okay, so if you want, we can also use the container container fluid as well. So where we can like at that time when I do that, okay, so at that time, so it will be always be 100% like it will be fixed width irrespective of devices or screen sizes. Okay, and we can also add the borders and the containers as well. So if I want to give you an example, okay, so this is a code where I'm actually adding the background and the borders to my containers. So by default, my container does not have any background color or border. So in case if you want to apply your own style, so you just have to simply use the Bootstrap background color border utility classes. Okay, Bootstrap container border utility classes if you want to create or add the background color or border on them. So in this example, this is a container with dark background and white text color. And this is a container that I'm creating with light background. Then this is the container with border. So if I save it and execute it, see, that's how we can actually add the background and borders to the containers. Okay, so that's how easy it is to work with the containers in Bootstrap. And we also have something called as a grid system. See, when I say grid system, okay, Bootstrap grid system will actually provide an easy and a powerful way to create the responsive layouts of all the shapes and the sizes. So that's how the Bootstrap grid system would work. So we can actually start working and create 2-column layouts. Like we'll have some 3-column layouts. So like you can use all those principles of the grid and you can also start working on the same. Okay, so that's the overall introduction to Bootstrap.
Here is a quiz question. How do you add Bootstrap to an Angular project using NPM? And the options are A. ng add Bootstrap, B. ng generate Bootstrap, C. npm install Bootstrap, and D. ng install Bootstrap. And if you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. Having styled your applications, we'll tackle an Angular 8 project from scratch. This project will help you consolidate your knowledge by building a modern Angular application.
So let's start working on, guys. Let's set up our Angular project. So when I say setting an Angular project, the very first thing that you should do is you need to have a Node.js in your system. The very first thing that you need to have is a Node.js in a system. Now what I'm doing is, guys, I'm actually making one folder. That's how exactly, and the one I'm doing, no, this is how exactly we go in our sessions also, guys. In our session, we'll actually teach you by writing in front of you instead of just copy pasting or using a PPTs. But our focus will be that we'll write a code in front of you. What I'm talking about, I'll show you now. I'll make one folder, say ANG webinar. Now in this folder, I'm going to write the things in front of you to show that how exactly practically things are working. Now let's set up that Angular project. So I have created one folder. I'm using a text editor called Visual Studio Code. You can use any text editor of your choice. I'll open this Angular webinar. I'm going to make one extra file here. In this extra file particularly, I'm going to write all the steps that you have to follow. First of all, we'll say set up Angular application. Angular application. The very first thing that you should do to set up Angular application is ** Node.js must be installed. Then you need to install one package, that global package. Okay, what the package actually means? There's one thing called as npm. npm, that stands for Node Package Manager. What is that actually? Basically, there's one website called NPM. I'll go to that. NPM is a website that hold a huge number of the packages, guys, around 11 lakh packages. Now it's 12 lakh, and they keep on growing. Why it's growing? Because anybody can contribute to this. Like I have my own packages. Okay, I have a package to create a one Redux application, one Node application, like that, right? So anybody can contribute to this development, guys. When anybody can contribute to this development, so point is simple, that you can actually use these packages. Do I mean it means for learning Angular I need to know 12 lakh packages? Not like that, guys. Some packages are for Angular, some packages are for the Node, some packages are for the React. Likewise, for every single language there are a lot of packages. Okay, so in short we can say that there are huge bunch of packages which are available from where you can use. Out of that you have to pick our specific packages. Now, first of all, to create the one application, we need to install one package as a global package. Now, what that package name is? Angular CLI. How to install? I'll tell you. Now, for a window people, what you need to do is, first of all, for window people, then for Mac and Linux also. Now, for window people, you need to install, first of all, run cmd command prompt as administrator. If you go search cmd, right click, you'll find run as administrator. So first of all, you have to run your command prompt as administrator. Okay, after running your command prompt as administrator, then the next command you will type there is npm I -g, like global @angular/cli, command line interface. So basically, first of all, you need to install this package as a global package. And this is only one time. It's only one time step. So once this is done, okay, once this is done, next thing you will do is navigate to the folder using command prompt, using cmd, navigate to the folder where you want to generate application. I'll do this also in front of you, don't worry. After that, next thing is type there ng space new application name, like that. What is ng? Ng stands for new generation. Whenever we are using your say Angular, no, we have one keyword called ng. Ng stand for Angular and ng stand for new generation. Okay, ng stand for new generation. So this is what your Angular mean. This is how we generate it. Let's do it. I already have this global package installed, guys. I'll directly go to ng new and generate the application. How? I'll go inside this folder which I just created, that is cd. I'll clear this first of all. I'll make it a bit bigger and I'll say cd. Folder name is ang web, right? Now we'll write ng space new and I say first app. Any name you can give. Now what it is going to do, it is going to generate one folder for us. Is going to generate one folder for us. Let it get do. It asking, just hit enter twice. Now see, it's generating one application for us. Once this application got generated, let it get generated. It takes some time to generate the application. So now I'll show you in the meanwhile. If we go back to see first app created and see so many folders generated. What all these folders are? Basically, we're gonna explain you in detail in our session what these folders are actually. But right now, let me just use it. So see, it generated. Now once this is generation complete, means once the application generation complete, after generating, the next step you'll do is go inside the application. cd application name, means go inside the application and then type there npm start, and then in the browser go to local host 4200, like that. This is the way to start. Now see, application generated. Let's go there, cd first app, and we'll write npm start. Let's get started. So we will compile the application. Once the compilation complete, okay, once the application compilation complete, then after that we can start using this application. So let's get done. Compile successfully. Now let's go to localhost 4200, browser, and localhost 4200, like this. See guys, your application set up and ready to use. Now next step, once this is created, how exactly it's running? See, in this application we have one src folder. Okay, in this src folder you have one folder called app. In this app folder you have one file called app.component.html. I'll just write h1 and say webinar by Edureka. Okay, just refresh our page. See, it's a webinar by Edureka, but by default the port number is 4200, but you can change the port number also. Now guys, in one application there's 6 building blocks. Okay, we talk about the Windows, let's talk about the Mac. Same thing only. For Mac you need to install same way, you navigate to the folder, but with this you don't have to run the command prompt administrator. It's simple. Open terminal and use sudo command there. Sudo, navigate using terminal the folder where you want to generate the application. So it's same thing, almost same way to generate in the any other platform also. Okay, now how exactly the flow is going? See, for understanding the flow we need to know about a building block of Angular. Building block. In total there are 6 building block of Angular. What are those 6 building block? One is called as module, one is component, pipe, services, routing, directive. These are the 6 building block of Angular. What are they? Component, module, come back. Each page refer as one component. Okay, pipe, runtime data manipulation. What does it mean? Okay, just as an example, I have one API. See, I just do one application, right? Let's open that application also. See, what is the price of product right now there? Go to product. Price is 9.95 euros and 22.99 euros, right? Now, this is the API, actual data. What was the price? 19 and 32. But what we are displaying? 9 and 22. How? Means from backend I'm getting 19 and 32, but I am displaying 9 and 22. How? Basically runtime data manipulate. Means we got the data from a database, but we manipulate at our own side. That is called as, guys, runtime manipulation, and that is done by the pipe. Now, services, your all external interaction. Some people call them a dependency injection. Why? because the data which is coming from database, and the point is simple. As my application cannot talk to database, it need to connect externally, and for that external connection we need this services. Okay, now routing, all navigation is controlled by this. So I'm jumping between one component to the component. All these navigations are controlled by this. Okay, and then we have directive, a small portion of the page, small functionality or portion of the page is referred as directive. Okay, small portion or your functionality is referred as your directive. Although nowadays we just use the inbuilt directive, our say your major directives are not now used. Basically we use our own structural directives. Okay, now next thing is module. What is the last thing? Module, all declaration, guys, all declaration. What it means? Because in one application you can have multiple component, multiple pipes, multiple number of one kind of things, right? So how one application know how many component, how many pipe, how many directive is difficult, right? So that is why, as our father having all the information, that what about my family, right? Maximum all information about my family. What do you want to hide, we can do that, right? But point is simple, that as we have all the information about our family, similarly there must be a one parent who know everything. Okay, so that is how, guys, this is defined. That is how the module is a one where we declare all these things. Next thing is, let me show you how to make our own component. So I make one folder, say component. One component will have one HTML file. I'll say home.component.html, one CSS file, one TS file. TS stand for TypeScript, TS. Now to make any component, the three structures are there. One is called import, one is called as decorator, and one is called as export. Import the things that help to make for everything, whether you make app, say your pipe have a different things to import, directive different import, routing different import, module different import, component different, everything import different things. So for component you have to import one thing called as, guys, component, and that is coming from @angular/core. Okay, so second part is decorator. What this do, it will tell my component which is the HTML file. I'll say template URL, telling it that this is the HTML file that you have to display. That is home.component.html, or you can directly say like that also. To tell that what CSS you have to use, we'll say style URLs. In that style URLs, again you have to say /home.component.css, like that. So basically you are telling that so one TS file is that like one component. You are telling your component that what is the HTML file you have to use and what is the CSS file. In one component you can have more than one CSS, but for one component only one HTML, because that's the main page. So one component can have only one HTML attached, whereas one component can have multiple CSS attached. Multiple CSS, give a comma, like that. And you say export class app component name. I'll say home component, any name you can give. Okay, now after that, once this is generated, then the next thing that you have to do is you have to declare it. Now home, go to the module. In that they have one thing called declaration. In that put this name of the component, and import it. Now go to your main component, that is app.html, and call your component like this. I'll say component. Okay, you have to give a name to the component. How you give a name to the component? Go to the component. In this, you have one thing called selector. That's a name of component. I'll say app-home. You can give any name to that. Take it, go to the app component and call like this. Now you are calling one component inside the other component. I'll put a one HR tag, like a horizontal line between them. In the HTML of this, I'll make one h1 tag and I say this is heading, like that. Okay. If you go back to the browser, you will see localhost 4200. This is heading and webinar by Edureka. So both the things are loading. Okay. Now I want to add a CSS to that. There's a lot of way. One is CSS file already have, or suppose I want already CSS file. I'll simply say h1. I'll say text align center. Text align center, like that. Now this text is going to come in the center of the page. Got it? Now for external CSS, suppose I want the Bootstrap. First of all, I take a CDN of Bootstrap. Bootstrap CDN. Okay. Means one link to use a Bootstrap in our page. Please say Bootstrap W3 School. That's the best way to pick those things. I'll just add the CSS link. And after this, next thing which I'm going to cover is I'll show you how the flow of the application is going. Binding and the flow. These three links are there. I'll pick these links. Go back to the index.html page. There, I add these links. Now I'm going to the Bootstrap there. Bootstrap is external CSS file. How? What I'll do is I'll make one tag div whose class is Jumbotron. Jumbotron. Just see Bootstrap class. I'll make one h1 tag, say Angular app, and I'll use one p tag, say webinar by Edureka. Webinar of Angular by Edureka. Like that. We'll go back to browser. See guys, you see some colors, some styling. Just do one thing. There's the one main index file. Let's understand the flow. So here I'll give div. What is this file? I'll explain in a while. Div class container, because all the things are loading here. Container. I'll put the main tag here called container. See guys, your application got an equal margin and some content also. You want to put more content? I'll say lorem ipsum, like that. And I'll add some more content so that it should look like a proper page wise. More content, go back, see this. So external CSS edit. So why I did in the index.html? What is this file? Okay, let's understand the flow. Flow is like that. When the application load, this is a default property of any web application that it load the index file on the browser. The very first file that load is index.html in the browser, but after compilation, so how the compilation work? There is one file called angular.json. This topic is very important. Understand it well. Angular.json. This is my main file here. Okay. This file tell that which index file to pick, which is the main file, what kind of the compiler you are using, which is the main CSS file. All these things are mentioned in this file called angular.json. The very first file that start compilation is angular.json. Angular.json tell you that go to main.ts. Main.ts. So from angular.json, what all these files contain? Again, that's the scope of our course. Main.ts. Main.ts tell that which is the main module. As I told you, one main module and other module, that is app.module.ts. and this main module load your main component. That is app.component.html. Flow is like that: angular.json, then main.ts, then app module, and then app component. This is how a complete flow of one application goes. All the thing compiled, and where it load the main file called index file. All the content which is compiled is loading in this. And I'll show you one thing. If you check the view source of this page, see, you will not find anything. You're asking me how big application it is. See, all your things are compiled like this. That's it. It compiled into your vendor, polyfill, and one bundle. That's it. That is why this is a very fast. So this is the flow. So guys, the two important topic: what are the building blocks, what they do, and what is the flow of the application. We'll say flow. Now I'll take next topic, that is binding. Although Angular support one-way binding, what is one-way and two? I'll show you one-way binding and two-way binding. For the scope of this today's session, we're going to talk about one-way data binding. One-way have three things: data binding, event binding, property binding. Okay. Data, event, property, and two-way. What is that? If somebody click, I want to do something, it's an event binding. If the normal data, that's a data binding. Property, like anchor tag have the href, image tag have the src, those are the property. One-way binding means, guys, that you declare something in the ts file that is consumed in the html. That's a one-way. Two-way means you are having something in the ts file that's consumed in html, and from html it's going back in ts. That's a two-way binding. I declare one variable here. Suppose I say title. Okay. Now define a type of that thing. I'll say it's a string, and then the data. So instead of writing this title here, I'll pick this Angular app and I'll paste that in the TS like this. If I want to consume it, take the variable name, go to your HTML, put the double curly bracket like this, and variable name like this, title. That's it. This is the one-way data binding. You declare one variable here and you just use like this. Now go back. See, but this time it's data binded. This will, guys, one-way data binding. Now guys, I'll pick a last topic, directive. Actually, Angular proposed some inbuilt directive. For four if conditions. Suppose use the if condition, the directive called ng if. For for loop, they have ng4. For the class, they have ng class. Like that way, they have the inbuilt directive. What does directive do? As example, suppose I have one of my component. Okay, in this component I have some data. I'll say products. I'll take one array. Products is one array. It has some data. Suppose it have this 2 records, say 3 records. Now I want to display these 3 records on my page. So if it's an array, guys, what you use to display all the values? For loop. Correct. For loop to display data. Now same for loop we'll use using ng4. How? Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll go back to the HTML. I'll make one table here. Out of this slide, Jumbotron, I'll make one div and make a one table whose class is table. Okay. Now I'll make one t head, that is a table heading, and t body, that's a table body. They have the tr, that is table row, and we'll say star ng4. Okay, table row. Let's leave it as of now. We'll say th, and what all things it have? It have your name also, code also, and date also. I want to show 3 things: name, code, and date. So I'll say name as my heading, code, and date. If I go back to browser, see, name, code, date is coming. Let's fill the data. You have the TR. Now, for data, what you will repeat, guys? Now, what all thing you want to repeat? Like TR table row will repeat. We'll say star ng4 is equal to let prod of products. Basically, you take your own variable. This is the variable that hold the data. That is, products is a variable that hold the data. Product is a variable actually, not products. You will say let prod of let, where, const, all these things you have to learn in the session, guys. Now I'll say here td, we'll say data binding prod dot product name, product code and release date. Product code and one release date. So release date is coming from, I just want to check the spelling of that. Go back to browser. See guys, all data is coming in one go. As of now, static data. Later on, we're going to call through API in sessions. Tomorrow, if new product got added, you don't have to worry. You will just add a new product like this. That's it. See, new product is visible. Tomorrow, product is removed from a database. Just remove it. It will be removed. So this is the beauty of the Angular, and this is how it works. And that's all things we have to do, guys. So on the higher level, I hope you guys now in a state where you can tell people what exactly Angular is and what you are doing.
After completing the Angular 8 project, we'll discuss how to become an Angular developer. You'll get insights into the skills, practices, and resources needed to pursue a successful career in Angular development.
Well, the first question that pops up in your head is, why should I become an Angular developer? Let's speak about the job opportunities. Well, there is a vast demand and opportunity for an Angular developer all over the world. Here, let's try and understand the opportunities in India. Firstly, in India, there are up to 12,000 or more job opportunities just listed as by LinkedIn or Glassdoor, and around 30,000 job opportunities or more in the US. Again, there would be a lot more opportunities, but here we've taken and considered only based on LinkedIn and Glassdoor. We can also see in Indeed or even private job portals. Now, there are again company websites for that matter where there will be many more job opportunities available. Now, the next question will certainly be, how are the pay scale, and is it even worth becoming an Angular developer? Don't worry about it, we'll discuss here. As listed by Glassdoor, an average Angular developer will earn up to 5 lakh per annum in India, and this is just with basic knowledge on Angular skill set. And if he is an advanced developer, then he can earn up to 8.5 lakh per annum or even more depending on his years of experience. Now, speaking of the US, one can earn up to $100,000 in a year with his basic knowledge on Angular, while more than $150,000 with an advanced knowledge. With that, your most certain next question would be, where can I apply? Well, you can apply on LinkedIn, Glassdoor, Naukri if you're in India, Indeed for US. Indeed works even for India. Now, speaking of companies hiring, now we all have our goals of reaching some of the top-notch companies. Well, all the high-end companies such as IBM, Accenture, and Infosys are hiring Angular developers. If you're looking for a product-based companies, some of the companies such as Xiaomi, Adobe, among many others, hire Angular developers with good skill set. Now, with that, let's go ahead and learn about what are the roles and responsibilities of an Angular developer. So firstly, the primary responsibility of an Angular developer is to work on client-side applications. So they basically provide a full-featured UI service for both web applications and websites. In fact, Angular developers are typically involved in the design of modules and components, after which they combine these modules and components to create a functional program. So they should have a great capability to design minimalist modern web applications using all the latest trends and technologies. Now, they should also be very good in documenting HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, if they have good creatability and technical decision making, it would again come in handy while creating great projects like Angular. Now, if they have good research on any given product, that will make a complex task to break down and work on it. Now, if they have good coding capability and writing great codes, that'll help in unit testing of an application in Angular. And if they have good coding capability for lightweight and well optimized and high performance programming skills, that'll also be a great responsibility for an Angular developer. Now, here I've considered some of the job descriptions according to a website enlisted for each of the company. Here I've considered IBM. Well, IBM has actually posted requirement for Angular developer. And the main programming languages that they're looking for is JavaScript and TypeScript, as I've discussed earlier. And they also require a person who has good knowledge on Angular 6 and above. HTML and CSS and any related frameworks is also helping. As you can see, every company basically asks for Angular, JavaScript, HTML, and CSS in main scale. Now, this is another company called Siemens where they have posted a requirement for front-end developer in Angular. Again, their requirement is Angular 2 plus JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. Now, considering another company called Mindtree, even though they have considered 4 to 6 years of experience in Angular, they still ask you on good knowledge on TypeScript, HTML, Node.js, and Angular. Now, yet another company, Accenture, also asks for the same. As you can see, there is a common description here asked by each of the companies, which means if you know really well in such cases, there is a high possibility that you get hired as an Angular developer. Now, with that, let's move on and learn what are the skills required to become an Angular developer. As we've already seen in the job descriptions, by now you should already know that if you have great skills and knowledge on TypeScript languages like HTML, CSS, adding on JavaScript, it is a good add-on to it. Now, if you have good knowledge on cross-browser compatibility for coding, that will also help you. Knowing REST APIs and REST services offered by Angular is an add-on to become a good Angular developer. Along with that, technologies such as Ajax, document object module manipulation techniques, such things will help you become a good Angular developer. Also, if you have good knowledge on TypeScript, that is a big add-on and it is a must for Angular developer. With that, the certain question is, how do I become an Angular developer? Now, the first thing is, make sure you're learning JavaScript. Learning JavaScript from basics is very vital to become an Angular developer. The foundation is basically built on JavaScript. Now, you can go ahead and learn first JavaScript or even the basics of HTML and then JavaScript. That will help you. Next, TypeScript. As I've already mentioned, Angular is built on TypeScript and hence you have to learn TypeScript. Now, also, modern web applications are also hugely built in TypeScript and hence most of the companies ask you for TypeScript. The third thing, but the most vital thing, is that teach yourself Angular. Now, learning as you learn for your examinations might not teach you well, but learning as though you have been taught or teaching yourself might make you learn Angular in a more appropriate and a clearer way. The last thing is that join social media groups and communities. Joining such groups will make you keep updated on all the latest trending technologies, and you can also update yourself by knowing more about any language that you're learning. And here, if you're learning about Angular, I recommend join all the Angular related groups on any of the social media platforms like Facebook, LinkedIn, etc. Now, next let's discuss about a roadmap for Angular developer. So basically, for becoming any particular developer, one has to follow a particular roadmap. Here, let's consider a building of a project as an Angular developer. So Angular actually receives many feature requests from Google and any other open source community. Now, at the same time, the list of projects are many, and hence with that comes the maintenance tasks like code refactoring, potential performance improvements, and many more. Along with this, Angular brings in together representative from developer relation, product management, and many more engineering prioritized as in the list. The list is created by the Angular owners. Now, as a new project comes into the queue, there is a regular position for them based on any particular relative performance priority. Now, as this work is done, the project will move up in the queue and hence the next project comes into the picture. Now, they'll actually release project on completion and there will be a part of specific version based on the release schedule that has been followed in a semantic versioning program as given in the Angular. Now, for example, if features are released in the next minor after their completion, then the next major versions are being added if they are including the breaking changes. Now, this is a roadmap that has been followed while an Angular version is being created. Again, this roadmap keeps changes company to company as you work in an organization. The project roadmap is being followed by that particular organizational skills. Now, with that, let's see where one can learn Angular from. We have a blog written on Angular. While Edureka's blog does not just comprises of what is Angular or any features of Angular. It has all the frequently asked questions by any particular Angular developers who's just planning to become an Angular developer to an well-established Angular developer. Now, if you wish to, you can go through the blog, which will help you come up with a great ideas and hence start becoming a well-developed Angular developer. There is also a certification for which you can find the link given in the description box below. Now, this certification comprises of all the Angular course where it is a fully structured course and hence you can go through it and get the certification of Edureka.
Finally, we'll prepare you for job interviews with Angular interview questions and answers. This module will cover common interview questions and provide you with answers and tips to help you succeed in landing your desired job.
The first question in beginner's level interview question is, what is Angular? Angular is a TypeScript-based free and open source web application framework led by the Angular team at Google, a component-based framework for building scalable web applications. It also integrates powerful features like declarative templates and end-to-end tooling, dependency injections, and various other best practices that smoothens the development path. Next, what is Angular mainly used for? Angular is typically used for the development of single-page application. It provides a set of ready-to-use modules that simplify the development of single-page applications. Not only this, with features like built-in data streaming, type safety, and a modular CLI, Angular is regarded as a full-fledged web framework. Next, what is Angular CLI? Angular CLI is a command line tool that enables us to add various components, directives, and services from the command line. Test cases and code can be added via the command line itself. Angular CLI is mandatory for creating Angular applications. Angular is a structural framework used to create dynamic web applications. It also uses modules from Node.js, whereas Angular uses HTML as your template language and lets you extend HTML syntax to define the application's components clearly and compactly. Write a pictorial diagram of Angular architecture. Now, this is most asked question when you go for an aptitude round. So make sure you practice this architectural diagram of Angular several times. The next thing is building blocks of Angular. Angular is built using components, modules, directives, decorators, pipes, data binding, templates, metadata, services, dependency injection. The next is, what are templates in Angular? Templates in Angular are written with HTML that contains Angular specific elements and attributes. These templates are combined with information coming from the module and controller, which are further rendered to provide the dynamic view to the user. Next, what are the features of Angular 11? The updated features goes like faster builds, Internet Explorers are updated, there is an improved logging and reporting, there is something called as automatic font inlining. Next, we have component test harness, and then updated language service preview. The eighth question is, what are the advantages of Angular? A few of the major advantages of Angular is that it supports two-way data binding, it follows MVC, Model View Controller pattern architecture, it supports static template and Angular template, you can add a custom directive, it also supports RESTful services, validations are supported, client and server communication is facilitated, support of dependency injection, has strong features like event handlers, animation, etc. Next, state some of the differences between Angular 10 and Angular 11. Angular 10 uses TypeScript 3.9, while Angular 11 has upgraded to TypeScript 4. Angular 10 uses enabled ES5 builds, but Angular 11 uses faster builds. Angular 10 has a default browser configuration, while Angular 11 upgraded to language service preview. Angular 10 converted pre-Ivy code, and Angular 11 uses automatic inlining of fonts. TypeScript lint version 6 is being used by Angular 10, but there is a migration to ESLint in Angular 11. The next, what is data binding? So basically, data binding is one of the most powerful and important features that allow you to define the communication between the component and document object model. It basically specifies the process of defining interactive applications without having to worry about pushing and pulling data between your view or template and even component. In Angular, there are 4 forms of data binding: string interpolation, property binding, event binding, two-way data binding. With that, we'll step into intermediate level interview questions. Firstly, we have explain the concept of scope hierarchy. So the scope object in Angular are organized into a hierarchy and are majorly used by views. It contains a root scope which can further contain scope known as child scopes. One root scope can contain more than one child scopes. Here, each has its own scope, thus the variables set by its view controller will remain hidden to other controllers. Now the scope hierarchy generally looks like root scope continued by other scope controllers until n number of controllers. The second, we have what are Angular modules. All the Angular applications are either modular or Angular, which means Angular applications follow a modularity system known as ng modules. Now these are the containers which hold a cohesive block of code dedicated specifically to an application domain. A workflow or some closely related set of capabilities are also included. These modules generally contain components, service providers, and other code files whose scope is defined by the containing ng module. With modules, the code becomes more maintainable, testable, and readable. Also, all the dependencies of your applications are generally defined in modules only. The third question is, what is subscribing in Angular? In Angular, subscribe function is basically a method on the observable type. The observable type is a utility that asynchronously or synchronously streams data to a variety of components or services that have subscribed to the observable. Subscribe takes 3 methods as parameters, which has each as functions. First function is next. For each item being emitted by the observable, perform this function. Error is the next function. If somewhere in the stream an error is found, do this method. Complete is the next thing. Once all the items are complete from the stream, do this method. The fourth question is describe different types of filters in Angular. Now the various filters supported by Angular are currency, which formats a number to an accurate currency format. Date, which formats a date to specific format. Filter, which selects a subset of items from an array. JSON, which formats an object to a JSON string. Limit, it limits an array or string into a specific number of elements or characters. Lowercase, it formats a string to lowercase. Number, it formats a number to a string. Order by orders an array by an expression. Uppercase, it formats a string to uppercase. The next question is, what is dependency in Angular? Dependency injection is a software pattern where the objects are passed as dependencies rather than hard coding them within the component. The concept of dependency injection comes in handy when you are trying to separate the logic of object creation to that of its consumption. The config operation makes use of dependency injection that must be configured beforehand while the module gets loaded to retrieve the elements of the application. With this feature, a user can change dependencies as per his requirements. Next question, we have differentiation between one-way binding and two-way binding in Angular. In one-way binding, the view or the UI part does not update automatically whenever the data model changes. You need to manually write custom code in order to update it every time the view changes. Whereas in two-way data binding, the view or the user interface is updated implicitly as soon as the data model changes. It is a synchronization process unlike one-way data binding. Now, describing with diagram impresses the interviewer even better. What is transpiling in Angular? Transpiling in Angular refers to the process of conversion of the source code from one program language to another. In Angular, generally this conversion is done from TypeScript to JavaScript. It is implicit and it happens internally. The next question is, list some of the tools for testing Angular applications. Karma, Angular Mocks, Mocha, Browsify, Xeon are some of the tools that is used for testing Angular applications. The next thing is, list the differences between JIT or just-in-time compilation and AOT, which is ahead of time compilation. In just-in-time compilation, the application compiles inside the browser during the runtime, whereas in AOT, ahead of time compilation, the application compiles during the build time. Some of the differences as shown in the flowchart here. Have a look at it. The next question is how to create a service in Angular. In Angular, a service is a substitutable object that is wired together using dependency injection. A service is created by registering it in the module. It is going to be executed within the module. There are basically three ways in which you can create an Angular service. They are basically factory, service, and provider. With that, we'll jump into the last part of today's session, which is advanced level interview questions. Here, the first question we have is, what do you understand by REST in Angular? REST stands for Representational State Transfer. REST is an API or application programming interface that acts as style that works on HTML request. In this, the requested URL pinpoints the data that needs to be processed. Further ahead, an HTTP method then identifies the specific operation that needs to be performed on the requested data. Thus, the APIs which follows the approach are known as RESTful APIs. Next question. In Angular, describe how you will set get and clear cookies. For using cookies in Angular, you need to include an Angular module called ngCookies. They are angularcookies.js. For setting the cookies in a key value format, put is the method used. Next, to get cookies. For retrieving the cookies, get method is used. For removing cookies, remove method is used. Now, if you follow the code procedure shown here, you can proceed with it. Next question. Explain ngApplication or ngApp directive in Angular. ngApp directive is used to define Angular application, which let us use auto bootstrap in an Angular application. It represents the root element of an Angular application and is generally declared near HTML tag or body tag. Any number of ngApp directives can be defined within an HTML document, but just a single Angular application can be officially bootstrapped implicitly. Rest of the application must be manually bootstrapped. Here is the code to follow the procedure. Next, what is the process of inserting an embedded view from a prepared temp ref or template reference? Now, template reference is a variable. Make sure you follow this code. It's most frequently asked in advanced level interviews. Next question. What is property binding and why is it important in Angular 11? In Angular, one of the ways to pass down values from a component to its template with a set value is through property binding. It is a great example of a one-way data binding technique used to transfer data. One of the great things about property binding is the control you get over your template elements from the component itself. Angular finds great ways to give developers full control of the tools they work with, and this is a prime example of that. The developer can dedicate how data flows and gets updated with his own logic on any DOM element without restrictions. There are two bindings, which is shown here. Property binding is one of them. Next, what are Angular Global APIs? Angular Global API is a combination of global JavaScript functions for performing various common tasks like comparing objects, iterating objects, converting objects. There are some common Angular Global API functions like Angular lowercase, which converts a string to lowercase string, Angular uppercase, which converts string to uppercase string, Angular eString, which returns true if the current reference is a string, Angular isNumber, which returns true if the current reference is a number. Next question is, what is eager and lazy loading? The feature modules can be loaded either eagerly or lazily or even preloaded when the application starts. Eager loading is basically when you have to load a feature module eagerly, we need to import it into an application module using imports metadata of ngModule decorator. Eager loading is useful in small size applications. In eager loading, all feature modules will be loaded before the application starts. Hence, the subsequent request to the application will be faster. While in lazy loading, to load a feature module lazily, we need to load it using loadChildren property. In root configuration, that feature module must not be imported in the application module. Lazy loading is useful when the application size is growing. In lazy loading, feature modules will be loaded on demand and hence application start will be faster. Next question, what do you understand by constants in Angular? In Angular, constants are like the services which are used to define the global data. Constants are declared using the keyword constant. They are created using constant dependency and can be injected anywhere in controller or services. Next question, what is bootstrapping in Angular? Bootstrapping in Angular is nothing but initializing or starting the Angular application. Angular supports automatic and manual bootstrapping. When it comes to automatic, it is done by adding the ngApp directive to the root of the application. Typically, on the tag or tag if you want to add Angular Bootstrap in your application automatically. When Angular finds ng app directive, it loads the module associated with it and then compiles to DOM. Manual bootstrapping. Manual bootstrapping provides you more control on how and when to initialize your Angular application. It is useful where you want to perform any other operation before Angular wakes up and compiles the whole page. With that, let's look into the final question of today's session. How can you hide an HTML element with a button click in Angular? An HTML element can be easily hidden using the ng-hide directive in conjunction along with the controller to hide an HTML element on button click. It's done as view and controller. View goes into the HTML file of your component, while controller goes into the TypeScript file of your component. With that, we have come to the end of this session. I hope this video was useful, and until we meet again next time, happy learning.
I hope you have enjoyed listening to this video. Please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment any of your doubts and queries, and we will reply them at the earliest. Do look out for more videos in our playlist and subscribe to Edureka channel to learn more. Happy learning!